Useless. Didn't I tell you to watch her? How did she escape again? His Majesty promised that as long as my daughter marries that man, my son will definitely be promoted. Those two old fools were crying their eyes out by Song Yi's bedside. Master, I'm sorry, but thankfully, that girl slipped into the water halfway. We just fished her out. Otherwise, the marriage with that blind Yang Wang would have been settled. From now on, there can be no more mistakes. The two looked at the person on the bed for a moment, then snorted coldly and left. Song Yi, I really don't understand what you're thinking. No matter how hard a woman tries, she can't pass the imperial examination. Marrying into a good family and bringing glory to the family is the right path, Master. Master, don't be angry. After they left, the girl on the bed suddenly moved. Song Yi abruptly woke up. She jumped out of bed, looked at the space in front of her in astonishment, and couldn't help but laugh happily. Did I really transmigrate? Don't only trucks cause transmigration. Getting hit by a billboard works too. And looking at this situation, although the clothes aren't anything special, there's a kind of noble air. It would be great if a handsome guy suddenly appeared beside me. I hope this doesn't suddenly turn into a cultivation world. But the biggest problem now is, it seems like I'm about to get married. Well, now that I've transmigrated, I have to do something. I can't just wait around. While contemplating her future life in front of the mirror, a system suddenly appeared in it. Every transmigration novel has this. It's so common. The system spoke. You are number 04. This is the world of the novel, Usurpation. It's a novel you were reading. She immediately recognized this kind of transmigration, the kind with a system. The system was also surprised that she could recognize her identity so quickly and praised her intelligence. Song Yi smiled smugly, showing off the information she possessed. After receiving the information, Song Yi asked the system what task it would give her. Was it to guide someone or take revenge on someone? A series of questions left the system speechless. The system calmly praised her intelligence and hoped she would accept the task. The system replied, your task is to become Qin Zhao's princess consort and then help him ascend the throne. Song Yi looked at herself in the mirror and pondered, ascend the throne. She confirmed with the system, so you want me to marry Qin Zhao and help him become emperor. The system emphasized that, in return, it would revive her real body. Song Yi pondered for a moment, then said she wouldn't accept the task. The system asked in surprise, didn't you always like Qin Zhao? Now you can rightfully marry him. Liking him is one thing, but risking my life is another. You said I'm the 14th transmigrator, so before me, 13 other unlucky souls have already died. The system in the mirror suddenly fell silent, saying nothing. Song Yi knew she had hit a nerve. She reached out and touched the mirror. Reviving my original body must come at a terrible price, right? After speaking, she grabbed the system from a mirror and threw it hard to the other side of the room. Bang! Then she thought, rather than doing that unreliable task, it would be better to use this young body to enjoy a good life in this world. The commotion in Song Yi's room was quite loud, and her father and the servants immediately rushed in. But when they came in, they found Song Yi was gone. Where did Song Yi go? She ran away again. Didn't she just almost drown? Song Yi's father was furious, and Fun Hun, Chaola, Yiga, Laopun, didn't I tell you to watch her? She clearly escaped through the window. Are you all dead? Hurry up and find her. The servants were frightened and quickly went to look for her. No one expected that, using 21st century logic, she was hiding under the bed. After a while, Song Yi crawled out from under the bed, carefully slipped to the door, and after confirming no one was there, happily ran towards the woods. I'm not your pawn, fools. Soon, she appeared on the street, thinking about finding a place to do something big, like becoming a female CEO in ancient times. Just as she was in a good mood, she bumped into the family servants. Song Yi had no choice but to turn and run. She didn't know how long she ran, but she finally shook off those servants. Fortunately, she was quite agile. Knowing she couldn't outrun them, she chose a peach tree and climbed up. She sat on the tree, panting. She was almost drowned earlier and was extremely tired, just as she was about to lean back and rest. The branch under her snapped with a crack, and she fell down. She fell face first, the sound still echoing, when a person in a wheelchair slowly appeared. Song Yi, in excruciating pain, forced one eye open to assess her surroundings. Then, looking up, she froze. Standing before her was a breathtakingly beautiful man. Song Yi stared, her face flushing crimson. Lost in her gaze, Song Yi was completely captivated. Their eyes locked for a long moment, the air around them seeming to solidify. Heavens! The wheelchair, the unmask, the gentle aura. Could it be Qin Zhao? Who else could possess such a unique presence? His face, exactly as described. Fair, smooth skin, long, elegant fingers, and a sensual mole just below his neck. Song Yi's heart pounded. "Miss, are you all right?" His gentle voice made her heart race even faster. "Oh my God, I've finally met my beloved Qin Zhao in person. Miss, why aren't you speaking? Did I frighten you?" The unexpected encounter left Song Yi speechless, but she quickly recovered. "Your Highness, how did you know I was a woman?" "You can't see. You have the scent of cosmetics," Qin Zhao replied. "Men rarely smell like that, wouldn't you agree?" "Yes, Your Highness, you're right." Song Yi cheered him on internally. "He's my idol. So intelligent." Emboldened, she began to fabricate a story. "Actually, I'm a maid from the He family. I wanted to sneak a peek at the future groom, Missy's fiancé. The peach blossoms here are so beautiful. I got lost in admiring them and accidentally fell into your garden. I apologize if I disturbed you, Your Highness." "Haha, it's all right. If you enjoy the flowers, feel free to admire them." Song Yi was surprised. "Vuv, my idol is succulent." Then Qin Zhao added, "Actually, I have a small favor to ask of you. Mississippi, please tell me, Your Highness. Anything you need, I will do my best." Qin Zhao spoke hesitantly due to my condition. "I cannot personally meet your mistress. Would you be so kind as to deliver this hairpin to her?" Song Yi accepted the hairpin, still puzzled by his intentions. He continued, "Although I, Qin Zhao, am somewhat disabled and not overly wealthy, I swear I will never let down my future wife." "Oh my, Your Highness, please restrain yourself." The atmosphere became awkward. The thoughts running through their minds were completely different, pure dramatic irony. After the farce beneath the peach blossoms, Song Yi slipped away and found a willow tree to climb. Of course, that's just how impulsive she is. She lay languidly on a branch, fiddling with the exquisite hairpin, replaying Qin Zhao's words in her mind. Lost in thought, Song Yi picked up the jade hairpin and examined it closely. Wait a minute, the real male lead, the domineering prince, isn't Qin Zhao at all. It's that young prince, Qin Shengjun. Unlike those typical power fantasy novels, this prince isn't some chosen one with a protagonist halo, crushing all in his path. He relies on his intellect, cunning, and an innocent facade, meticulously scheming his way to the throne, until he becomes king. She clutched the hairpin tightly. The dramatic Qin Zhao is actually just the sweet, clueless supporting character, always helping the true protagonist. He doesn't even want the throne. He's practically blind and cursed to bring death upon his wives. Marry one, she dies. He's pitiful and a bit foolish, but it's hard to dislike him. But according to the plot, he has indeed outlived several fiancés, and I'm supposed to be one of them. She felt a pang of sympathy, touched by his flowery vows. This wife-killing curse, is it scientific, or just superstition? He's barely even made it to the altar a few times. What am I even agonizing over? Song Yi tossed Qin Zhao's hairpin aside. I'll probably never see him again anyway. I'm old enough to be selfish. I'm not stupid enough to risk my life solving someone else's problems. She remained in the tree, Qin Zhao's face filling her thoughts. Then, she heard someone approaching. Eavesdropping mode activated. They were standing right below her under the willow tree, discussing something important. Guess who? Qin Shengjun. Did you really see Missy drown? But why is the He family searching the entire city for their eldest daughter? I personally pushed Miss He into the river. The other person bowed respectfully. Rest assured, Your Highness, I've eliminated several of Qin Zhao's fiancés. I've never failed. These words were truly shocking. Song Yi felt a surge of murderous intent, practically itching to grab a blade and attack. Just then, a sharp pain shot through her head. The original Song Yi's memories flooded her mind. That night, she had desperately tried to escape, to shake off this hellish arranged marriage. But as she reached the bridge, the person who had been following her suddenly rushed forward, a lecherous and sinister look in their eyes. Then, with a splash, she was pushed into the icy river. She sank like a stone. Thankfully, her family managed to rescue her in time. Once the headache subsided, Song Yi's perspective shifted. The two people downstairs, oblivious to her presence, continued their conversation. Qin Zhao and the blind king, Yang, shared similar backgrounds, lacking powerful maternal clans within the palace. Without the support of his wife's family, he would have no chance of rising to power and claiming the throne. This way, he can become my strongest ally on my path to the throne. So that's the truth behind the rumors of Qin Zhao's cursed wives, Song Yi thought to herself. Her emerald eyes gleamed. So you're the masterminds behind it all. Chaos reigned in the He residence. The maids had turned the house upside down, searching everywhere for their missing mistress. A knock echoed from the door. A maid rushed to answer it. Song Yi greeted the young maids with a cheerful smile, announcing her return. Her father exclaimed, "Song Yi, why are you back?" Song Yi stared blankly at the original Song Yi's father. "Can I come home?" "But weren't you running away from the marriage?" "Ha ha, who runs away only to come back? I just went out for some fresh air." She placed her teacup back on the tray and said cheerfully, "By the way, I'm completely ready to get married now." Her parents were stunned by her sudden change of heart. "You agree to marry Prince Zhao. Why wouldn't I? I slipped and fell into the water, leaving a scar on my head. Has a mother always said that a woman's life is ruined if she loses her beauty? Honestly, anyone willing to marry me now is incredibly fortunate. There's no room for being picky. Truly, Prince Zhao is probably the only one who won't despise me. That's quite rare." Lord He and Madam He exchanged glances, looking like startled deer. The next moment, the family was holding hands, laughing like lunatics. With Song Yi's face ruined, what respectable family would still want her? Thank goodness for that scar. It's a blessing in disguise. Now her son might actually have a chance at that position. The old folks let out sinister chuckles. Hearing them, Song Yi couldn't tell if they were genuinely clever or feigning ignorance. But at this moment, her head was still throbbing. The scar would definitely leave an unsightly mark. Her gaze fell upon the bronze mirror on the table. Staring at her reflection, she tapped the mirror. "Hey, system, get to work." Seeing no response, she casually picked up a piece of fruit and began to eat. After a while, the mirror finally spoke. "Didn't you already ditch us?" At the system's shameless tone, Song Yi scoffed. "I'm practically allergic to this thing." Song Yi recalled the conversation she had overheard, a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. "It seems someone is trying to sabotage my marriage, trying to prevent me from marrying Qin Zhao. I hate being plotted against. I won't rest easy until I find these villains. Besides, I've already accepted young Master Qin's betrothal gifts." Song Yi walked to the window, gazing at the flowering branches outside, a pleasant feeling settling in her heart. "Then let's clean up this mess for him." Meanwhile, in Prince Zhao's residence, Qin Zhao sat quietly in his wheelchair. A servant rushed in with news. "Missy nearly drowned last night. Everyone thought she was dead, but she somehow survived." A faint smile played on the young prince's lips. He gazed into the distance, lost in thought, gently stroking a peach blossom petal in his hand. "I see," he murmured. The petal looked especially delicate in his pale palm. With a gentle breath, he let it flutter away on the wind. Qin Zhao already knew about her. Soon, Song Yi's wedding day arrived. Spotting a charming little Suona, she couldn't resist giving it a try. Playing the Suona, she discovered, was much harder than it looked. "Miss, the princess's wedding procession has arrived, but you haven't changed yet. You're not actually going to run away, are you?" Song Yi simply smiled sweetly, an innocent look on her face. She tossed the Suona back to the maid. "Don't worry, I'm not running." She picked up her wedding dress. "The battle has just begun. I won't retreat without a fight." With that, she donned the red wedding attire, leaving her maid speechless. A battlefield. "Miss, you're getting married, right?" Song Yi looked up, her face full of excitement. Marriage is a battlefield. Not long after, Song Yi was taken away by Prince Zhao's wedding procession. As they traveled through the streets, the procession attracted many onlookers, all curious about the appearance of the new princess. Along the way, Song Yi kept looking out, trying to see if Qin Zhao had come to greet her personally, but found the groom's horse was empty. She felt a little disappointed and sighed. She was thinking too much. With Qin Zhao's condition, how could he possibly ride a horse to greet her? Just then, she heard people on the street discussing. Prince Zhao is only marrying because of the emperor's decree. Who would want to marry a blind and crippled Prince Zhao? This bride must be so ugly that even ghosts wouldn't want her. That's why she's marrying Prince Zhao. Hearing these words, Song Yi was furious. She snatched the Suona from the bridal palanquin and blew a sharp, strange note, meaning, "My husband is handsome. Qin Zhao is a good man. You country bumpkins aren't worthy of even glancing at him." When Song Yi blew the Suona, she accidentally revealed her face, and everyone was stunned. The bride was a breathtaking beauty. The palanquin bearers panicked. "Miss, go back inside. You can't look out anymore. We're almost at the prince's residence. You must observe proper etiquette. Are we almost there? Can I see my Qin Zhao?" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Prince Zhao waiting at the gate of the residence. Although he was still wearing an eye mask, his handsome demeanor couldn't be hidden. Song Yi stared, her face flushing red like a ripe apple. She quickly retreated back into the palanquin, pretending to be an innocent kitten, disappearing from view. Completely captivated, the red palanquin was carried directly to Prince Zhao. Inside the palanquin, Song Yi wondered if she should get out herself, considering Qin Zhao's difficulty with walking. Just then, Prince Zhao suddenly lifted the curtain. He was directly facing Song Yi. Startled, she quickly turned her head away. Thankfully, the veil was there. They almost kissed. Prince Zhao extended his hand and said, "Miss He, I am ashamed that I couldn't ride a horse to greet you today. If you don't mind, I hope you will never leave Qin Zhao. Will you spend the rest of your life with me?" Song Yi took Prince Zhao's hand and replied, "Of course, Prince Zhao. Your sincerity is evident." She was about to get out of the palanquin when the matchmaker suddenly blocked the doorway. "Your Highness, the bride's feet absolutely cannot touch the ground. According to tradition, the husband must carry her into the house. They say if the bride brings dust into the husband's home, it will bring bad luck and ruin the family fortune." The surrounding crowd began to murmur, "Prince Zhao really can't carry the bride in. Maybe we should find a strong man to help. See, what's the use? He can't even complete his own wedding ceremony." Seeing her husband's embarrassed expression, Song Yi bravely said, "It's all right. As long as my feet don't touch the ground, there are many ways." Song Yi was just about to help Qin Zhao out of the awkward situation when, unexpectedly, Prince Zhao said, "No need to trouble anyone. I can still carry my wife into our home." Prince Zhao powerfully wrapped his arms around Song Yi's waist, much to her surprise. Then, he decisively lifted Song Yi into his arms. Song Yi was speechless for a moment, only able to scream internally. But she quickly leaned against him and urged, "Let's go, hurry up." As they walked, Song Yi even took the opportunity to touch Prince Zhao's firm chest. "This is my husband. All that nourishment these past few days has really paid off. So what if his legs aren't good? His upper body is still very strong." At the entrance to the residence, Prince Zhao addressed Song Yi as wife and asked if she needed to be carried into the main hall. Looking at his handsome face, Song Yi immediately jumped down. "Why are you already calling me wife? We haven't officially performed the wedding ceremony yet." Prince Zhao smiled. "Since the day I met you in the garden, I knew I should change how I address you." Prince Zhao's words stunned Song Yi. "But you didn't even see my face that day. How did you know it was me?" "Haha, when one's eyes are weak, their ears become sharper. Missy didn't run away after seeing me like this. I was very happy. This Song Yi will definitely not run." She happily helped Prince Zhao push his wheelchair into the residence, thinking to herself, "In this life, there's no such thing as a wife-killing curse. I thought that Qin Zhao became disabled taking the blame for the emperor and father, so he should be highly regarded. Turns out, he only received a residence and a princess consort. In the palace, 5th Prince Qin Xingyang said, "Ninth brother, do you think Qin Zhao feels wrong now?" 9th Prince Qin Xingxuan replied, "5th brother, you worry too much." At this moment, Qin Xingxuan's heart was filled with mixed emotions. How is Song Yi still alive? The assassins I hired couldn't have lied to me. Could this girl be so clever that she even fooled the assassins? I'll test her out. Qin Xingxuan ordered his men to secretly scatter gravel on the path the newlyweds would take, hoping for an accident. As soon as the gravel was scattered, Prince Zhao sensed something amiss. He gestured to Song Yi as if he had something to say. Song Yi immediately understood her husband's meaning and leaned in to listen. "Your Highness, what are your instructions?" "Wife, stop pushing me. Be careful of your feet." Song Yi's mind raced. She asked, "Is someone trying to harm your Highness?" "No, I just heard the sound of gravel and was worried you might step on it and hurt your foot." "Oh." Song Yi nodded. "Then whatever happens next, your Highness, don't be afraid." With that, Song Yi deliberately stepped directly onto the gravel, making no effort to avoid it, and pretended to fall heavily. Seeing their daughter fall so hard, her parents rushed over. "Song Yi, what's wrong? How did you fall like that?" Song Yi looked aggrieved. "I tripped over something. The fall even knocked her phoenix crown askew." Her father said sternly, "Get up quickly and cover your face." What kind of behavior is this? But father, the phoenix crown seems to be broken. Does this count as destroying a sacred object bestowed by His Majesty? Song-yi anxiously asked her father if she was going to lose her head. Her father stroked his beard and thought for a moment, then said, no, this is not the He family's fault. Right, I just saw someone throw something, but I couldn't see clearly from such a distance. Someone, find the troublemaker for me. Prince Zhao and Han were clearly plotting something. Qin Xingyang was scared out of his wits. Soon, Qin Xingyang and Qin Xingxuan captured someone and dragged him before Prince Zhao. Qin Xingxuan threw the man to the ground and shouted angrily, "You dared to plot against His Highness and the princess consort. You will pay the price. Seventh brother, how should we deal with him?" Prince Zhao gestured towards Song. "Hey, let my wife decide." Song-yi quickly passed the buck back to Prince Zhao. The two of them pushed the decision back and forth, oblivious to everyone else, putting on a display of affection that made the onlookers feel awkward. Seeing that Prince Zhao seemed unaware that his ninth brother was the true mastermind, Qin Xingyang added fuel to the fire. "If seventh brother is feeling merciful, why don't you let me handle it? How about chopping off one of his hands? What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Song-yi immediately rushed to Prince Zhao and cried, "I don't want to see such a bloody scene. It's too terrifying." Only then did Prince Zhao speak. "Fifth brother, I appreciate the offer. However, my wife is kind-hearted and can't bear to see bloodshed. Since that's the case, let's do as she wishes and take him away." "What? Just let this scum go." King Yang interjected, and the crowd echoed. King Yang is right. The bride has been harmed like this. Are we just going to let it go? Precisely because of this, there's no need to make a big fuss over a small matter and ruin the happy occasion. I'm already grateful to my two brothers for attending the wedding. I dare not ask for more. Don't mention it, we are brothers. Don't stand on ceremony, seventh brother. However, this fellow is an eyesore. Rest assured, brother and sister-in-law, I'll help you get rid of him. With that, Qin Xingxuan dragged the man away. Qin Xingyang looked disappointed. Sigh, I didn't even get a chance to mess with him. Before leaving, Qin Xingxuan glanced back at Song-yi. Seeing her still trembling, he thought, the rumored talented woman, Song-yi, is nothing like that at all. Stupid, timid, and kind. When encountering troublemakers, she only thinks of pleasing her husband. There's no need to bother killing her. This kind of woman can only rely on that weak Qin Zhao. She will never amount to anything. After Qin Xingxuan left, a cunning smile played on Song-yi's lips. A patriarchal society. You've misjudged me. Just you wait and see. You'll regret it. Seeing his wife smiling to herself, Prince Zhao asked curiously, "Are you happy now, my wife?" Song-yi gave him a thumbs up. "Of course, your highness was so dashing just now. I'm falling for you." "Wife, restrain yourself. Be mindful of your image." Although she appeared happy, Song-yi remained vigilant. She thought, Qin Xingxuan probably assumes Prince Zhao would never betray him. "Wife, do you blame me for not punishing that villain? What's she doing? What do two dogs need with a bicycle? What's the connection between two dogs and a bicycle?" "Ahem, your highness, would you blame me for lifting the veil before our wedding night? It's considered improper for a bride to lift her veil early." "I would never. How could Qin Zhao ever think that of you, my wife?" he said, taking Song-yi's hand and pulling her closer. Her face flushed crimson. Oh my God, the feeling of being held by a handsome man is truly indescribable. That moment of natural expression made them both suddenly feel a little awkward. Oh my, he's blushing too. Her heart pounded in her chest. They hurried into the main hall and began the wedding ceremony. First, they bowed to heaven and earth, then to their parents. Finally, they bowed to each other. Just like that, she successfully snagged a top-tier husband. He's practically her biggest fan, and she's married a devastatingly handsome man. Their married life is bound to be exciting. I knew it. After the ceremony, Song-yi skipped back to her room, immediately threw herself onto the bed, and completely relaxed. Who would have thought that casually clicking on an ad could lead to such a handsome husband? And he's that rare kind of abstinent, handsome man, truly heart-fluttering. Song-yi then remembered Qin Zhao whispering in her ear when they returned to the room. "I'll come as soon as I've finished with the wedding matters." Song-yi's face flushed. Could it be that she would really share a bed with her idol tonight? Not only would she feast her eyes, but she might even get to touch his abs. Just thinking about it made her want to turn into an octopus. She couldn't help but giggle. Her face flushed with happiness. Just then a knock came from the door. "Miss, are you in there?" It was Kuei-er. Kuei-er pushed the door open and quickly apologized. "Excuse me, Mississippi Madam was worried you might have been too busy with the wedding to eat, so she specifically asked me to bring you some wedding cakes. Songy thought, this girl is so thoughtful. In this feudal society, isn't it normal for brides to not eat on their wedding day? She then asked, Mother asked you to bring these. Looking at the delicate and tempting pastries, she didn't forget to thank the maid. Songy happily invited Koei to join her. You've been with me for so long. Come and eat together. Unexpectedly, Koei said with some apprehension, I am but a servant. How could I dare dine with Mississippi? After saying that, she hurriedly left, not forgetting to remind Song, Miss, eat quickly. I won't disturb you any longer. Seeing Koei's reaction, Songy suddenly felt that something was amiss with the wedding cakes. After the banquet, Lin Yang pushed Qin Zhao into the bridal chamber. Along the way, he couldn't help but worry. This bride seems more complex than she appears. Could she be a spy sent by some faction? Qin Zhao calmly replied, I have a good idea. He then signaled Lin Yang to stop. This is far enough. My eyesight isn't good at night, and I need you to attend to the front hall. Don't let anyone disturb our wedding night. Lin Yang immediately replied, understood. I wish your highness a happy wedding night. Qin Zhao wheeled himself into the room, startling Songy when he opened the door. He said softly, my wife, I've arrived as promised. Songy turned to look at the man wearing the red-eye mask. His handsome face made her heart race. But she suddenly remembered that she hadn't put on her veil. She panicked and frantically searched. Husband, wait a moment. Where's the veil? Where's my veil? Oh my, this is so embarrassing. Why did I just call him husband? Qin Zhao soothed her. Don't worry, my wife. Take your time. The aroma of wedding cakes filled the air. Songy heard Qin Zhao ask, are there wedding cakes in the room? Indeed, although he couldn't see, his nose was sharper than a police dog's. He was about to reach for a wedding cake when Songy rushed over. She frantically stopped him. Qin Zhao, don't eat them. There's something wrong with the wedding cakes Koei brought. Songy's heart pounded. What was wrong with the cakes? Koei brought them. She panicked, unsure what to do. Suddenly, Qin Zhao froze, making Songy even more nervous. Seeing Qin Zhao's surprised expression, Songy quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I overreacted a bit. Her face was filled with worry. But these wedding cakes are really suspicious. What if they're poisoned? It's better not to eat them. Songy recalled how Koei had sneakily eaten a wedding cake and then made an excuse to leave. If she wasn't guilty, why would she act like that? Qin Zhao simply stood quietly, waiting for Songy to continue. Just then, Songy's stomach growled, making the atmosphere incredibly awkward. She muttered softly, please don't mind me, Your Highness, I'm just a little hungry. Qin Zhao immediately approached. He playfully popped a wedding cake into Songy's mouth. Songy didn't react at all. When she finally came to her senses, she realized it was one of the cakes Koei had brought. Seeing her expression, Qin Zhao chuckled softly. Eat it, it's fine. Hearing his reassuring words, Songy felt a little more at ease. She blinked at him, her eyes full of trust. Qin Zhao watched her take a small bite, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He didn't even need to look to know that Songy was happy. His heart swelled with tender joy. My wife trusts me so much. Hearing him say this, Songy was momentarily stunned. Qin Zhao continued, if that weren't the case, how would you dare eat something I gave you? What if this wedding cake was poisoned? Songy smiled, dabbing her mouth with a handkerchief. As for trusting you, I trust your character. When she finished speaking, Qin Zhao froze. Seeing her husband's expression, Songy smiled mischievously. In the original novel, Qin Zhao was the son of the demonic sect Saintis and the Emperor in disguise. Even though he grew up in the demonic sect and suffered from an eye disease, he still maintained his integrity and never indulged in any vices. The image of Qin Zhao in his youth surfaced in her mind. Back then, he was still a young man, searching for his biological father. I am Qin Zhao, here to search for my father, following my deceased mother's last wishes. He was always courteous and respectful to everyone. Even though the imperial court was rife with lies and conspiracies, Qin Zhao always remained sincere, even risking his life to protect the emperor from assassins. Qin Zhao rushed forward anxiously, blocking the emperor's path. The next moment, he was poisoned, unable to take even a single step. The emperor was deeply moved and immediately wanted to reward him. Xiao Zhao, you saved me. What reward do you desire? The emperor asked expectantly. Shall I make you the crown prince? Hearing his father ask this, Qin Zhao was taken aback, his face etched with contemplation. After a long pause, he respectfully replied, Father, I have no desire for the position of crown prince. But if your majesty could grant me a peaceful place filled with fragrant flowers and medicinal herbs, where I can recuperate, that would be more than enough, he said respectfully. The memory faded as a gentle smile spread across Song Yi's face. She looked at him. Seeing you like this, Your Highness, you're truly gentle and kind. She recalled the tragic chapter she had read, where Qin Zhao, facing the swarming guards of the Crown Prince's residence, still calmly smiled. If you want to pass, you'll have to step over my corpse. Even though he was blind and disabled, he never showed fear. Song Yi said firmly, even if he had to use his body as a shield, he always held onto his integrity. How can such a person not be trustworthy? She grinned. It turns out that the decision I made after hearing about you was completely correct. Miss Song never misjudges. Hearing her string of words, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head, his expression downcast. You overestimate me. I'm not as good as you think. I am just a cripple, not like a normal man. I will surely cause my princess consort to suffer the world's gossip. Someone like me, being with you, is truly a grievance to you. After he finished speaking, Song Yi frowned slightly in displeasure and reached for another piece of cake. Whether it's a grievance or a blessing, I know very well in my heart. She smiled. If I hadn't married you tonight, Song, you would probably be spending the night alone on an empty stomach. Her clear voice rang out, and Qin Zhao seemed to suddenly awaken, realizing something. He rushed forward in a panic. Why are you eating that cake again? Song Yi chewed innocently. Qin Zhao hurried over. Spit it out. He abruptly reached in her mouth, exclaiming, the things in that box are not necessarily non-toxic. Qin Zhao's trembling hand caused Song Yi's cheeks to flush, not with anger, but with shyness. He urgently lunged forward. His fingertips lightly brushed her lips, and he whispered, the things in that box are not entirely safe. Song Yi's cheeks burned crimson. Qin Zhao's fingers gently pressed against her throat. Pain and shyness intertwined, and tears welled up in her eyes. When he felt it was enough, he withdrew his hand, and Song Yi finally spat out the cake, coughing uncontrollably. Wiping her tears, she took a sip of water, her voice full of grievance. Luckily, I didn't swallow it. That little Atto is really unreliable. I need to teach her a lesson. Qin Zhao gently wiped away her tears. Hearing this, Qin Zhao immediately asked which little Atto did what. Suddenly remembering her ability to discern scents and poisons, Song Yi replied, let's talk about this tomorrow. It's nothing. A sly glint flashed in Song Yi's eyes as she leaned closer to Qin Zhao. The wedding night is short. Let's not talk about these unpleasant things. Song Yi wants her husband to lift the veil and drink the nuptial wine. She blinked. Qin Zhao seemed to understand the implication of her words, his cheeks flushing slightly. My wife is right. Listening to Song Yi, Qin Zhao reached for the ceremonial ruler on the table. Today is our wedding day. Qin Zhao gently lifted the ceremonial ruler and unveiled her face. He would never allow his wife to suffer the slightest grievance. Hearing this, Song Yi shyly lowered her head and murmured, thank you for your love, Your Highness. Standing side by side, they completed the ritual of exchanging cups of wine. In the sweet atmosphere, after drinking the intertwined wine, Song Yi couldn't help but sigh with delight. This wine is truly delicious. Qin Zhao responded with a smile. Yes, knowing you enjoy wine, I specially prepared it. Song Yi's heart stirred. It was arranged by the original owner. But she quickly realized there was no need for jealousy. Regardless of the past, Qin Zhao now belonged entirely to her. Feeling a little smug, Song Yi awkwardly coughed lightly at him. Is it time to undress now? Song Yi suddenly leaned forward, gently caressing Qin Zhao, causing him to tremble slightly. Qin Zhao shyly tried to push her away. Wife, aren't you being a little too hasty? She thought without hesitation, of course I'm hasty. Very hasty. Wanting to clearly see her husband, Song Yi revealed a brilliant smile. I'm truly tired today. I don't want to tire you out, husband. Hearing her say this, Qin Zhao could only remain silent, momentarily speechless. Then she softly said, if you truly wish. As she spoke, Song Yi cleverly moved closer, cheerfully adding, let me help you. Various enchanting thoughts lingered in her mind. While helping Qin Zhao undress, Song Yi felt like she was singing a sweet melody in her heart, secretly rejoicing. The decision to divorce was truly wise. This physique, Song Yi was so captivated by the sight that she almost lost her senses, feeling as if her nose would bleed. She muttered to herself, "No wonder he practices martial arts. Just looking at him makes me happy." Her hands were restless, already eager for action. "Can I touch?" She couldn't resist any longer. Song Yi was almost losing control. Qin Zhao, noticing her silence, frowned slightly and said, "You don't need to help me with the rest." Song Yi's expression stiffened slightly. "But your legs are inconvenient. Let me help you onto the bed first." But in reality, she didn't need to help. Qin Zhao was still able to get onto the bed himself. He extended his hand towards Song Yi. "Wife, come here." Receiving his consent, Song Yi smiled happily. "Thank you for your consideration, Your Highness." Song Yi immediately removed all her clothes and quickly pounced on Qin Zhao. "Then this little lady won't hold back, he." As she neared Qin Zhao, she thought, in the original novel, Qin Zhao seemed very abstinent, uninterested in that sort of thing. What will he be like when forced? Suddenly, Qin Zhao removed his eye mask. Song Yi's face instantly flushed crimson, shyly thinking, "I could tease him freely when he couldn't see. He truly is the gentle husband I've been longing for." She looked at Qin Zhao happily. "Husband, don't let the ever-burning lamp go out. If you're tired, you can sleep first. Happiness will be yours sooner or later." As soon as she finished speaking, Song Yi suddenly fell silent. Hearing her say this, Qin Zhao couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Song Yi was stunned, not understanding why. Qin Zhao smiled faintly, his amusement veiled. "Wife, don't you want to do something else?" Song Yi was startled by his words, retorting something else. She felt a faint unease. Could Qin Zhao actually see? She stared at his eyes in surprise. Can he really not see? Song Yi decided to test him, casually waving her hand in front of his face. Qin Zhao didn't react, simply staring blankly at her. This finally reassured her completely. His eyes truly were impaired. Song Yi finally relaxed, beginning to contemplate various romantic scenarios, like the 69 position and such. Qin Zhao, however, was completely bewildered. He said gently, "We haven't officially married yet. Are these marital games necessary?" Song Yi panicked, thinking, "Please pretend my brain short-circuited just now. These ancient people wouldn't understand these things." Then, Song Yi excitedly picked up a pair of scissors. "Your Highness, may this little lady cut your hair for you." Qin Zhao agreed with a smile. "All right, but don't call me Your Highness." Song Yi gently picked up a strand of Qin Zhao's hair and snipped it. Qin Zhao cheerfully added, "It's just a title and a name anyway." Hearing this, Song Yi said with dissatisfaction, "How can you say that? You are more precious than any title." Song Yi frowned slightly, thinking about her mission. In order to return to the modern era, she had to help Qin Zhao ascend to the throne. Qin Zhao noticed her thoughtful expression, waiting quietly for her to continue. Suddenly, he blurted out, "Wife, you make me feel very grateful. Because I'm not as strong as other men, I cannot protect you well." As he spoke, he took the scissors from Song Yi's hand. He leaned down tenderly, twirling a strand of her hair between his fingers. "I only wish to be by your side, my wife," he murmured, "loving and cherished, free from all constraints." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Song Yi giggled. "Of course," Song Yi added, "I'm not good with trivial matters. I only know how to spoil you. Everything will be as you wish." Qin Zhao listened quietly, his heart melting. Together, they completed the hair-binding ritual. The scene changed to the next morning. The two lay nestled together in bed, sleeping soundly, all worries forgotten. Song Yi was the first to wake, opening her eyes to greet the dawn. Turning to her side, she saw Qin Zhao sleeping peacefully. His relaxed expression made Song Yi's heart flutter. This is the benefit of waking up early, she thought. Qin Zhao is truly beautiful. While he slept, Song Yi tilted her head slightly, gazing down at Qin Zhao. But honestly, she thought this physique is too good. It's truly irresistible. Her curious hand unconsciously slid toward a place it shouldn't have. She lightly traced each firm muscle, sighing inwardly. "Wow, what a great body." Suddenly, Qin Zhao's gentle voice broke the silence. "It seems my wife is quite fond of my physique." Song Yi blurted out, yes, of course I like it." Only then did she realize that Qin Zhao had been awake all along. His perfect face made her blush instantly, all the way to the tips of her ears. She even got a nosebleed. How embarrassing. She turned away awkwardly, muttering to herself, "Husband, my mind was a little muddled. That's why I said those silly things." Hearing this, Qin Zhao sat up and gently stroked her hair. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern. "If you're not feeling well, lie down for a while longer." His face was so close that Song Yi suddenly felt shy. No need. You're always so gentle. I can't stand it. Song-yi quickly reached for her outer robe. She got up immediately, put on her robe, and said softly, "Shall we wash up and have breakfast? I'll help you." Just then, a knock came from the door, and they both looked towards it. Chuer entered with her head bowed and curtsied. "This servant, Chuer, has come to dress your highness." A glint flashed in Song-yi's eyes. She walked towards Chuer, a gentle yet meaningful smile playing on her lips. "Oh, why do you only mention that his highness needs to change?" Chuer stammered, her voice trembling slightly. Song-yi immediately seized the opportunity. "What's wrong? Are you surprised I wasn't poisoned by the wedding cakes?" Chuer hurriedly defended herself, panic lacing her tone. "Miss, what are you saying? This servant doesn't understand. This servant only brought his highness's clothes, assuming that Miss was still resting." Song-yi stared intensely at Chuer, scrutinizing her. Then, she smiled casually. What you say makes sense." Chuer trembled slightly, startled by her reaction. Song-yi stepped closer and patted Chuer's shoulder lightly. "But don't do this again, alright? I quite enjoy doing small things like dressing my husband." Qin Zhao stood to the side, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. He stroked his chin lightly, as if weighing something in his mind. After breakfast that day, Prince Zhao and Song-yi strolled side by side, the gentle sunlight bathing their faces. Qin Zhao spoke softly. "I promise to ensure your peace and comfort in the residence." These weren't empty words. If Chuer truly has a problem, I can dismiss her at any time without asking anyone. Song-yi's eyes widened as she looked at Prince Zhao, her heart pounding. "Prince Zhao completely trusts me. Someone nearly took my life, and the worst consequence would only be expulsion from the residence." She smiled gently. "Thank you for trusting me so much." However, Song-yi had no intention of letting Chuer off the hook. She scooped a spoonful of porridge and praised, "Who made this porridge? It's delicious. There's just something about this whole thing that doesn't feel right, but I can't quite put my finger on it." Song-yi's expression was pensive, as if casting a net into a deep lake. Prince Zhao asked curiously, "What do you mean?" He looked at her intently. Song-yi explained gently, "Well, whoever wanted to poison me must have stood to gain something from my death, right? What Chuer wants is nothing more than a home with you." She gestured towards Qin Zhao. That way, she could live a good life and wouldn't have to be a servant anymore. "This is pure fabrication." Lin Yong was fuming behind them. "How can you speak to his highness like that?" Prince Zhao had to interrupt. He then encouraged Song-yi to continue, saying he wanted to hear all her thoughts. "Think about it. If I had truly been poisoned by the wedding cakes and no evidence could be found, last night would have been my last night on Earth. Chuer knows your eyes are bad, and your leg hasn't healed yet. She also knows you wouldn't touch the bride. So changing your clothes first was the most important thing. That way, she could prevent anyone else from touching the body. That explains why she only brought your clothes and not mine. They assumed a dead person wouldn't need changing, unless we're truly dense and completely miss the point. Either way, whoever planned this believed a dead person wouldn't need a change of clothes. If they didn't want to look foolish, the motive is clear. Even if a servant wanted to replace the bride, the manner wouldn't allow it." Song-yi emphasized the word sister. "Did you notice my face yesterday?" Lin Yong was a bit surprised to be called sister, her cheeks flushing slightly. She continued, "You only saw Missy's heavy makeup covering almost her entire face, right? Since childhood, the He family has treated me as a tool for marriage alliances. So if you have seen my true face, the He family values their reputation above all else. They would never allow their daughter's death to ruin the emperor's decree. So they found a girl with a similar voice, hastily dressed her up as the fake heiress, and sent her to deceive the blind prince. It was the simplest method, and Chuer understood this, believing she could perfectly impersonate Miss He. That's why she poisoned the bride on the wedding night. Everyone knows the prince is cursed to have his wives die young. Did the He family never suspect anything?" The head steward exclaimed in disbelief, "Nonsense. How could the master not recognize his master's voice?" There was also a maid. That's right, a blind person's hearing is more acute than a normal person's. The prince nodded in agreement. Song-yi's eyes moved slowly, as if telling a story. Indeed, once this scheme is revealed, Chuer should understand she's walking into danger. Struck by the truth, she began to tremble, realizing she was being used as a pawn, a tool against herself and the prince. It's truly chilling. It turns out Chuer was nothing more than a puppet controlled by someone else, nothing more. How pathetic. Then, fragments of memory flooded back like scenes from a movie. Secret conversations, conspiracies, all waiting to drag Qin Zhao down. Song, he cried out inwardly. Did he never suspect who brought him this suffering? Did someone really want to destroy him completely? Every word she spoke was filled with worry. Honestly, Chuer was most likely just being used. The Ninth Prince is the mastermind behind all this. Although the most dangerous moment hadn't arrived, Song Yi knew she had to think ahead for Qin Zhao to shield him from these storms. What would he say? Song Yi wasn't someone who trusted easily. She spoke gently but firmly. Precisely because of this, she would never allow her trust to be betrayed. With her, there would be no mistakes. But if you're truly as upright and honest as the novels say, she thought, then I will stay, be your support, and help you ascend to become the emperor. Prince Zhao thought for a moment, then smiled. I don't understand why you ask this. Everything has been peaceful for me. I've never encountered any difficulties. On the contrary, the people around me are all kind, and every day is peaceful and filled with gratitude. Hearing such sincere words from the person she admired most, Song Yi felt a pang of disappointment. But deep down, she couldn't hide her joy. This was the answer she had been hoping for. Honestly, it's hard not to be drawn to his cold, aloof demeanor, like the snow on Tian Shan Mountain. She scratched her head and smiled slightly. Maybe I'm being too sensitive. With that, Song Yi quickly began to clear the dishes, saying sweetly, if you're finished, I'll clean up. Doing these small tasks in a manner is quite enjoyable. The servant replied with concern, please, allow me. Qin Zhao couldn't help but smile. The servant turned back and asked worriedly, Your Highness, are you all right? He suppressed his laughter and replied gently, haha, I'm fine. As Song Yi left, Prince Zhao thought to himself, a loyal person like my wife is truly rare. If anything were to happen to her, it would be a great loss. Lin Yang, he instructed softly, keep an eye on Chuer. Chuer, no need to kill her, but make sure she doesn't breathe a word of this to Ninth Brother. Your Highness, do you really believe the baseless words of that lowly woman? Just a precaution. Besides, making things disappear without a trace is your specialty, isn't it? After all, you are the renowned 100 Poisons Lin Yang of the Jianghu. Hearing this, Lin Yang could only lower her head and silently accept her fate, then quietly left to take care of everything. After breakfast, Song Yi leisurely strolled through Prince Zhao's manor. The scenery here was as dreamy as described in the novels. Prince Zhao's manor was practically a giant garden. But why wasn't there a single soul in sight? Having walked for so long, she hadn't noticed on her wedding day, but now she realized how desolate it was. Your Highness, hearing the voice, she immediately turned around. Is she there? Hearing Qin Zhao's voice, Song Yi hurried over. I apologize, but my husband isn't feeling well and can't show you around. It's all right. The paths here aren't complicated. It's quite enjoyable to wander around on my own. The flowers in the manor seem even more beautiful than those outside. There are also many precious medicinal herbs. Is there someone specifically tending to them? No, not at all. It's just a small hobby of mine. Oh, you mean everything here was planted by your own hand? Song Yi couldn't hide her surprise. Although the novel had mentioned Qin Zhao's interests, seeing it firsthand was a different experience. It's actually quite embarrassing. Although the emperor bestowed upon me land and a title, I rarely attend court and can't shoulder any significant responsibilities. So, after using my stipend to prepare the betrothal gifts, there wasn't much left. Hearing this, Song Yi was even more astonished. So, this entire vast manor, you manage it all yourself. That's truly impressive. This grand princely manor, aside from us, is there only Lin Yang? Hearing Song Yi's question, Qin Zhao lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed. I apologize. My husband is truly poor. Seeing his aggrieved expression, Song Yi's heart softened, and she said gently, it's all right. Just the two of us is good too. She secretly warned herself not to get too emotionally invested, in case she scared the snow lotus. Qin Zhao cast a pitiful, puppy dog-like look at Song Yi and said coquettishly, but I can't provide you with fine clothes and delicacies like other princes can for their consorts. Didn't we agree that we don't care about those things? I remember. Song Yi thought it was time to change the subject. Just then, she suddenly noticed a luscious pear hanging from a branch and blurted out, oh, you even grow fruit trees. That pear looks like it's just waiting to be picked. Qin Zhao sniffed the air. Then he asked, would you like a try at my wife? But the tree is a bit tall. Yes, let's find a ladder. Qin Zhao took another deep breath. and said, "Don't worry, my wife." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped, his movements astonishingly fast. He soared through the air like a falcon hunting its prey, picking the right pair in the blink of an eye. Landing gracefully back in his wheelchair, Qin Zhao smiled and held up the pair. "Just a moment, my wife. Let me wipe it for you first." Song, he was completely stunned and could only stammer, You can fly, and you could smell the pair from so far away." Qin Zhao shrugged nonchalantly. "Just a bit of light footwork. It's nothing." This Qin Zhao really had some skills. It's just a pity about his legs. She stared intently at the pair, her face full of bewilderment. But Song Yi quickly recovered. Right, just like Wuching from the Four Great Constables, his legs weren't functional, but he could still leap across rooftops in the capital. Truly impressive. Qin Zhao suddenly asked curiously, "Wuching, do you know him?" Song Yi replied, "No, I've only read about him in books." Qin Zhao seemed a little jealous. Qin Zhao pressed further. "Is he a man?" Song Yi asked back, confused. "Wuching." Then she explained, still not understanding what he was trying to say. "Yes, he's a man." He said earnestly, "My husband will work hard to improve his light footwork. My wife, please don't think about him anymore." Song Yi's jaw nearly dropped. She almost dropped the pear she was nibbling on and fumbled to catch it. Her mind was a jumble. Heavens, on the first day of our marriage, my husband already thinks I'm not normal. Could it be he's jealous? She asked tentatively, and although Qin Zhao verbally denied it, Song Yi understood in her heart that ancient men's possessiveness was indeed strong. But why be jealous of a fictional character? Come to think of it, Qin Zhao is also just a fictional character to me. Yesterday, I was even a little jealous of a character in the novel. Heavens, love is truly nauseating. Looking at Qin Zhao's shy expression at this moment, Song Yi couldn't resist teasing him a bit, so she said, "Then if I really change my mind and want to leave, what would you do?" She wrapped her arms around Qin Zhao, her voice laced with a hint of charm. Qin Zhao's face immediately filled with worry, and he turned to ask, "My wife, are you leaving?" Qin Zhao reached out with both hands, groping in the air. "Absolutely not. You can't leave me." As he spoke, Qin Zhao hugged Song Yi tightly. His voice choked with emotion. "It wasn't easy. It really wasn't easy to find you." He gently caressed Song Yi's cheek, his eyes full of affection. Looking at Qin Zhao's expression, Song Yi's heart softened. He didn't say "you are mine" like other men, but instead used a pleading tone. "He's so pitiful. I'm sorry. Song, you shouldn't have said those words. I won't leave. Song, you will always stay by your highness's side until your highness no longer needs me." How could Qin Zhao not need his wife? Qin Zhao is willing to give you everything, only asking that you don't despise me. At this moment, Song Yi suddenly laughed. "Really? Of course. Whatever my wife desires, just say it." Song Yi covered Qin Zhao's mouth with her hand, signaling him to be quiet. "I don't need everything you have. This touching and flirting in broad daylight is rather thrilling." Qin Zhao's lips were so soft that Song Yi's mood soared. Song Yi only wants him to be by her side, picking fruit for her whenever she craves it. After spreading a wave of affection in the garden, Song Yi returned to her room for a comfortable bath. Being with her handsome husband is truly delightful, but there's definitely a tough battle waiting back home. Whatever, I have nothing to hide, so what's there to fear? But seriously, who so thoughtfully prepared this hot bath for me? Doesn't the manor have servants? Could it be Qin Zhao? But isn't he blind? Just as she was thinking this, someone outside said, "Your Highness, this way please. I have prepared a hot bath for you." Song Yi replied, "Thank you for your trouble, but I can manage myself." The person insisted, "Your Highness, please don't refuse. I am family with Miss, and it is my duty to serve you." Well, that sounds reasonable enough. Chewer saw Song Yi already in the bathtub and smirked inwardly. Her foxtail has finally been revealed. Song Yi wondered, is this Chewer also after my husband? "Miss, didn't you say you were going to the study? Why haven't you returned yet? Is something the matter? Can I come back? Books aren't as captivating as my husband." Seeing the little fox stammering, Song Yi winked at her, signaling her to shut up. All right. I will attend to His Highness's bath myself. You may leave." Song Yi thought, "You prepared this bath, didn't you? Planning to wash up before devouring my husband." Chewer wanted to tease her a bit more, but seeing the coldness in Song Yi's eyes, she immediately understood. With a shriek, she slammed the door shut. Only the two of them remained in the room. Both of them felt a bit awkward. Qin Zhao wondered why Lin Yang hadn't dealt with that Chewer girl yet. "Are you laughing at me?" Qin Zhao said, "It's nothing. The water is still warm. Your Highness, please bathe quickly." Song Yi acknowledged him. She thought to herself, Qin Zhao can't see. Perhaps we could bathe together. My lady, please rest well. I can manage myself. Song Yi was completely unaware that Qin Zhao was only pretending to be blind and could see perfectly clearly in bright light. Still, she worried, what if her husband fell? While expressing concern outwardly, she secretly admired her husband as he changed clothes. The way he undressed was simply too alluring, making it impossible to look away. Being able to peek like this in broad daylight. Of course, she had to seize the opportunity, otherwise it would be a huge loss. Seeing Qin Zhao remove his eye mask, Song Yi said, You're a bit far from the tub. Let me help you, husband. Qin Zhao didn't need any help at all, but when he saw Song Yi's figure, shapely and her skin glistening with moisture, he froze, his cheeks flushing crimson. Song Yi opened her arms, waiting for her husband to enter the tub, repeatedly calling, Come, come. He remained frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Husband, why aren't you moving? Song Yi grew impatient. Just a little closer. Prince Zhao frowned, thinking, what is this woman trying to do? She's already in the tub, and she still wants me to come over. But he couldn't let Song Yi discover his pretense, so he chose to avoid her, extending his hand for Song Yi to support him. Apologies, I'm a bit tired. I'm not deliberately avoiding you. I'm just feeling a little unwell. Husband, why is your hand wet? I just tested the water temperature. I see, Qin Zhao said. These legs aren't very cooperative. I might need your assistance, my lady. Qin Zhao had a plan. He didn't want to bathe together, but he couldn't reveal his secret. If he got in the water and then discovered Song Yi was already inside, he could use that as an excuse to leave. Song Yi's scheme was even more elaborate. She deliberately made splashing sounds to make him think she was helping him into the tub. Would this work? Prince Zhao was completely unprepared. Just then, Song Yi suddenly wrapped her arms around his waist from behind and lifted Prince Zhao up. Prince Zhao almost cried out, We're already married. Why do you have to carry me, a grown man? He thought she couldn't see anything, but this woman was acting so strangely and so boldly. Before Qin Zhao could react, Song Yi had already carried him into the tub and enthusiastically picked up a towel to wash his back. Qin Zhao refused countless times, but in the end, he could only lie there obediently and let her do as she pleased. Song Yi was completely captivated, staring at his back, drooling, and surreptitiously wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Utterly shameless. Qin Zhao was both embarrassed and flustered. This woman was too forward. Weren't ancient brides supposed to be shy and reserved? Why was she acting like a courtesan? She even touched my back. Is she really Song Yi? Thoughts churned in Qin Zhao's mind. Perhaps her feigned loyalty is just a game I trust. Well, I can't jump to conclusions yet. My old man doesn't care about me at all, yet he insists on maintaining this image of a benevolent ruler, marrying me off again and again. This has aroused the suspicion of my ninth brother, Qin Shenxian. Qin Zhao is highly skilled. He could have easily dodged that crippling poisoned arrow, but he took it head-on for some reason. He actually chose to face it directly. Am I overthinking this? It's so annoying. There's something suspicious about Song Yi, but she's quite clever. I'll keep her by my side for now and observe. If she can't properly fulfill her role as princess consort, then she'll lose her head. Just as he was plotting, Song Yi suddenly pinched his neck lightly. Wife, what are you doing? Song Yi panicked slightly. Oh, I'm sorry. That spot was just too sensitive. I couldn't resist. She quickly explained, I just saw some dirt on your neck and wanted to wipe it off for you. Good grief. She's quick with excuses, Qin Zhao thought to himself. Then Song Yi hopped out of the tub. The way she left made Qin Zhao blush, and he couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hand. Soon after, the prince finished his bath. Song Yi thoughtfully helped him out and tidied his hair. The prince just wanted to cry. Please, just leave me alone. This entire scene was witnessed by the servant girl Chewer, who clenched a handful of grass in her hand, her face filled with jealousy. I could have taken your place. I will take your place. Early the next morning, sunlight filled the Qin residence, making the courtyard breathtakingly beautiful. Chewer bustled about in the kitchen, cooking a pot of red date and lotus seed porridge, the aroma filling the air. She secretly took out a small paper packet. The last dose of poison didn't work, but this time, you're definitely going to die. According to custom, the newlywed wife was to eat porridge, and the red date porridge was prepared only for her. After poisoning the porridge, Chewer smiled like a fox. There's no escape for you this time. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What are you doing? Cavier yumpet in flight. It's you, Steward Lin. I'm making porridge, she stammered, secretly relieved that Lin Yang's eyesight was poor and he couldn't see anything. Chewer thought to herself, you're busy with the household affairs all day and have to serve the master. You must be tired. Let me help you share the burden. That's why I wanted to help you, so you could get some more rest. Lin Yang sneered inwardly. This little girl is quite scheming. He calmly asked Chewer to pour out the porridge, thinking to himself, you want to drag me down with you. How naive. But Lin Yang said aloud, you sweet child, still thinking of this old woman. Well, I must reward you properly. Chewer thought she had fooled Lin Yang, but then he suddenly changed his tone. This bowl of red date and lotus seed porridge is your reward. No, this porridge is for the mistress. I can't eat it. You will eat it. Lin Yang pressed Chewer's head down, picked up the bowl, and forced the porridge in her mouth. I heard everything you said last night under the master's window. Trying to kill someone else with a borrowed knife. Even trying to harm me. You're still too green. What I mean is, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve when it comes to poisoning, but in front of me, you're still a novice. The scene shifted to the garden, where Song Yi and Qin Zhao were having their meal. Chewer had been dealt with, and today's porridge wasn't very good. Song Yi took a few bites, lost her appetite, and said to her husband, this porridge is a bit bland. How about a steamed bun? Qin Zhao nodded, but his hand fumbled around on the table, unable to grasp anything. Song Yi couldn't help but laugh as she watched him fumble for a while without picking anything up. Oh dear, I haven't been taking good care of you. It's all right. Your concern is enough, Qin Zhao replied. Then how about I feed you? Song Yi asked gently. Qin Zhao immediately blushed. That's not necessary, is it? Come on. Song Yi picked up a small steamed bun and brought it to Qin Zhao's mouth. He obediently opened his mouth and took a bite. He even ate it with relish. These two, their acting skills are top-notch. Thank you for treating me so well, my lady, Qin Zhao said. Tomorrow is the betrothal gift presentation, and I will certainly do my best to honor my elders. Song Yi was taken aback, a mix of emotions swirling within her. Then I'll have to trouble your highness tomorrow. The two fell silent again. Between husband and wife, why speak of trouble? My lady, there's no need to be so polite. Song Yi paused slightly, then said softly, you're right. I suppose I'm a married woman now. She looked at Qin Zhao, her gaze softening unconsciously, her heart filled with emotion about her new life. The next morning, as Qin Zhao's carriage was about to depart, Chewer rushed over, clutching a small box, her face anxious. Your Highness, can I bring something back for you? I can take care of you. Can you take me back to the higher residence? Qin Zhao's voice came from inside the carriage. You should stay here. I'm not so weak that I need to bring a servant with my wife back to her family. No, I can't stay. With that, she rushed past Song Yi and fell to her knees, pleading desperately, Miss, please save me. I don't want to die. I'll work hard, I promise. Mid-plea, Lin Yang suddenly appeared, his voice cold. Shua, what are you making a fuss about out here? Young people these days, still so restless, so playful. Chewer trembled, about to make an excuse. Hearing the threat in Lin Yang's tone, she immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. I'm sorry, I was just being silly. Lin Yang smiled sweetly and put an arm around Chewer's shoulders. That's a good girl. Well, we won't disturb your highness and madam any longer. Have a safe journey. Seeing this scene, Song Yi felt something was amiss. The carriage continued on its way. Even if the previous suspicion about someone wanting to harm Qin Zhao was just a vague conjecture, it was better to be safe than sorry. Chewer's identity was suspicious, but was Lin Yang really suitable to stay by Qin Zhao's side? Song Yi was puzzled, not understanding what Lin Yang had done to make Chewer so afraid. Don't worry about Lin Yang, my wife. She watched me grow up. She's honest and kind, good to everyone. She'll make sure Chewer learns her lesson. The words honest and kind chilled Song Yi to the bone. Just now, Chewer, before Lin Yang, had been like a fish on a chopping block. Could Qin Zhao be placing his trust in the wrong person? After a moment of thought, she quickly said, No, your highness, this isn't so simple. Qin Zhao placed a hand over Song Yi's lips. Interrupting her, he said, And, my wife, you should also change the way you address me. Don't use honorifics when speaking to your husband. Song Yi was instantly captivated by Qin Zhao's appearance, completely forgetting what she was about to say. Then, how else can I call you? Anything but your highness. Husband is lovely, but calling me husband in this setting seems a bit awkward. How about my lord, like everyone else? Qin Zhao listened intently to Song Yi, as if anticipating her new form of address. Ahem, then you should also call me by my name, just Song Yi. She blushed as she spoke, secretly pleased. Wonderful. Song Yi is much more intimate than your full name. Hee. Song Yi continued. Then I'll call my dear husband Zhao from now on. What do you think? Qin Zhao was clearly taken aback by this nickname, surprised by its intimacy. Song Yi chuckled inwardly, pleased with her sweet choice. Qin Zhao seemed speechless with emotion, simply nodding slightly. As long as my wife likes it. Seeing her husband agree, Song Yi covered her mouth, giggling and muttering softly, Zhao the hero. Shawad? Qin Zhao was completely speechless. My wife. Stop teasing your husband. Soon after, their carriage arrived at the He residence. Lord He and He Fearin hurried out to greet them. The He residence was especially lively today. Song Yi, please invite His Highness to take a seat, Lord He said. There's no need to be so formal, father-in-law. I'm just a junior. You should sit first. We're family. There's no need to be so polite. You are willing to marry my useless daughter is already a blessing for our He family. If she does anything wrong in the future, you can punish her as you see fit. Madam He's tone implied that Song Yi was a burden on the family. Song Yi was speechless, rolling her eyes inwardly. Unsure of what to say, Qin Zhao suddenly spoke up for his wife. Song Yi is wonderful. Even though I cannot see, she is the best wife in my heart. Qin Zhao paused, turning to look at Song Yi standing behind him. First thing in the morning, and these two were already showering each other with affection. Lord He and Madam He were momentarily speechless, while Song Yi blushed crimson. Being teased like this in public was really not the time. Flustered, she just wanted to escape his sweet words. He was truly a smooth talker, haha. Ah, yes, if you could look after my daughter, that would naturally be wonderful. Madam He's tone held a trace of anxiety, having just endured the young couple's display of affection. Lord He instructed the servants to inform his son that Qin Zhao had arrived. He then turned to poor T for Qin Zhao. Your Highness, my son has long admired you and looked forward to meeting you. His Majesty has also mentioned that if my daughter were to marry you, he might bestow an official position. Hearing the old man bring this up, Song Yi rolled her eyes inwardly. As expected, all that enthusiasm was just to secure a position for her brother. This Qin wouldn't dare presume His Majesty's intentions, but the Emperor never goes back on his word. The imperial edict will be issued in a few days. Qin Zhao replied indifferently, but this was too slow. Lord He was anxious, hoping Qin Zhao could put in a good word. Apologies, this Qin's health is poor, and I rarely have the opportunity to see His Majesty, so I'm afraid I can't be of much help. Qin Zhao's tone carried sincere regret. Hearing Qin Zhao say this, Lord Yi's face immediately darkened. Song Yi grew impatient with her father's attitude and interjected, Father, today is a joyous occasion. Please don't mention these things anymore. If there's any way to help, my husband will certainly do so. Just then, the door was flung open and He Zhongshang barged in, interrupting her. Oh, siding with outsiders before even entering the door. I've always said a married daughter is like spilled water. Expecting her to help the He family is like giving money directly to the officials. This was He Zhongshang, the eldest son of the He family, 25 this year. Song Yi was furious but held back, wanting to see how her parents would discipline their son. Zhongshang, what nonsense are you talking about? Why are you only here now? Come quickly and offer tea to His Highness. Madam, He gently reminded him. What's the point of tea? Why not switch to wine, Your Highness? What do you think? He Zhongshang said provocatively. His tone was aggressive. Seeing their son's rudeness, Lord and Madam, he could only urge him to restrain himself. I've been presumptuous. I almost forgot Your Highness's delicate health. You probably can't drink alcohol, can you? At this point, Song Yi offered to drink in her husband's place. But Qin Zhao gently stopped her. Thank you for your concern, elder brother. It's fate that we could meet today. This Qin will naturally have a few drinks with you. As soon as Qin Zhao finished speaking, He Zhongshang burst into laughter, a smug look on his face. Song Yi thought to herself, Qin Zhao probably knows her brother is deliberately making things difficult for him. But why did Qin Zhao's hand still gently hold hers? Thinking of this, she asked in a low voice, Are you really all right? Don't push yourself. I'm fine, Song Yi. Your husband's tolerance for alcohol has always been quite good. Qin Zhao replied easily, his tone full of teasing. Flustered by his flirting, Song Yi quickly withdrew her hand. You'd better know your limits. Hearing this, He Zhongshang sneered. I thought His Highness was so impressive, but after 3 cups of tribute wine, he's passed out, drooling all over the table. Song Yi glared at Qin Zhao, inwardly cursing herself for falling for his act. This was considered a good tolerance for alcohol. Husband, are you still awake? Song Yi shook him anxiously, but Qin Zhao didn't react at all. She could only turn to her father and brother. His Highness is completely drunk. I'll take him back now. Go ahead. Remember to have His Highness secure an official position for Zhongshang. You hear? Yes. She agreed verbally, but in her heart, she thought, what are you talking about? He Zhongshang sneered at Song Yi again. Song Yi, what a pity you married a cripple. How will you ever hold your head high in this life? But whatever, a woman's fate is just like this, serving a prince with no feelings. Maybe one day he'll actually treat you like a treasure. Song Yi snorted coldly and was about to leave, but He Zhongshang continued relentlessly. Oh right, with your bad leg, you probably can't even imitate this line, can you? As soon as he finished speaking, Song Yi grabbed a wine jar and slammed it on his head. A flash of ruthlessness crossed her eyes, as if she wanted to kill. Qin Zhao, completely drunk, was oblivious. Now that he's drunk like this, how I deal with you, he won't know, will he? She blurted out, her eyes full of vigilance. Song Yi, what are you doing? How can you be so disrespectful to your brother? Hearing this, Song Yi just chuckled coldly, a sneer playing on her lips. Disrespectful, so what? Even if I'm disrespectful, what can you do about it? Song Yi's tone was firm, unyielding. Lord Yi angrily pushed Song Yi away and rushed to his eldest son's side, giving Song Yi a look of utter disdain. I raised you for so many years, yet you're worse than a stray dog. Song Yi sneered inwardly. Did you ever truly treat me as a daughter? Even after transmigrating, I could still feel the deference I'd always maintained. He panicked and rushed to his precious older brother, sobbing and complaining, while Song Yi simply watched coldly. As expected, decisively severing ties was the most liberating. I couldn't bear to stay with this hypocritical family any longer. Hearing this, he spun around, eyes wide with rage. How dare you speak like that? Just a few days away from home, and you've grown wings, haven't you? If you're so capable, return your dowry and get out. You actually believe that useless husband of yours. The He family disowns you as a daughter. Then write a severance document, Song Yi said with a cold smile. In ancient times, parents had the right to sever ties with their children, but how could children dare to sever ties with their parents? Don't you know this is considered unfilial? Dare not. How cowardly. Song Yi retorted sarcastically, shrugging her shoulders, her tone strangely calm. Fine. If I'm no longer the eldest daughter of the He family, then elder brother naturally can't be a court official anymore. You'll also have to return Prince Zhao's betrothal gifts. Otherwise, it's deceiving the emperor. Song Yi's words were resolute, causing a flicker of panic across their faces. You're truly ungrateful and unreasonable. He Zhongshang roared. Song Yi stomped her foot onto a chair, the chair wobbling precariously. Her gaze sharpened, and she suddenly kicked He Zhongshang. Know your place. In this confrontation, who truly has the right to be arrogant? You think you're so learned, yet you need a merchant family to explain things to you. Just like that, Song Yi subdued both Lord He and He Zhongshang, then left with Prince Zhao in the carriage. It wasn't until the afternoon that Prince Zhao groggily woke up. Your Highness, are you all right? Song Yi asked softly, her face full of concern. Just a little tired. It's nothing, Prince Zhao replied in a low voice, his brow furrowed in thought. But Song Yi suddenly calling him Your Highness again felt a little awkward to her. Song Yi scratched her head, flustered. Do you actually prefer me to call you that? I'm sorry, it's just a habit, husband. Song Yi murmured, leaning closer to Qin Zhao. I was really touched that you stood up for me today, but don't do that again. Drinking too much is bad for your kidneys. Husband and wife should support each other. My wife, you've always been my support, Qin Zhao replied earnestly. This made Prince Zhao recall his interactions with his wife's family. Like the time he was so drunk he could barely stand, utterly disheveled. He clearly remembered Song Yi firmly telling Lord He and He Zhongshang that she was willing to return all the dowry and money, only asking for 3 years of peace for Prince Zhao's residence. Lord He was puzzled by her thinking. After all, he had spent so much money on her dowry, only to receive nothing in return. Song Yi continued to feign naivety, secretly investigating the family secrets. After listening for a long time, Lord He could only helplessly sign the agreement. Then, he and Song Yi pressed their fingerprints onto the agreement. It clearly stated that whoever breached the contract would have to pay several times the amount in compensation. Song Yi also agreed to help her younger brother-in-law in his official career. TSK, haggling even with family. Women are so petty, He Zhongshan scoffed. Song Yi remained silent, saying nothing more. Anything that can be solved with money is a small matter. There's no need to involve unnecessary emotions, Song Yi replied calmly. At this time, Prince Zhao was still pretending to be drunk, and Song Yi hadn't noticed at all. She only felt that, even drunk, her handsome husband was still captivating. The scene shifted to the prince's residence at night. Lying in bed, her heart felt as light as silk. Everything that needed to be done had been taken care of, and her health had fully recovered. Tomorrow, she would carefully plan how to help Qin Zhao rise again, but she wouldn't forget her own life's main objective. Surrounded by the lingering tea fragrance on the bedding, reminiscent of jasmine, Song Yi felt a surge of joy. She was brimming with spirit, her thoughts racing. Suddenly, Song Yi heard the sound of rolling wheels and quickly sat up, pretending as if she hadn't been doing anything. Strangely, Prince Zhao wheeled in with a stack of documents and said gently, "There are some things I'd like to discuss with my wife." Song Yi couldn't help but praise her husband. "Your handwriting is so beautiful." But as she glanced over the documents, her brow furrowed. "Wait, these are land deeds. My salary and all my assets have been transferred to your name. Are you planning to abandon the world and cultivate immortality?" Or perhaps Song Yi was deep in thought, because in the original story, Prince Zhao seemed to live a simple, almost reclusive life. Prince Zhao replied with a smile, "I have no desire for immortality. I simply feel more at ease with you managing everything." At this moment, Song Yi seemed to remember something, a chill running down her spine. Did you hear what I said when I was drunk?" Panicked, she thought, "This is bad." "Husband, let me explain. I didn't intentionally deceive you for my family's sake." Prince Zhao also replied with a touch of awkwardness, "I apologize. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I was also drunk." Silence hung in the air, one feigning innocence, the other pretending ignorance. Prince Zhao cleared his throat, gesturing for his wife to speak first. Song Yi, slightly embarrassed, didn't know where to begin. "Your Highness, actually, I did feel like I was simply married off for the He family's benefit. But 3 years for a meaningless agreement. Who would believe that? But I truly didn't mean it that way." Prince Zhao said gently, "I understand. You were worried that your spoiled brother would cause trouble for the manor in the future, so you made plans in advance, right? You understand everything." Song Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Prince Zhao then took her hand, nodding softly. "Everything you do is for the manor, so naturally, the manor also belongs partly to you. Besides, I prefer a quiet life. These assets are of little use to me. I feel more at ease in trusting them to you." Hesitation and shyness filled Song Yi's eyes, while Prince Zhao thought to himself, will she gratefully accept this kindness, or will her pride be wounded and she'll refuse me? Honestly, no matter what she chooses, it's not a perfect outcome for me. This is just a test. But ultimately, I still hope she'll give me something. After an awkward silence, Song Yi softly said, I'm sorry. Could we add another clause to the agreement?" Prince Zhao asked, somewhat puzzled. "What is it?" Song Yi replied confidently, "For this win-win agreement, we both have to work together to maintain stability. But the draft you wrote states that Prince Zhao voluntarily hands over all his Fenglu to his wife, Song Yi. This is actually a fragile agreement that can be easily broken, isn't it? I don't want our first agreement to be nullified so quickly." She smiled faintly and continued, "To make this cooperation long-lasting and promising, I'm looking forward to it." Prince Zhao still didn't quite understand Song Yi's meaning, so he asked, "Then how do you think it should be amended?" Song Yi smiled gently and said clearly, "Just add one more clause. Prince Zhao's entire stipend will be managed by Song Yi, but within 3 months, Song Yi must triple it." While Prince Zhao was still processing this new rule, Song Yi added, "Also, regarding breaches of contract." She extended her hand with a meaningful smile. "Whoever breaks the agreement must unconditionally obey the other party, with no regrets." What do you think? Prince Zhao was somewhat surprised, but secretly pleased. He quickly smiled. All right, whatever you say, my dear. At this moment, he understood that Song Yi had completely passed his test. The next morning, a gentle breeze swept through the peach blossom forest like a soft melody. Prince Zhao rose early, savoring the Taiwanese oolong tea in his hand. Lin Yang approached and reported, Your Highness, that little girl, has been controlled by my venomous insects. She is now a loyal puppet. Please rest assured. Prince Zhao responded indifferently. You've worked hard. Lin Yang hesitated slightly, as if she wanted to say something more. She was contemplating whether to use the venomous insects on the princess consort as well, just in case. Lin Yang cautiously asked, Should we use the venomous insects on the princess consort too? Prince Zhao immediately interrupted her. No need. Don't touch her. From now on, treat her as the mistress of the manor. Prince Zhao's command made Lin Yang suspicious. She thought to herself, this marriage was originally intended to create the image of a virtuous prince who dotes on his wife, to divert the attention of the other princes. Could His Highness have truly fallen for her? Prince Zhao smiled faintly. How could that be? I simply find her to be of further use. As he finished speaking, Song Yi walked in, carrying a bag. Your Highness, Lin Yang, I'm going out for a meal today. I'll be back later. The two exchanged glances. Lin Yang wondered, where is she going? Prince Zhao thought to himself, even if she is indeed useful, this princess consort remains unpredictable. Although I don't know what she's doing outside, I choose to trust her. Song Yi left before dawn and didn't return until late at night. Having just changed her clothes, she was exhausted and collapsed onto the bed, her face filled with weariness. Prince Zhao asked with concern, My dear, what's wrong? Nothing, just tired and sleepy, she replied. As soon as she finished speaking, she fell into a deep sleep. Prince Zhao had wanted to use this opportunity to probe her thoughts, but he had no choice but to turn off the lights and go to sleep. The next morning, Song Yi left the house bright and early with her bag, repeating the same routine as the day before, only returning late at night. When she returned, she looked completely drained, collapsing onto the bed and falling fast asleep. Her breathing was steady and even. Days passed, and Song Yi continued to slip out early each morning, rising earlier than anyone else. But when she returned, she reeked of alcohol. Prince Zhao had to expend considerable effort to clean her up. On the fifth day, Song Yi was bustling about like a whirlwind. This time, she was even faster. Prince Zhao finally tried to stop her, wanting to ask what she had been so busy with lately. But Song Yi seemed exceptionally busy. She simply waved her hand, slung her small bag over her shoulder, and kicked the door shut with a resounding bang. The sound echoed loudly. Lin Yang, understanding Prince Zhao's thoughts, stepped forward and said, Your Highness, I've investigated. Madam has been frequenting those high-end dance halls recently, spending money like water. I suspect she's spending your stipend. Prince Zhao didn't even lift his eyelids, saying indifferently, Song Yi has her reasons. Just keep an eye on things. Your Highness, don't you think you trust Song Yi too much? He simply smiled. If she wasn't trustworthy, I would have discarded her like trash long ago. Just as you said, Lin Yang was speechless, feeling that Prince Zhao's thoughts were unfathomable. Truly a ruthless man, capable of anything to achieve his goals. Prince Zhao shrugged and chuckled. How could that be? In my wife's eyes, I'm a most gentle and loving husband. That evening, when Song Yi returned, she again kicked the door open, her arms laden with a pile of exquisite pastries, all limited edition treats specifically for her husband. Seeing Prince Zhao enjoying tea and admiring the moon, Song Yi's eyes lit up. Were you waiting for me? Did you go out just to buy these? Yes, that shop in the West Market only sells 20 portions a day. They're very hard to get, Song Yi said with a proud smile. Hearing this, Prince Zhao frowned slightly, lost in thought. Song Yi blinked, her face blank, not understanding what he was trying to convey. Why are you comparing? I just think Tang Ju is quite pitiful, ending up like that despite being a king. What about me? Prince Zhao asked with a hint of a pout. In your story, does this husband hold any weight? I'm touched, but shouldn't we be thinking about reporting to the big boss next week? You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come try these pastries. Song Yi gently handed Prince Zhao a golden plum blossom cake. Prince Zhao thought that if he coaxed her with a few sweet words, he might be able to get her to reveal her intentions soon. Song Yi continued, Didn't we agree to work together to expand the estate's wealth? So, I wanted to try my hand at business. That's why I've been running around town lately, trying to figure out how to make money. Unfortunately, I don't seem to have much of a business mind. Prince Zhao took a bite of the pastry and said, doing business requires in-depth learning. You can't learn it just by wandering around. He picked up another piece, thinking that for the sake of these delicious treats, he would let her recent activities slide for now. You misunderstood. I wasn't just talking about myself, but also about the business environment here. Many large restaurants rely on government backing. Their dishes are tasty, but greasy, not worth emulating at all. The places with truly good food lack manpower and secret recipes. Other restaurants are all the same, with no unique characteristics. Fighting this battle alone and having to contend with government monopolies, I'm sure I can do better. Prince Zhao just laughed, finding Song Yi's words extravagant. The He family had been in business for 3 generations, yet this young lady had never been involved, and now she dared to speak so definitively. He asked, then what does Madam want her husband to help with? With your highness's support, opening a shop shouldn't be difficult, right? She immediately made her request to Prince Zhao. Husband, do me a favor. Well, I'd like to hire someone to write beautiful calligraphy and help me choose some pastries that pair well with tea. In short, opening a pastry and flower tea shop is sure to be profitable. Pearl milk tea has a bit of a European flair, it saves on labor, and the estate can produce and sell it directly. We'll quickly recoup our investment and make a profit. Prince Zhao asked hesitantly, Madam wants to open a tea shop. Song Yi nodded, something like that. Prince Zhao pondered for a moment, then said, actually, that's a good idea. Most of the customers in the tea house where she works are men. It's just business. How could serving some pastries cause any trouble? Honestly, you have to take some risks to reap rewards. If you want a good life, you have to dare to swim in the deep end. Prince Zhao nodded slightly. Let's wait and see, he said. They continued to drink tea and eat pastries, each lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly remembering something, Prince Zhao turned to her and asked, are you planning to go out again tomorrow, my dear? He blushed slightly and mumbled shyly, actually, forget it. I'd rather not go this time. It's a rare day off, and I want to catch up on some sleep. Prince Zhao wanted to say something more, but the moment had passed, fleeting and gone. He sighed and shook his head, thinking perhaps it was best to let her rest for a day. It wouldn't matter if he wasn't there. The next morning, the sun was already high in the sky, and Song Yi was still fast asleep, snoring softly like a cute, lazy kitten. Her sleeping posture made Prince Zhao chuckle. She said she wanted to catch up on sleep, but this was a bit much. She had already slept for 5 hours. Song Yi truly was something else, he thought. There were no issues with her background check, but she wasn't particularly well educated. Yet, her demeanor was like that of a noble lady, which wasn't the case at all. She never hid who she was, sometimes saying strange things, and even occasionally displaying a bit of temper. Prince Zhao couldn't understand why he was drawn to her. Early morning was when Prince Zhao saw her most clearly. He wondered, given his lowly status, why was she so loyal and passionate? She must be hiding something. What was she after? Suddenly, Song Yi turned over in her sleep, murmuring something, and then tightly embraced Prince Zhao's strong body. He looked down at her, sleeping peacefully against him, even drooling a little. It was both endearing and amusing. Song Yi continued to mumble in her half-awake state. Prince Zhao watched her, chuckled, and shook his head, thinking how adorable she was when she slept. Even though her sleeping posture was a mess, Song Yi was completely lost in her dreams, showing no signs of waking up. In her sweet dreams, she was nestled in her husband's arms, a sweet smile on her lips, and a little drool escaping. Prince Zhao smiled tenderly, thinking it wasn't the time to pry into her dreams. Besides, he was being tormented by his own slowly burning love for her. Even though his legs were crippled, his heart and fervent emotions still burned, stronger than ever. What would happen if he woke her up now? Prince Zhao wondered. Explaining the situation in reality would be complicated. Would she blame him for not giving her a warmer welcome? He wondered, his heart pounding. Prince Zhao frowned slightly, a hint of unease rising in his heart. Dark memories surfaced, pulling his thoughts back to last night's nightmare. The dream was cold and painful. He saw his mother tied to a stake, flames licking at her feet. Prince Zhao sobbed, calling out to his mother brokenly. His mother's voice echoed in his ears, telling him he must return to the capital with all his hatred. She told him to find the person who had made them suffer, make that person notice him, and then take away everything that person held dear. Destruction. Only destruction could ease the pain. Prince Zhao silently swallowed his tears, lost in the memory of that painful past. Thinking of this, his heart gradually calmed, and the suppressed emotions eased slightly. Prince Zhao gently nudged Song Yi, trying to bring her back to reality. He began to wake his beloved wife, his movements gentle and loving. Song Yi mumbled sleepily, saying she was having the sweetest dream and didn't dare open her eyes for fear it would disappear. But suddenly, as if pulled back to reality, she woke up with a look of surprise on her face and apologized to Prince Zhao. Even in her dreams, she couldn't distinguish between what was real and what was not. The person she thought was only a figment of her imagination was right in front of her, as real and bright as the sun. Looking at Prince Zhao's irresistible charm, her heart was filled with warmth and peace. She really wanted to make that fantasy a reality, but quickly patted her face, tried to regain some composure. Seeing Song Yi's playful expression, Prince Zhao quickly withdrew his touch, straightened his clothes, and quietly shifted to the side. He suggested that if she was still tired, she should rest a little longer, and he would personally prepare breakfast for her. Pampered and cared for by Prince Zhao, Song Yi felt a little smug but still smiled and said she wanted to have breakfast with him. Suddenly, Song Yi asked Prince Zhao if he was free later. Prince Zhao agreed, thinking to himself, finally, she wants to spend time with me too. Before leaving, Song Yi pulled Prince Zhao closer and whispered, asking if he could do her a small favor later when he was free. She specifically mentioned that she wanted him to try a new drink she was making. After breakfast, Song Yi brought out a pot of iced oolong tea, fruits, and cups, and efficiently arranged them in front of Prince Zhao. Holding 2 ripe peaches, she excitedly demonstrated her preparation method. She mashed the peaches for their juice, carefully pouring it back into the hollowed-out peach skins, mixing it with sweet tea and honey. Finally, the first creation was complete. Song Yi eagerly offered her proud creation to Prince Zhao for him to taste. Faced with this strange, never-before-seen tea drink, Prince Zhao looked dubious. He raised it to his nose and sniffed, his expression not particularly expectant. He thought this tea was probably not fit for human consumption, but since Song Yi had offered it, he reluctantly took a small sip. Song Yi nervously asked Prince Zhao how it was. He gently pointed out that it wasn't sweet enough, and the peach flavor completely overpowered the tea. Then Prince Zhao rolled up his sleeves and skillfully began to adjust the drink, saying with a smile, "Leave the difficult part to me." He quickly prepared a new version and handed it back to Song Yi. Song Yi's eyes lit up, sparkling like crystal balls, full of anticipation. She took the tea from Prince Zhao without hesitation and first took a small sip, savoring the rich aroma. Then she drank the rest in one gulp and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, this is so delicious. It tastes just like home." She cried out happily. Prince Zhao asked, somewhat shocked, "Have you had this before?" Song Yi just smiled and nodded, causing Prince Zhao to frown and think. The He family has been in the capital for 3 generations. Where is this home she speaks of? After finishing the tea, Song Yi was already thinking about how to bring this drink to market, pulling Prince Zhao into a discussion about business strategies. Husband, will start by selecting the best fruits from your royal orchard, and then find the finest tea leaves. Only the best ingredients. And finally, we'll use your name, Prince Zhao, for promotion. Royal endorsement. I also want you to help me design a unique logo, something that immediately makes people think of you. For the grand opening, we'll use the slogan Prince Zhao's favorite tea. It's sure to attract customers. We're going to leverage the celebrity effect. Prince Zhao was amused by her ideas. Song Yi quickly explained, this is actually psychology. Even though you're not the one selling the tea, everyone will want to try the tea you like. We're not just selling tea. We're selling a brand, a lifestyle, and ambience. Song Yi finished explaining her plan in one breath. Prince Zhao thought to himself, she's truly different from those other He daughters. She's a natural in the business world. But just then, a thought suddenly popped into Prince Zhao's head. What if she isn't He daughter at all, but an imposter who has infiltrated the manor? Prince Zhao became secretly alert, determined to investigate Song Yi's background. I can't let my guard down. Song Yi looked at Prince Zhao's calligraphy and couldn't help but praise. Your handwriting is so beautiful, strong yet elegant. She thought to herself, the novel was right. Prince Zhao is truly talented and accomplished. He's completely worthy of being my husband. While she was feeling pleased, Prince Zhao's writing hand suddenly stopped. He clutched his chest, his face turning pale in an instant, his body trembling uncontrollably. Song Yi was frightened and rushed over to check on him. Her face was filled with worry. Prince Zhao forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, just an old ailment. I'll be fine after a little rest." Song Yi suddenly remembered a scene from the novel. Prince Zhao had once shielded the emperor from a poisoned arrow without hesitation. Although he survived, his legs were left with a chronic ailment. No medicine in the world could cure it, and every month he had to endure excruciating pain. Yet he still forced a smile to comfort Song Yi, who knew how much he was actually suffering. Song Yi felt a pang of sympathy and decided to push Prince Zhao to a warmer place. Prince Zhao watched her actions, utterly shocked. How does she know I'm sensitive to the cold? He was filled with suspicion. A thought flashed through his mind, but before he could dwell on it, he realized his legs truly couldn't move. However, he knew this condition wouldn't last forever. Who even knows how much he's suffering? Feeling really uneasy, Song Ji decided to wheel Xiao Wang to a warmer spot. Qin Xiao was completely astonished seeing all that warmth. How does he, Song Ji, know I'm suffering from the coldness? Xiao Wang wondered, utterly bewildered. A thought flashed through his mind before he could even properly process it. He realized his legs really were stuck, but it's not forever, you know. Only the cold poison blocking his meridians was a secret unknown to anyone. To recover, he had to release the cold energy within his body. Even the emperor didn't know about this. So how could Song Yi? A sharp pain interrupted his thoughts. Song Yi quickly scooped him up, settled him on the bed, wrapped him tightly in blankets, and then began bustling around the room. What is she planning to do? Perhaps she just finds this troublesome and wants to use this opportunity to slip away and avoid me, Prince Zhao thought to himself. The pain spread, piercing through all his meridians, making him extremely uncomfortable. But if he couldn't endure it, his legs would never recover. In this vulnerable moment, Prince Zhao felt incredibly lonely. He understood that, in the end, only he could overcome this. Even though they were married, he couldn't fully trust this so-called deep affection. Just as he was sinking into these gloomy thoughts, the door to Prince Zhao's room suddenly burst open with a bang. Song Yi was struggling to carry in a huge wooden tub, truly enormous. She saw at a glance that Prince Zhao hadn't even kept himself covered with a blanket. So she hurried over, wrapped him up tightly, and said, "Just rest assured, leave the rest to me." Prince Zhao pretended not to see the large wooden tub and calmly asked her what she was doing. Song Yi rolled up her sleeves, looking ready for a major undertaking. "This is to deal with your cold poison," she said. "Some people say that if two people strip naked and huddle together under the covers, the sick person's body temperature will rise. But I don't believe that, so I prepared a wooden tub, cooking utensils, and firewood. I plan to make hot pot." Prince Zhao thought to himself, does she intend to cook me? He had never done anything like this before, because he couldn't let anyone know his weakness. No, she's probably just putting on an act. After all, very few people truly understand how to resolve cold poison. Or, as Lin Yang said, she was sent here as a spy. While Prince Zhao was analyzing the situation in his mind, Song Yi repeatedly failed to light the fire. But if she was just trying to gain my trust, simply staying by my side to care for me would be enough. Why reveal so much information about herself? Prince Zhao was still pondering, but the shush, shush, shush sound of Song Yi trying to light the fire was giving him a headache. Finally, he couldn't bear it any longer and said, "Drywood isn't easy to light. Use dry grass as kindling first, then add the firewood." Song Yi followed Prince Zhao's advice excitedly and finally ignited the flames. Lighting a fire this way for the first time, Song Yi felt a sense of novelty. She thought to herself proudly, "Look, I'm still a refined young lady. If I were really a spy, how would I not know how to start a fire?" Song Yi continued to pour water into the wooden tub, bucket by bucket. Prince Zhao was in so much pain that he didn't even want to think, focusing only on circulating his internal energy. After the tub was filled with water, Song Yi waited for it to heat up and then slipped under the covers, intending to warm her husband's body first. Prince Zhao tensed up the moment he saw her approach. When Song Yi leaned in to hug him, his whole body stiffened. Song Yi, however, was secretly delighted. Mission accomplished. Prince Zhao said, "My wife, you really don't have to do this. It's all right, it's all right. It's enough that you're here." But the moment she touched him, Song Yi immediately withdrew her hand, thinking, heavens, he's frighteningly cold. What's written in novels is truly different from reality. Prince Zhao has to endure this life-or-death struggle every month. Song Yi felt that wasn't enough and hurried off to prepare other things. Prince Zhao thought. Song Yi ran off again. Was she scared off by my icy body? It's always been like this. I've long been accustomed to being abandoned and don't deserve to feel disappointed. As long as I grit my teeth and persevere, I can endure anything. Prince Zhao clenched his teeth, shivering on the bed. Just then, Song Yi rushed back into the room, her arms full of things. She brought a bowl of ginger soup, but he could barely move, unable even to sit up. The cold poison had constricted his throat. He couldn't even speak. Song Yi grew more worried as she watched him and quickly put the bowl down. Then she helped Prince Zhao sit up, gently holding the bowl in one hand and supporting her husband with the other. If Prince Zhao truly couldn't drink it, she really intended to feed him mouth to mouth, just like in the dramas. He knew that if he didn't try his best to drink it down, the consequences would be even worse than eating while holding back tears. Prince Zhao drank the ginger soup in one gulp, his face scrunching up, thinking, she actually wanted to feed me mouth to mouth, heavens. Seeing Prince Zhao's reaction, Song Yi couldn't help but giggle. Oh, relax. I wouldn't actually do that. It's just ginger soup. We're not that intimate. Drink up. Prince Zhao felt a bit sulky. Not that intimate. We're married. How can we not be intimate? After Prince Zhao finished the ginger soup, Song Yi urged him, take off your clothes and soak in the hot water. What is going on with Song? She knows too much, and she doesn't treat me like her husband. If she's not a spy, then what is she? She was confident and proactive. As his outer robe came off, Song Yi almost couldn't resist wiping away drool. Prince Zhao, still the suspicious man, thought, as for her personality, unless Song Yi has gone mad, why would she do these foolish things? Husband, don't worry, I'm very strong. I won't let you fall. With that, she lifted him up. Song Yi felt that not learning martial arts was a waste of her natural strength. Prince Zhao's internal cry went unheard. She's actually carrying me like this. After placing him in the wooden tub, Song Yi asked with concern, how do you feel? Is it better? It seems to be better. Prince Zhao closed his eyes, trying to enjoy the warmth, but his mind raced. This is too comfortable. My meridians don't seem so blocked, and the pain has lessened. Can the cold poison really be alleviated? When Song Yi was asked, she couldn't explain it with modern terms. So she simply said, I don't really understand either, but you feel cold, whether it's cold poison or not. Warming up is always good. Her answer surprised Prince Zhao a little, but he quickly smiled. My wife is right. I'll soak in the hot water for a while. Prince Zhao suddenly realized he could move his hands. He saw Song Yi still cutting something. Prince Zhao feigned ignorance and asked, my wife, what are you doing? Song Yi replied gently, adding some ginger slices to help your blood circulation. Feeling his skin starting to warm up, Prince Zhao reminded her, medicinal baths shouldn't be soaked in for too long, and too much isn't good either. Sorry, I don't really understand these things either, but I'm learning as I go. You must tell me if you feel any discomfort. Prince Zhao thought seriously, my wife, why do you trust me so much? I'm clearly not the person you think I am. As she fished out the ginger slices, Song Yi started talking about medicinal herbs. You understand this best, right? In the Jianghu, besides the highly skilled physician Wendongyi, there's also Prince Zhao with his miraculous healing abilities. Prince Zhao froze, completely stunned, until Song Yi finished retrieving the ginger slices. He then asked, my wife, how do you know I understand medicine? It's because Zhao 12 stopped me from eating that poison cake. Ordinary people can only smell if something is poisoned, but you could tell at a glance. Your medical skills must be impressive. Ah, is that so? Prince Zhao mumbled, flustered, about to ask about the Prince Zhao with miraculous healing abilities comment. How did she know? Seeing Prince Zhao sitting in the tub like a stunned mullet, Song Yi leaned close to his ear and whispered, just kidding. Prince Zhao broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, what is Song Yi up to now? I just heard you're famous in the Jianghu. It's because I read a novel. A novel. Prince Zhao was puzzled, like the stories we usually hear but written down. Song Yi explained with a smile. Prince Zhao thought to himself, is my wife saying someone wrote me into a story? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Was it someone from the Jianghu? Or has my identity been discovered? What's going on? He fell into deep thought. He had never been exposed before. Could someone really be stabbing him in the back? At this moment, Song Yi reached out and touched Prince Zhao's hand. She felt his hand gradually warming up. Although it was still a little cool, it was no longer a major problem. Song Yi smiled happily. When Prince Zhao's cold poison acted up before, he was always alone, helpless, and in pain. He never thought someone would take care of him now. Seeing Song Yi still busy tending the fire to keep him warm, Prince Zhao felt that she really knew a lot, and he also felt that she must be hiding something from him. My wife, what did you just say? This husband didn't hear clearly. Could you say it again? Prince Zhao asked curiously. Song Yi stood up, a little surprised but nodded. Of course. But all of this today, Hero Zhao, you were actually testing me, weren't you? Although you cooperated very well, I still feel like you don't quite trust me. She paused. Song Yi wanted to speak her mind, hoping to gain his trust. Prince Zhao looked at Song Yi in surprise, then replied, if my attitude has displeased madam, I sincerely apologize. Such an obedient person, truly even more adorable. Song Yi smiled. But Divine Dr. Prince Sheen is just a nickname given by people in Jianghu. What scholar would write that into a play? What a pity. Song Yi continued. Indeed, there's nothing like that in the plays of this era. Or, do you have another wife in another world? Song Yi's words stirred a mix of emotions in Prince Zhao. In his dreams, his mother often said, whether this world or another, they were both rotten to the core. Both rotten. Seeing Prince Zhao in a daze, Song Yi quickly explained, Hero Zhao, do you understand what I mean? It's like this, and this. After a round of explanations, Prince Zhao finally seemed to understand something. So, madam, you're from place I don't know, your soul residing here. If I help you ascend the throne, you can go home, is that it? Yes, Song Yi nodded. But I also know that you don't really want to be king, so I wanted to be honest with you. Prince Zhao pinched his mask thoughtfully. If I don't wear this, I'm afraid I won't be able to pretend to be blind. Her words were utterly absurd. Was she trying to frame him? He thought to himself, but many mysteries were also gradually unraveling. He still needed to hide for now, he pondered. She was still useful, so naturally, he had to keep up the act to avoid suspicion. Prince Zhao asked softly, madam, do you really want to go home that much? Well, think about it. My stocks and friends are all there. Nothing is convenient here. Smartphones and flush toilets are true love. Song Yi replied half-jokingly. Hearing this, Prince Zhao's expression seemed to darken slightly. My legs, is there a chance they can be healed? You mean? Song Yi asked in surprise. The book didn't mention this. Why are you suddenly asking this? Prince Zhao, with a hint of cunning in his smile, concealed his thoughts and said, I am incompetent and cannot make any promises to madam. I want to inherit the throne, but since you've told me your secret, I should share a little of my secret with you, right, madam? A flicker of surprise crossed Song Yi's face. Of course, Prince Zhao only intended to reveal a part of his secret. The next day, at the ladies' tea party, Song Yi was completely lost in thought, her mind full of her husband. While the other ladies were chatting animatedly, she was immersed in the memories of yesterday, thinking about Prince Zhao, whispering to her, my little snow lotus was especially lovely yesterday. This prince's legs, although the meridians are blocked due to poisoning, the foundation is unharmed. I've recently formulated a prescription, but the potency is not enough yet, so I can only recuperate slowly. But in a year, at most 2, this prince will surely recover quickly. At the same time, I will definitely help madam return home. Can you stay with me a little longer? Can you? One more time. Prince Zhao's voice carried a plea. Song Yi's heart softened. She had said she hated this man's sweet words, but who knew? Did she really want to go back in 2 years? Please don't let the novel fans know I haven't finished reading the novel yet, and I don't know if Prince Zhao will get better later. Princess Zhao, what are you smiling about? A voice pulled Song Yi back to reality. It was Lin Yang, the official wife of Li Yiping. Why was she sitting in this corner? Why aren't you talking with the other ladies? Song Yi froze. Someone as slow-witted as her would definitely say the wrong thing if she spoke too much. It was better to pretend to be a reliable listener. The ladies are chatting so well, I won't interrupt. Lin Yang relaxed and laughed heartily. Not at all. Your Highness is of noble status. It's our negligence. She now felt that Song Yi hadn't come to the tea party because she didn't want to compete for status and felt more at ease. Someone said, Madam made some pastries today. Quickly bring out the best tea. Song Yi smiled. Thank you, sister, for your kindness, but there's no need. This particular lady had brought some delicious pastries to share with everyone. As Song Yi spoke, she lifted a large basket. Were they prepared by the manor's kitchen? Lin Yang asked curiously. No, I wanted the ladies to try the pastries from the pastry shop I'm opening in a few days. The basket was opened, revealing an array of colorful, delicate pastries. The ladies present were surprised to see these novel pastries. Try them, Song Yi invited. They haven't been released yet. You're the first honored guests. There's also sweet fruit tea. Even if you're not used to bitter tea, you can try this. Song Yi poured the tea and invited everyone to sample the pastries. At first, the crowd didn't believe these things were edible, but after taking a bite of the pastry and a sip of tea, their eyes lit up, their faces full of satisfaction, as if they were in a dream. "What is this?" someone asked in surprise. "How can there be such a gentle fragrance within the petals?" Song Yi smiled and replied, "This is a specially made egg yolk filling, and the outer layer is made of millet flour. I've never had pastries like these before." Another exclaimed, "This tea is also wonderful. You can't find this flavor in the tea houses outside." Watching the relatives suddenly chatting animatedly and cheerfully, Song Yi smiled, knowing that her product tasting had been a great success. To achieve this, she first gave the recipe to the bold young cook for a trial run. Once he had achieved the flavor she desired, she instructed him to make sure each piece was exquisitely beautiful. At that time, Lin Yang was worried that if they were too pretty, they might not taste good. But Song Yi said that the two complemented each other. Many places only focused on the taste and neglected the appearance, which was putting the cart before the horse. A pastry shop could offer customers not only enjoyment of taste, but also a sense of novelty and ritual. When people saw the exquisite pastries, their moods naturally improved, thinking that since they were so beautiful, the taste must also be excellent. Coupled with the publicity that even Prince Yang liked them, and paired with attentive service, the business was sure to flourish. "Oh, right, besides what everyone has tasted today, I've also made some extra for all the ladies to take home and enjoy with their children. How can we accept such a generous gift? These are pastries from Prince Yang's residence. Don't be so polite. We are all sisters. What's mine is yours. We are all family. Yours is mine." Song Yi officially cast her spell, making the afternoon tea time warm and intimate. When the carriages from Prince Yang's residence arrived to pick everyone up, Song Yi walked out happily, already carrying several boxes of various sizes. Lin Yang asked curiously, "Madam, what are you holding?" Song Yi smiled and replied, "These are gifts the ladies gave me. They were so enthusiastic, I couldn't refuse." Lin Yang thought to herself, "Isn't the first-rank Minister Li's wife always stingy and difficult? Why is she so generous and enthusiastic today?" "Madam, did those ladies give you a hard time today?" "A hard time? How could they give me a hard time? They were all very nice." Song Yi replied, "That's good. I thought they would keep gossiping about me and Prince Yang." "Oh, of course they did." Song Yi recalled, "When I first arrived, I was thinking about my husband, and they were whispering, 'I can't believe Prince Yang married someone so ugly.' What's the point? I thought I was the only one who thought I was ugly, but it turns out everyone thinks so, haha. She thinks marrying a blind man means she can rest easy." Birds of a feather flocked together. By the time Song Yi reached this point, Lin Yang was furious and immediately asked who said it, wanting to confront them. Song Yi stopped her. "Don't bother with them. They're just unhappy people who like to take their frustrations out on others. If I get angry about this kind of thing, wouldn't I be making myself miserable?" "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yang asked, puzzled. Song Yi smiled. "People who live well and have high status have very few friends. We're a few gossips. Those who love to gossip are the ones with the least say, the weakest. They have nowhere to vent, so they can only target those weaker than themselves, regardless of gender. They don't dare to talk about the pressures of life outside, so they can only take it out on others, looking for some pitiful sympathy." Lin Yang was silent for a moment. After a while, she asked again, "Are all people really like this?" Song Yi said, "Of course not. No matter how capable I am, I can't decide someone's whole life with a few words. If you think this way, you won't be affected." Lin Yang was speechless for a moment. She had to change the subject. "Let's worry about the opening of the pastry shop first. What if the business isn't good?" "Don't worry. In a few days when the staff are all trained, it will be fine." That evening, after returning home, Song Yi changed into men's clothing. There was a writing board on the table. She picked it up, sat down properly, and waited for Prince Zhao to review her new designs. Prince Zhao was a little surprised at first, then remembered he was still pretending to be blind, and quickly said, "Husband can't see." "I know. I just wanted to tell you, your wife has changed clothes. Getting ready to open the shop. I'm the proprietress, after all." Prince Zhao's expression suddenly softened, his eyes full of affection. He hesitated and asked, Can I look at you now?" He thought to himself, it wasn't that he wanted to take advantage of his wife, but he just hadn't seen her in her new outfit yet. Thinking of this, he added, "She's still so sensitive, I should pretend I can't see anything." "Of course you can." Song Yi happily took Prince Zhao's hand and placed it on her face. "But if you touch a place you don't like, you can't return the goods." "I won't." Prince Zhao's hand slowly caressed Song Yi's face, starting from the bridge of her nose. Then his fingers gently slid to her eyelids. Each touch was so tender that Song Yi's heart trembled. She thought to herself, what if he touches my lips and even gently bites them? But Prince Zhao didn't do that. He moved his hand to her forehead. He touched the scar. Before I transmigrated, this body had a small scar on its forehead from falling into the water. It was also because of this that the original owner's awful parents thought I would obediently marry. Usually this scar is hidden by my bangs, invisible. Song Yi wondered if he would find it repulsive. Prince Zhao's expression became even gentler. He asked, did it hurt a lot back then? Song Yi was internally gushing. Oh my God, he's truly my idol, so sweet. As sweet as honey. This small injury healed long ago. To be more precise, this scar could actually instantly sever my identity as Princess Consort Zhao. Prince Zhao was momentarily puzzled, his hand moving down to touch her again, wondering, why is Madame dressed in men's clothing? Song Yi quickly stood up. That's right. There seems to be a prejudice against women doing business openly here. If the Princess Consort were to do so, it would cause even more trouble. So I'm pretending to be Song Yi's cousin, same father, different grandfather. A glint flashed in Prince Zhao's eyes. Then he smiled and nodded. Madam can wear whatever you like. Don't overthink it. Even if people outside say that Princess Consort Zhao flirts with customers every day and cuckolds Prince Zhao, would you be angry? Song Yi asked teasingly. Prince Zhao was taken aback by the question. After a moment of thought, he said, I'd be a little unhappy, but if Madam has already taken on the responsibilities of a man, then I can only adapt to this new identity. Then what does husband think the responsibilities of a man are? Prince Zhao nodded. A true man should be the pillar of the family, allowing his wife to live a carefree and stable life. Wow, quite traditional. Song Yi sighed. The men of this era were indeed more responsible than modern men. Then what are a woman's responsibilities? A woman, naturally, manages the household and bears children. At this point, Prince Zhao suddenly froze. I am sorry, madam. I can't bear children. I can only do housework. Then am I not a good husband? Prince Zhao looked at her with a wronged expression. Song Yi almost died from his cuteness. She couldn't help but laugh and say, it's okay, husband. I don't think going out and working is more impressive than doing housework, or that men are stronger than women. This makes me feel at ease. Being able to do housework is actually very impressive. There are some things I simply can't handle. But is it really okay? Everyone thinks I'm unreliable, not fit to be a man. As long as you don't think I'm not fit to be a woman, our days will definitely be smooth and carefree. The division of labor at home should depend on individual preferences and abilities. Gender doesn't matter at all. The gossip of outsiders will never be allowed to affect us. As long as Madam doesn't dislike me, it's fine. At this moment, Prince Zhao felt that after waiting for so long, he had finally found a mistress who could manage the household. Since that's the case, I will definitely be a virtuous and gentle good husband. Madam, you must be good to me too. No stealing yards. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Yi blushed and looked away. Such a good man. If this were modern times, female CEOs would be fighting over him. Song Yi muttered. I'm only wearing men's clothing because it's more convenient to move around than a dress. As she spoke, she put her hand on his shoulder. Besides, this scarf suits men's clothing better. Somehow, Song Yi had climbed onto Prince Zhao. His eye mask slipped a little, revealing a glimpse of his eye, but he pretended to be calm, acting as if he hadn't seen anything. Song Yi started being playful again. Since the clothes are off, wouldn't it be a waste not to do something special? She said with a suggestive tone, beginning to explore Prince Zhao's body. Fortunately, she was just teasing and quickly let him go. Prince Zhao sat up, covering his eyes and asking, does Madam want to spend a wonderful night with me? If Madam doesn't dislike this humble body, please feel free to use it. After saying that, he lay back down, looking like he was offering himself to her. To Song Yi, this was like winning the lottery, a full buffet. Might as well enjoy it to the fullest. Song Yi excitedly threw her undergarments aside. Prince Zhao was sweating profusely, able only to let her do as she pleased. Here we go again. It's a good thing I've practiced martial arts. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to control myself. Does she really not mind my appearance? Wait a minute, Prince Zhao thought. Song Yi planned to play me from the start, didn't she? Every time she looked at me with those sparkling eyes, it was when I was putting on an act. What's going on here? Song Yi undressed with extreme care, as if following a textbook. Prince Zhao was already breathless, thinking she definitely didn't like him. After taking off her top, Song Yi hesitated, completely unsure of what to do next. It seems she prefers the thrill of the chase and never thought about the next step. Turns out she's all bark and no bite. If Song Yi and that Sheen beauty swap genders, these unacceptable lines would never be uttered. Let me have my way. Prince Zhao suddenly felt a little strange, like those girls in their 20s. This scene is practically begging for a call to the authorities. The phone was tossed aside. Can't make a call. Oh well, time for bed. I won't bother you anymore. Song Yi finally stopped her antics tonight, but just as she was about to turn and leave, Prince Zhao pulled her back. He directly questioned her. What's your name? He felt that she was only interested in the weakling Qin Zhao he pretended to be, like she was just playing around and didn't consider him her husband at all. You know, alright, I keep forgetting to introduce myself after time traveling. My name is the same as before. Husband, don't worry. I have to worry. Prince Zhao suddenly felt irritated. He didn't know why. He gripped Song Yi's hand and asked, I, as your husband, want to know why you traveled through time here. Who are you really? Song Yi sighed helplessly and said, my name is Song Yi. Song is my surname. Yi is well Yi. As for what kind of person I am, it's a long story. Just remember, you are my life. I will never betray you. That's enough. Song Yi's words left Prince Zhao deep in thought. Seeing that it was getting late, Song Yi tucked him in, telling him to rest well and conserve his energy. But Prince Zhao still noticed her sudden unhappiness today. The next day, crackle, bang, firecrackers went off. Today was Song Yi's Chi family tea house finally opened. The old woman came to help today, specifically. It's the prince's orders, not that I volunteered. Song Yi laughed, knowing the old woman had her pride, and played along, regardless. Thank you for helping me find so many workers. Afterwards, Song Yi invited Lin Yang into the tea house and poured her a cup of tea. Don't try to flatter me, girl. The people I picked are all strong lads. You didn't use a single one of them, instead choosing a bunch of girls and some boys who can't even lift anything. Don't blame me when they can't do the work, haha. Don't get so worked up. We've already changed our managers. Come on, let's take a look. Two young people walked out briskly. The girl, Xiao Xing, was 16, and the boy, Xiao Li, was also 16. They were an extremely rare pair of twin siblings from a poor family. Seeing the two children neatly dressed, Song Yi praised good. Remember, when the customers arrive, don't worry about anything else. Just greet them with a smile. If you encounter anything you can't handle, don't force it. Come to me immediately. Understand? The siblings happily agreed to cooperate. At this time, the cook ran out, a bold fellow named Pao Chung, 20 years old. Are we being too risky making 100 portions of snacks today? It's our first day after all. Song Yi smiled and said, if you can't sell them all, take them home to your parents. Consider it an employee benefit. Xiao Li and Xiao Xing exchanged glances. This so-called employee benefit was a first for them. Although they didn't quite understand, being able to bring food home was enough. This prompted the siblings to quickly kneel and kowtow, vowing to follow Song Yi for the rest of their lives. Haha, everyone's family wants there in the shop. Don't do that, get up. Lin Yang, who had been skeptical and somewhat dissatisfied, finally couldn't help but speak. All right, stop delaying. Let's figure out how to attract customers. Prince Zhao didn't want to hire household help, so he gave all his allowance to his wife. Now she's spending money like water. At this rate, she might not even be able to pay next month's rent, let alone wages. Song Yi still smiled as she poured Lin Yang some water and asked, next month. Wait, the shop isn't big, the rent shouldn't be expensive, and the ingredients are from Prince Yang's residence. Logically, the expenses shouldn't be too high. Why are we suddenly out of money? The renovations cost money, and although the ingredients are from Prince Yang's residence, making them exquisite also took a lot of effort. Isn't it all a waste in the end? I really don't understand how you can still be so calm. It's already noon, and there's not a single customer. What if the shop fails? Lin Yang was extremely dissatisfied, thinking to herself that she should have disobeyed orders and turned Song Yi into a puppet. That would have been much safer. Noon arrived, 11 o'clock, that is, and Song Yi suddenly became excited. What Song Yi said next completely stunned Lin Yang. Just then, the young cook came over to report, Boss, the pastries are all ready. Should I put them in the steamer to keep them warm? Ah, bring them all out, Song Yi instructed. Just then, someone walked toward the tea house. Are we open for business today? Song Yi asked, a knowing smile playing on her lips. It's time. It's already noon. The morning court session just ended. At that moment, 3 officials, Li Yi, Wang Shi, and Chen Shi, appeared together. Ah, so this is the shop your wife keeps talking about. It looks quite impressive. I have to say, Li Yi really knows how to pick a location. Song Yi glanced at Li Yi's official robe, thinking to herself, that's a crane insignia, meaning he's a first-rank civil official. This Minister Lin must be Lin Yang's husband. I have to say, my bestie is really supportive, actually recommending her own shop to her own husband. So, Song Yi went forward with a beaming smile. Oh my, what an honor to have you esteemed officials grace our humble establishment. It's nothing, one of them replied. My wife quite enjoyed the pastry she brought home, so I came to buy her some more. Are you Minister Lin? Song Yi asked. My older sister specifically mentioned that Lin Yang has helped her quite a bit. If you're her husband, then you've also done our tea house a great favor. It's all on me today. Please, feel free to enjoy yourselves. Song Yi acted like a concerned relative, leaving Lin Yang utterly bewildered. Xiao Xing, take these distinguished guests upstairs and prepare a special tea set. Put everything on my tab. Xiao Xing happily agreed, asking with a smile, would you esteemed officials like to try some fruit wine? Just let me know. Lin Yang was furious, cursing inwardly. Are you crazy? We barely have any customers, and you're giving things away for free. Song Yi quickly explained, we can't be impatient when doing business. Do you really think he came to buy pastries just because you mentioned it? Wasn't that the case? Lin Yang asked, puzzled. Song Yi replied, of course not. Remember when I went to the ladies' tea party and brought all those drinks and pastries? That wasn't just to make friends with them. It was more importantly to ensure they'd go home and tell their husbands that Prince Zhao's manor was opening a tea house. Regardless of what they think, those in officialdom understand social graces. Even if they don't care for the taste of the pastries, they'll give Prince Zhao some face. Out of courtesy, they'll most likely come to show their support. At this, Lin Yang's expression softened. I understand. You weren't just targeting the wives, but also the husbands behind them. Officials are used to gathering privately after the morning court session. It's convenient to chat at the tea house, and it gives face to Prince Zhao. It's killing two birds with one stone. Lin Yang thought to herself, no wonder Song Yi was so calm, even without a single customer before opening. Song Yi knew that in modern society, women and children drive consumption. But in ancient times, doing business meant adapting to the current situation. However, the point wasn't how much money these officials could spend, but rather their red official robes, which would draw everyone's attention to this place, whether they wanted to or not. These officials were essentially walking billboards. As Song Yi predicted, passers-by, seeing the officials entering the tea house, were immediately piqued with curiosity. As they approached the tea house, they also saw Prince Zhao's personal calligraphy and seal, further fueling their curiosity and making them eager to try what was so special. The lucky charms were all in place. Things were probably going to get incredibly busy, but it would be interesting. Customers began to enter one after another. Xiao Xing and Xiao Li, with smiles on their faces, warmly greeted each one. Lin Yang, however, stood frozen as if struck by lightning. In this tea house, she felt like she had become invisible. Had she planned all of this from the beginning? But wasn't she afraid something would go wrong? Song Yi was chatting happily with the customers when she suddenly felt something was missing. She turned around and called out, "Old woman, go to the counter and get those discount coupons. Hand them out to the customers. I was going to hand them out on the street if no one came, but it looks like there's no need for that now." Lin Yang was initially stunned, then nodded, a respectful smile appearing on her face. Lin Yang responded respectfully, thinking to herself, of course. She even managed to involve the court officials. How could she not have a backup plan? Just then, someone knocked twice on the table behind Lin Yang. Lin Yang felt it was time to report back to her master and knocked twice in response. The mysterious youth named Shi Yi, 14 years old, was a shadow guard of the prince's manor. He nodded slightly and left the tea house. Back at the manor, he reported, "Your Highness, business at the tea house is booming. Madam Song is currently too busy to return. Please rest assured." Prince Zhao, wiping bloodstains from his hands, said indifferently, "I understand." He tossed the cloth aside and ordered coldly, "Clean up these bodies and bury them." Before Prince Zhao lay a pile of mangled corpses, scattered around, lifeless. Suddenly, Shi Yi's eyelid twitched. He muttered under his breath, "The Sky Palace has sent assassins again. They're relentless." The Sky Palace was a sect of the demonic cult. As he cleared the bodies, Shi Yi sighed, "These people keep popping up. Why does your highness insist on dealing with them personally? Don't ask questions you shouldn't." Prince Xiao's voice was icy, causing Shi Yi to shrink back. "不敢再多言." Then Prince Xiao suddenly said, "From now on, you will follow Song Yi. Don't concern yourself with anything else. Sure, he was momentarily stunned, his mind filled with questions, but he quickly figured it out. His Highness truly can't bear to be separated from Madame Song for even a moment. Oh, sweat. The scene shifted to Song Yi's tea house, where Song Yi and the staff were still bustling about. Suddenly, Li Yi slammed a large jar of silver onto the table and declared, "I've never tasted such delicious sweet tea. It's exactly to my liking, truly excellent." Song Yi inwardly chuckled. This official is practically bursting with pride. I bet you Yang Xian is rolling her eyes right now. There's no need for this. I already said it was complimentary. Consider it a token of my gratitude. Song Yi pushed the jar back. It wouldn't feel right to simply eat and drink for free. Please take these pastries home. Your wife showed concern for my sister, and as her younger brother, I should be grateful. If you truly wish to thank me, perhaps you could grace my humble establishment with a calligraphy painting. The three officials exchanged glances. Song Yi smiled. Actually, I'd like to collect calligraphy works from various scholars to display for our guests' enjoyment. I hope this isn't too presumptuous. She offered a sheet of paper. Li Yi stroked his chin. Interesting. I shall write one then. Xiao Xing and Xiao Li quickly brought paper to the other two officials, inviting them to contribute as well. After completing their calligraphy, the three officials returned home in high spirits, all smiles. Song Yi was overjoyed, thinking, so ancient officials really do love to show off their scholarship. The TV dramas didn't lie. If I can collect enough to fill an entire wall, I can use them to encourage students before their exams. Song Yi hung the officials' calligraphy pieces one by one. Lin Yang asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "Haha, just decorating." Song Yi replied with a smile. "How's the half-price coupon distribution going?" Lin Yang scratched her head. "Almost done. But business is already so good. Why are we still doing a half-price promotion?" Song Yi said shrewdly, "We're playing the long game." Lin Yang, "These coupons aren't for this visit. They're for the next. Most customers who receive them will come back." Lin Yang rolled her eyes. "Too lazy to argue," she muttered as she turned to leave. "I don't know what you're up to, but if business really picks up, life will be easier for everyone at the manor. I'll do my best to help." Song Yi, smiling, thrust a teapot into her hands. "Thanks. Make sure to keep Prince Zhao nice and plump." She handed Lin Yang a cup of tea. Lin Yang almost choked it. Plump. Really? Hearing that Song Yi wanted to fatten Prince Zhao up like a pig. Lin Yang slapped her forehead and sighed. "You absolutely must not say that in front of Prince Zhao. Trust me, or you won't know how you died." Song Yi grinned. "Of course not." By the time things wound down at the tea house, it was already late. Song Yi and Lin Yang returned to the manor together. As soon as they entered, Song Yi called out, "Husband, we're back." Lin Yang was instantly petrified. All my well-meaning advice was for nothing. Song Yi immediately threw herself into Prince Zhao's arms, clinging to him tightly. "My dear, what's wrong? Didn't you enjoy running the tea house?" Prince Zhao asked gently. Song Yi replied, "I did, but I'm exhausted. I need to hug my husband to recharge." Lin Yang almost blurted out an ancient saying. "What in the world?" Song Yi hopped down from Prince Zhao's embrace and said seriously, "Time to pay you your wages. You helped me so much before, I can't let you work for free." She handed Prince Zhao a red envelope. "There's no need for that. All the money in the manor is yours to manage, and I haven't really helped much." Prince Zhao chuckled. "You wrote the sign, handled all the paperwork, and even invented fruit tea. If that doesn't count as work, then I truly am a tyrant exploiting my own family, like a bad husband who makes his wife do all the housework." Song Yi leaned closer, smiling. "Consider it pocket money. Buy flowers, pretty brushes, whatever you like." "Beautiful Zhao is that for me?" Prince Zhao asked, a puzzled look on his face. Song Yi twirled a strand of his hair playfully. "Of course, you're so pretty. Why wouldn't I call you that?" Prince Zhao blushed for some reason, suddenly shy. Just then, Song Yi lifted her head, about to take a deep breath, but metallic scent reached her nostrils. "Why do I smell blood?" Prince Zhao's expression immediately tensed. "Oh, it's probably the pork," Prince Zhao said, feigning composure. "Everyone seemed tired today, so I had cuire by some fresh pork. It should be almost ready." Song Yi still felt suspicious, but then the aroma of braised pork wafted over, and without thinking, she blurted out, "Did you make it yourself?" "Husband." Prince Zhao blushed slightly, but nodded. Goodness, what other hidden talents does this man have? The braised pork that night was incredibly tempting, and she ate 3 or 4 bowls of rice. Song Yi ate her fill, leaning back in her chair and rubbing her stomach. "I'm so full." Beautiful Zhao's cooking skills are truly exceptional. I'll have to work hard to earn money tomorrow. There was no electricity here, and everyone went to bed when it got dark. It couldn't compare to the vibrant nightlife of the modern world, but it also wasn't as hectic. At least she had some time to herself. Host, do you want to use funds to help Prince Zhao save some money on the bronze mirror? The system, silent for days, suddenly spoke up, startling Song E. Wow, system, is that you? You haven't forgotten about me, have you? How could I? It retorted. I just haven't felt you needed me. I thought you were just an ordinary mirror. The system sighed. Forget it, never mind. If you work hard on your mission, I will naturally help you. Speaking of which, I do have some questions. What is it? Why do you want Prince Zhao to become emperor? Logically, neither his status nor his health makes him a suitable candidate for the throne. If you enjoy reading novels, host, you should understand that in our vast space, there's more than one world. The difference is, some worlds are stable and some are not. Every story an author writes in a stable world creates a miniature world, a replica of the original, but extremely unstable. If the plot deviates too far from the original, it risks collapsing. You mean, what's happening here is different from the novel. So, a transmigrator is needed to bring the plot back on track. Not entirely. The Rise of the King, you read, actually has a sequel. Who knows if the author has recently made major changes to the plot? A major plot change equals major world chaos. So, is this world about to collapse? You understand. Host, you're so smart. This new world was born with difficulty. Regardless of the process, the ending must be different from the original. So what is the ending? We need a transmigrator to help Song E put Prince Zhao on the throne and unify the world. Song E listened to the system, silent for a long time, then said, "Strange." What's strange? I'm telling the truth. The system sounded worried that Song E might be changing her mind. It's not you that's strange. I will definitely help Prince Zhao become king. Don't worry. Then what's the problem? The system asked again. Song E stared at the pears on the plate. Look, there were clearly 3 pears on the plate. Now there are only 2. I picked them myself this morning. I don't like people touching my things. I specifically told Lin Yang and Kuei Air that my study is my territory and no one should clean it, right? But the fruit, there's always one missing. If it were just one's fine, but the pears keep disappearing, so I counted them today, specifically. If someone really took it, what does that mean? It means there's someone here we don't know about. Right? Friend on the ceiling. Song E suddenly threw a pear at the ceiling. Sure, E instinctively caught it. How did you know? Song E smiled triumphantly. Ha, fooled you. How did you find out? Sure, E asked again. Song E was taken aback, thinking, oh no, I just said that casually. I didn't think there was actually someone in the room. She cleared her throat. Didn't you understand my deduction? Beside her was a box of throwing knives. She secretly planned to grab one for self-defense. Unexpectedly, sure, E flicked a dart, sticking it into the ground, then jumped down. Don't move and don't shout. If Master finds out I've been discovered, I'll be punished. Sure, Yi's mind was full of confusion. Wasn't she just talking to the mirror? Seeing that the young man didn't look like an assassin, Song Yi asked, "Who is your master?" "My master is Prince Zhao." Song Yi looked at the child, who was at the perfect age for indulging in treats, with suspicion. Sure, he would be 15 next year, no longer a child, and at a marriageable age. Song Yi happily thought to herself, this child is really easy to coax. So, your highness sent a little brother to watch me. Of course not. His highness sent me to protect Madam's safety. Sure, he muttered as he spoke. Although I don't understand why he wants to secretly be good to others. She couldn't tell Prince Zhao what Sure he had just told her. Oh, what's in it for me if I keep your secret? Huh? Sure, he was startled. Then Sure, he won't tell his highness about Madam occasionally hugging men at the shop. Remembering the banquet with the officials, Song Yi quickly said, wait. Deal. Sigh. I didn't realize you've been following me this whole time. Song Yi rubbed her forehead, but if it wasn't you stealing the pears, then who was it? The next morning at breakfast, Song Yi quickly swallowed a few bites of steamed buns and then said to Prince Zhao, I'm full. I'm going to shop early. So early. Yes, husband, you rest well. The new shop just opened, so I need to keep an eye on things, but I'll try to come back early to see you. After saying this, she thought to herself, even if something does happen, you have your shadow guard to keep you informed, right? My wife doesn't need to worry about me. Your husband is always here. But doing business isn't easy these days. Song, he suddenly leaned closer to him. Hey, husband, can I ask you something? Song Yi began. Song Yi whispered in Prince Zhao's ear. Honey, do you trust me? Of course I trust you. Prince Zhao replied, but thought to himself, this woman is really thick-skinned. Then he said casually, in another week, no, a month, the tea house will definitely be packed. Business will only get better and better. Prince Zhao was silent for a moment. My wife, you're truly amazing. You can even figure that out. Not really. It's all thanks to the good tea and fruit you picked. You're even more capable than you think. So I can actually help too. Of course, once the tea house is stable, we can think about that inheritance matter. Prince Zhao held Song Yi's sleeve, blushing as he said, if I can help, can I go to the tea house with you? Song Yi paused, then said, you can come along, but it's quite chaotic there, and you're rather conspicuous. Would you mind if someone recognized you? It's fine. Prince Zhao won't steal any food. I'll just sit at the counter. Even if I'm recognized, Prince Zhao hesitated. So what? Song Yi found him especially adorable like this and couldn't help but laugh. Exactly. You should come. No need to bring guards. You can personally manage things. Prince Zhao's adorable yet domineering manner was truly irresistible. But husband, you misspoke. Huh? Prince Zhao asked, puzzled. Song Yi walked behind him, pushing his wheelchair, and leaned down to say, the place you want to go isn't my shop, it's our shop. Prince Zhao was stunned by her words, then quickly nodded and smiled. You're right, I like the word "our." At the shop entrance in the early morning, a homemade blackboard read, today's special, fermented glutinous rice balls, second bowl half price. After seeing off the first wave of customers, Song Yi brought a bowl of fermented glutinous rice balls to Prince Zhao, afraid that they'd be all gone if she waited any longer. The fragrant fermented glutinous rice balls were served, and Prince Zhao sat in the manager's room, while outside was bustling with activity. Wow, are there even more people here today? Yes, it feels like there are especially many customers today, so I added a few more tables, hoping everyone can get some tea. Song Yi replied, my wife is so thoughtful, Prince Zhao said, and began to scoop up the fermented glutinous rice balls with a spoon and taste them. Song Yi stood beside him, her heart pounding. He's just eating. Why am I so nervous? I even want to see him lick the bowl. Prince Zhao took a bite, sniffed it, and asked, is there alcohol in this? Did you add alcohol? Yes, I did. The alcoholic beverages sold well yesterday, so I wanted to promote this dessert more. How is it? Is it good? Very delicious. Prince Zhao praised. After he finished eating, Song Yi noticed his eyelids drooping slightly. Oh no, Prince Zhao's alcohol tolerance is so low, he gets drunk after just a sip. He was completely knocked out on our wedding day. No way, he's drunk from this little bit. Prince Zhao thought in surprise. It's nothing, just a little flushed. How embarrassing. But my alcohol tolerance isn't that bad. I didn't lie to you. Song Yi laughed. All right. Good husband. Then you copy the menu first. I'm going downstairs. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside. Hey, I heard seventh brother open a tea house. I didn't expect it to be here. Xiao Wang and Song Yi immediately noticed the commotion outside. It was fifth prince, arriving with gifts and instructing Xiao Li to inform the owner. Fifth prince, what's he doing here? We've only been open for 2 days. How did the news travel so fast? Song Yi wondered, is this tea house really that famous? Has word even reached the palace? This isn't so much a coincidence as it is someone deliberately watching us. It feels like we're being monitored. Esteemed guest, may I ask who you are? Xiao Li inquired. Fifth prince immediately adopted an arrogant tone. Where did this country bumpkin come from? You dare not recognize me. I am the fifth prince of this dynasty, Qin Shangyang. One word from me, and your head will roll. All right, he really is fifth prince, but he's not particularly favored in the palace. Everyone in the tea house wondered, is this real or fake? Should we bow? Just then, Song Yi strode out. Oh my distinguished guest. My surname is Song, and I am the owner of this establishment. Please come inside. Song Yi greeted him with a smile, but felt a sense of unease. Why hadn't she seen Qin Shengxian today? Weren't these two always together? Seeing the situation, fifth prince decided to stir things up. I hear young Master Song is a distant relative of the princess consort. One honor. However, this time, I'm not here specifically to see anyone. I happen to acquire a white jade chess set, and I thought, since it's been a while since I played chess with seventh brother, this would be a good opportunity for a match. The white jade chess set excited all the guests. Such a large piece of jade. Truly extravagant. Royal life is certainly different. Song Yi grew even more suspicious. How do you know Prince Zhao was here today. Shouldn't he be at the prince's residence? Are we really being watched? But for now, it seems Qin Shengxian probably hasn't realized she's the princess consort of Zhao, to be saved by a familiar woman she once rescued. She didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Even if she couldn't figure out Fifth Prince's intentions, she absolutely couldn't let Prince Zhao play chess. Win or lose, nothing good would come of it. Prince Zhao was observing them. Song Yi clenched her fists. "Oh dear, what a shame, Your Highness. The prince has had quite a bit of fruit wine and is now completely drunk. Why don't you have some tea over there? Consider it our apology. It's a good thing I hid Prince Zhao upstairs. The priority now is to dissuade those who want to watch the show." Upon hearing this, Fifth Prince scoffed. "Just eating snacks is so boring. Is Prince Zhao afraid of losing to his fifth brother, deliberately hiding like a turtle?" Song Yi was fuming inside, but maintained a smile on her face. "How could that be? If you really want to play chess for amusement. Your Highness, how about this little one dares to accompany you for a couple of games? What do you say?" Song Yi spoke with a smile, but a fire burned within her. Hearing this, he sneered. "Oh, even a country bumpkin like you knows how to play chess. Do you think you're worthy of practicing with me? This one only occasionally plays a few games with my sister. Princess Consort Zhao said I'm quite good, although I'm not sure how good I really am. But playing with you shouldn't be a problem." Song Yi had played chess with investors in the modern world, and she was confident. "Oh, I hear Princess Consort Zhao was a renowned talent in the capital, proficient in all the arts. What's the difference between winning against an ignorant fool like you and winning against her?" he said with a malicious glint in his eyes. Song Yi felt a pang of worry. Could he have discovered that I'm Song Yi? Song Yi rarely appeared in public, and she originally thought disguising herself as a man was working well. "Fifth Prince, what do you mean by that?" This one doesn't understand. At that moment, Fifth Prince suddenly slung his arm around her shoulders in a familiar gesture that transcended gender. Does he really think I'm a young man? Sigh, playing chess normally is too boring. How about this? Let's make a bet. Is he truly foolish or just pretending? Song Yi frowned. "What kind of bet do you have in mind?" Song Yi frowned. "What kind of bet do you have in mind?" "I'm not greedy. I originally just wanted to play 2 games with seventh brother, but you keep making excuses. It's really making me a little annoyed," he said with a smirk. "So, if I win, this seventh brother's tea house sign will be changed to fifth brother's tea house. How about it?" Seeing Song Yi hesitate, he asked, "What? Are you afraid to bet?" After a moment, Song Yi spoke. "Betting is certainly fine, but Your Highness, you seem to have forgotten something." "Oh, what have I forgotten? I don't recall. You only said that if I lose, I'll change the sign immediately, but you didn't say what I get if you lose." Fifth Prince immediately became enraged. "Insolent. I am most skilled at chess. How could I possibly lose? If I lose, I'll bark like a dog. How about that?" Song Yi immediately stopped him. "Reconsider, but you can't touch me. Before you bargain with me, you'd better take a look at yourself. You can't touch me. Before you bargain with me, you'd better take a look at yourself. It seems this tea house doesn't want to stay open. If I win this game, I'll shut your shop down." Song Yi clenched her fists. "I'm the one who should be angry, haha. Then as you wish. A prince barking like a dog. That's certainly novel." Song Yi found it amusing, but also intriguing. After the board was set, Song Yi invited the prince to play white first. Qin Shangyang snorted smugly. "You have some taste, but unfortunately, your luck is bad. This fifth prince never loses when playing white. I won't give you an inch." Song Yi simply nodded indifferently to this attitude. "Please, fifth prince, let's have a fair game. Make your move." Outside the tea house, the crowd was buzzing, everyone discussing the owner's chess match with the fifth prince. People began to push their way in to watch the excitement. Song Yi thought, just what I wanted. Although the fifth prince was indeed as arrogant as the rumors said, this match would definitely attract more curiosity. Just then, a gentle melody drifted down from upstairs, causing everyone to look up in astonishment. "Wow, there's even a professional musician. This place is quite classy." Song Yi could only give a dry laugh. The only place with a Qin was her study upstairs. Could it be Prince Zhao playing? "Oh my, is Prince Zhao and Qin Shangyang cheering me on?" Unable to speak, they used the Qin to express their feelings. "So sweet, truly delightful. After the game, I'll have to treat him to a good meal." Song Yi happily placed a piece, then covered her mouth with a giggle. Facing Song Yi's move, the fifth prince's face darkened slightly. This person's chess skills are impressive, their style erratic. I can't tell which school they belong to, but every move is interconnected, like an invisible net drawing me into a trap. The fifth prince hesitated. Today's opponent was truly formidable. Song Yi, of course, knew he was starting to feel apprehensive. At this moment, Zhao Xing brought over some refreshments. Song Yi, while placing a piece, invited the fifth prince to have some. But her last move had startled him. How could this be? Those seemingly useless pieces were now all connected. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, while Song Yi remained relaxed, casually picking up a small rabbit-shaped pastry and popping it into her mouth. She ate with relish, paying no attention to the fifth prince, who was racking his brains. The fifth prince seethed inwardly. A dignified prince, forced into such a position by a mere merchant's daughter. The black pieces currently had the upper hand. He had to find a way to turn the tables. After some deliberation, the fifth prince finally made his move. Song Yi glanced at it, understanding dawning. He's finally getting serious. In the original story, the fifth prince always dreamed of inheriting the throne, but the emperor didn't favor him at all. He was neither skilled in literature nor martial arts, only interested in fiddling with strange and unusual gadgets. Your chess skills are decent, but there are many modern strategies. But what is she planning now? Upstairs, Prince Zhao was still plucking the strings of the qin. It seems Song Yi and fifth brother have been playing for quite some time. No victor yet. Her skills must be quite high. I wonder how many more surprises my princess consort will give me. Just then, Ascent hurried in to report, Your Highness, the matter you instructed me to investigate seems to have some leads. Oh, is it about those individuals occasionally seen watching the residence? Xin nodded, thinking it couldn't be the princess consort, as she had disappeared. I initially couldn't find out who was watching the residence, but I heard that the Tang clan is also looking for someone, apparently a junior from a certain noble family who ran away. The Tang clan, a family of assassins, never reveals their true faces. They're rarely seen in the Jianghu, so I suspect. Prince Zhao pondered for a moment, then said, How coincidental. Continue to investigate thoroughly. Downstairs, the crowd was still focused on the chess game. The fifth prince's face was green as a frog's backside. The chessboard shifted unpredictably. His hand trembled as he placed a white piece, the game now beyond recovery. It could be said that every move he made was within Song Yi's calculations. Not only were her chess skills superb, but she also deliberately played meaningless moves to toy with him. Damn it, if you're going to win, just win quickly. Why play cat and mouse like this? Qin Shangyang roared in frustration. Song Yi feigned innocence. I'm nowhere near as skilled as fifth prince. I'm merely trying my best to defend, she said with an innocent expression. The fifth prince was fuming. Wow, you changed your tune pretty quickly. Seeing his parched throat, Song Yi conveniently poured him a cup of tea. Please. As for herself, she was merely bored and felt like a drink. Qin Shangyang took a sip, thinking, I have to say this atmosphere is really thirst-inducing. But the moment the liquid touched his tongue, his eyes widened. What is this? It tastes of alcohol and jam dot, and there are tiny seeds. Peaches and oranges. Wine with candied peach slices. I've never had anything like this before. It's actually quite good. Mixing wine and fruit, how novel. He thought to himself, no, I can't let her lead me around. Qin Shangyang abruptly set the cup down. I came today because ninth brother, Qin Shengxian, asked me to. Fifth brother, dear brother, I heard that seventh brother has been associating with people from the Jianghu. Shengxian is worried that his new tea house might be exploited by the demonic sect, that there's some ulterior motive. Shengxian is very clever. Although he hasn't detected any threat from seventh brother and seventh sister-in-law, someone still needs to figure out why seventh brother, who knows nothing about business, suddenly wants to open a shop. Currently, only you and seventh brother support my claim to the throne, so you should be even more attentive to this. Let me go and take a look. As a result of this trip, he hadn't encountered anyone from the demonic sect, but he had been thoroughly defeated by the little shopkeeper. He pondered over the go board for a long time, planning a cunning move. The moment he placed a stone, Song Yi immediately responded. Another inexplicable move. What's she trying to do? If she had placed it next to the black stone, I would have already. He was lost in thought when Song Yi spoke. Fifth prince, shall we add a wager? He was now filled with tension and wariness. Is this guy trying to take advantage of my misfortune again? Imitating a dog wasn't enough last time. What else could we add? We only discussed winning and losing, but not what happens if it's a draw. If it ends in a tie, we should agree on something beforehand. Qin Shangyang was taken aback. She wants to force a draw. Usually, someone who can force a draw is significantly stronger than their opponent, right? Is she joking? He asked. Song Yi smiled. I'm quite serious. Qin Shangyang felt uneasy. Just who is this guy? There's no way he's this much stronger than me, is there? But if I lose and have to imitate a dog again, and if word reaches father, I'll be in deep trouble. Then Song Yi clapped her hands. Bam, she said. How about this? If there's no clear winner, we'll consider it a draw between equals, a sign of friendship. I'll give you a lifetime VIP card for this tea house. As a token of goodwill. A VIP card. Qin Shangyang was confused. What's that? Song Yi explained. With this card, you can come here anytime, and all food and drinks are on the house, just like it's your own place. However, there's also something I'd like to ask you for. As Song Yi spoke, she raised her cup towards Qin Shangyang, who was already thinking, treating this place like his own shop. If he were really from the demonic sect, he would avoid officials, not entertain me so generously. Perhaps Ninth Brother is overthinking it. Prince Zhao probably just values Song Yi's business acumen and partnered with him to open this tea house. Thinking this, he asked what favor she wanted. Seeing that he had taken the bait, Song Yi's lips curved into a smile. Actually, my brother-in-law is a man of the Jianghu. His tastes are simple, lacking royal flair. But I'm a businesswoman, always striving for more refinement. So, I need someone with discerning taste to help me sample my teas. What do you think, Fifth Prince? Song Yi spoke as she placed another stone on the board. Qin Shangyang was puzzled. You're complimenting my taste while playing Go. Song Yi laughed. Of course. Fifth Prince, you are indeed of high standing, different from ordinary people. The novels all say your position in the palace is quite awkward. Your mother is also disappointed that you only care for Go. The Emperor wouldn't notice someone like you. That's why you want to prove yourself to the outside world. And that's why Ninth Prince is using you. What Song Yi wanted to do, just like the Ninth Prince, was to use him. First, show him she meant no harm. Let him relax his guard. Then display overwhelming skill, but intentionally concede, feign weakness, and seek a draw, revealing a hint of grievance. Song Yi tapped her fingers lightly on the table. Finally, say a few words that he cared about most. I believe Go is a very elegant pursuit. The game is like a battlefield, and you are the wisest king. You should lead your own world and make the most judicious decisions. Song Yi leaned closer to the Fifth Prince. Don't you agree? Having taken control of the Fifth Prince's narrative, her task was as good as done. Manipulated by Song Yi's psychology, Qin Shangyang stayed from morning till night, eating nonstop, chattering endlessly. Hey, your attitude isn't right. The beauty of sesame cakes lies in their pure aroma. But it's not pure enough yet. I think your tea house should maintain its traditions while also introducing some new dishes. That orange blossom wine is good, and these 6-flavored grapes are delicious too. Listening to Qin Shangyang's constant critiques all day, Shally felt dizzy and whispered to Song Yi, is it really okay to let this guy sit here for so long? Won't it affect business? It's fine. After all, he brought in quite a few guests to watch the Go match today. Business is good, Song Yi thought. If the Fifth Prince isn't completely convinced, that deeply thoughtful male lead will definitely notice this place, and that would be dangerous. Prince Zhao simply gazed at his wife for a long while, finally reaching out to take her hand. My dear, you've worked hard playing Go today. My Go skills aren't bad either. Even a draw is quite mentally taxing, isn't it? Are you tired? Song Yi panicked. No way. I'm still dressed as a man. What if someone sees? She quickly withdrew her hand. Yeah, I almost died of exhaustion. Fortunately, Fifth Prince went easy on me, so I was able to escape. After saying this, she turned and playfully patted Qin Shangyang on the shoulder. Thanks, Fifth Prince. No need to call me Fifth Prince. If you're Prince Zhao's sister-in-law, you could just call me Fifth Brother. This guy's saying this because he doesn't want the news of his loss to spread, right? Alright, why be so polite, Fifth Brother? At this moment, Prince Zhao wheeled himself over to Qin Shangyang's side. Fifth Brother, are you here to play Go with my brother? He's lucid now. Play a few more rounds. Qin Shangyang rolled his eyes, but still reluctantly agreed to play. He played until late at night, only then realizing how formidable his seventh brother was. Outside the tea house, a silent atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. At this time, a silver-haired man was secretly up to something. A fat shark held a pear in his hand. He brought the pear to his mouth and took a bite, then a white dove descended from the sky. after landing on a roof. The dove transformed into a human. The masked person suddenly looked up. He gestured for silence to the person above. The scene changed, shifting directly to the imperial palace. Qin Shangyang had just returned to the palace when Qin Shangxian immediately came to find his brother. How did things go with seventh brother today? Qin Shangyang pretended to be reading, his face paling upon hearing the question. No demonic sect. I wrongly accused Prince Zhao, and I didn't see anyone come to help. He felt that the Go match he couldn't win today would have to be taken to his grave. So afterwards, the tea house business actually got better and better, although I don't understand why the fifth prince comes every few days. He always carries that white Jade Go board, like a comfort object, and flashes that VIP card that makes everyone's jaws drop the moment he enters, his aura radiating power. Brother Song, don't drink with such a bitter expression. The autumn banquet is coming soon, and I'll definitely be too busy to play Go then. The autumn banquet. Song Yi's reaction was a bit slow. The main Ascension storyline of this novel is about the princes vying for the throne. The autumn banquet is held by the current emperor, where he calls all his sons together for literary debates, group competitions, and things like that, right? No one knows what topic my father will choose this year. It'll be awkward if it's something I'm not good at. By the way, your sister and brother-in-law will also be entering the palace. Then I can totally have them sneak me out some palace pastries. Song Yi thought to herself, just you try making a move on my brother. He's already taken. Returning to the princess's residence, Song Yi pondered again. Can't we sit together at the autumn banquet? Where should I go? There's no helping it. Father loves a lively atmosphere, but is particular about rules. Women aren't allowed to participate in the poetry gathering, so you can only enjoy flowers and pastries with the empress and the concubines. Prince Zhao gently placed a jade hairpin into Song Yi's hair. Song Yi said understandingly, "It's okay. It's all about power and poetry." Sounds boring. It's fine. I don't want to stand out too much either. Anyway, there's no big drama at the autumn banquet in the original story. I haven't saved enough money yet, so I'll just get through this peacefully. Prince Zhao simply hummed softly, repeating her words, "Get through." The autumn banquet arrived in the blink of an eye. Upon entering and seeing the luxurious decorations, Song Yi felt a surge of excitement. Wow, this is my first time entering the palace, not as a tourist. At this moment, a palace maid approached. "Your Highness, this way, please." This is where the concubines enjoy the flowers. It's quite far from the main event. Why do we have to be separated? But from here, I can still see the princess. Time to play the innocent princess consort. Song Yi waved at Prince Zhao like a madwoman, smiling brightly, and saw Prince Zhao point at her. Qin Shengxian said, "He's not waving at fifth brother, he's probably waving at seventh brother over there." Song Yi is really overdoing it. Prince Zhao just calmly returned a smile, like he's watching a play. Energy levels are full. Now I just have to quietly wait for the right moment to settle the score. Song Yi thought to herself, and immediately perked up her ears when she heard a strange sentence. That Su Baiwan is a newly arrived concubine, not yet favored. Where's the male lead? If he's not handsome, it won't be any fun. Song Yi pretended not to care while eavesdropping. She saw Su Baiwan talking to a yellow butterfly on her hand. Song Yi pretended not to care, but her eyes were secretly watching. Su Baiwan was talking to a golden butterfly perched on her hand. I know. To make the ninth prince ascend the throne, I must make him fall madly in love with me. So much so that he'd go through fire and water for me. That's how it's written in novels. Song Yi thought to herself, the novels you read are outdated, miss. Could she also be a transmigrator? Otherwise, how could she say such things? Is that butterfly her system? Su Baiwan continued to giggle. Don't worry, I memorized a lot of poems back in school. I'm a chosen one. Even butterflies come to me. The princes will definitely go crazy for me. Listening to Su Baiwan's protagonist fantasies, Song Yi got goosebumps and was about to talk to her. Suddenly, the court attendant shouted, "His Majesty arrives." The emperor and empress were carried in on a large palanquin borne by 8 men. Song Yi was instantly envious, but she was a subject and could only kneel with everyone else. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Rise! It is a blessing for our dynasty that you all gather here to study. All right, the formalities are over. Finally, I can talk to a fellow countryman. Song Yi suddenly turned to Su Baiwan. Smiling brightly, "Hey miss, let me introduce myself. I'm Prince Zhao's consort, Song Yi. I have something to ask you. Don't be nervous. Prince Zhao's consort. The blind prince's consort. What do you want to ask? Blind prince. Song Yi thought, this girl really doesn't hold back. But Song Yi still smiled. Haha, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask, are you also a transmigrator? Su Baiwan froze, a little panicked, but she couldn't deny it either. She asked back, are you too? Yes. My mission is to help the seventh prince, Prince Zhao. But from what you said, it seems our missions are different, completely different. Why should I tell you? Su Baiwan put on an icy expression. Song Yi was a little stunned. Shouldn't transmigrators exchange information and figure out how to go home together? Meanwhile, the emperor suddenly threw out a difficult question about calligraphy and asked the first prince to demonstrate first. Su Baiwan retorted, didn't your system tell you? Transmigrators are competitors. Competitors. Song Yi was even more surprised. Just then, Su Baiwan's butterfly system flew to Song Yi's side and chirped, you're the host of the bronze mirror system. That low-level bronze mirror system dares to take on a high-level mission. Zhao Yi, don't waste your breath on a low-level host. Focus on completing our mission. Su Baiwan completely trusted her system. Song Yi fell a little down. So there are levels among systems. Wait, I'm a little confused. If the missions are different, why can't we cooperate? Because the systems compete for achievement points. It's important who scores the highest in a mission. Anyway, we won't interfere with your actions, and we hope you won't interfere with ours. Every system has different preferences and ways of doing things. Today, my mission is to make Shaoan shine at the autumn banquet and impress the emperor and all the princes. Dream on. Is it even possible to make everyone admire you? Song Yi wanted to speak, but held back. However, she still kindly reminded her, I mean no harm, but I heard the emperor doesn't like it when foreign women show off too much at the poetry gathering. It can easily backfire. When it was the prince's turn to compose a poem, he was a little tongue-tied. Does this older sister think women shouldn't display their talents? Do you support patriarchal thinking? Haha, I thought modern people were quite open-minded, but it turns out there are still feudal ideas. How disgusting. Song Yi was stunned. Am I a feudal relic? But if you choose a low-level system, that's all you can do. You can prove that women can also be ambitious and talented. Of course, only me. Song Yi was on the verge of tears at this point. Wasn't it you who said you wanted to make the ninth prince fall madly in love with you? Her standards are truly speechless. She must have read too many brainless novels and really thinks she's the female lead. Seeing Su Baiwan snort and turn away, Song Yi was still a little worried. Forget it, maybe she really can be like the female lead in a romance novel with a golden finger. Song Yi felt disheartened. Further persuasion was futile. Next, the seventh prince, Qin Xiu, began reciting his poem, speaking of how human nature perhaps was just like this. Clearly, cooperation could be mutually beneficial. Yet people insist on fighting to the bitter end, becoming creatures who must overpower each other, whether man against man, woman against woman, or man against woman. Thus, the princess's poetry session concluded and the free questioning segment began. This year's top scholar was renowned for his literary talent. Before the emperor could finish speaking, Su Baiwan spoke up first. Your Majesty, this concubine has just casually composed a poem in her spare time. May I present it? The officials murmured in surprise. A concubine. A concubine could compose poetry. A eunuch whispered to the emperor, she must be the newly arrived concubine. It said the fragrance on her person can attract butterflies. The emperor's interest was piqued, and he allowed her to approach. Su Baiwan thought to herself, perhaps this emperor isn't so terrifying after all. Princess consort Zhao truly had nothing worthwhile to say. Clearing her throat, she said, since the theme is flowers, I shall recite a poem about lotuses. A fair maiden, silent and 16, / anxious and grieving, entangled in love. / the young lotus leaf just reveals its sharp tip. / already a dragonfly perches upon it. This poem was in textbooks. How could Song Yi not recognize it? Little Pond by Yang Wanli. Correct. Su Baiwan finished reciting, wearing a smug smile as she waited for applause and praise. The emperor only said, However, it is already early autumn, and the lotus flowers have long since withered. It's not quite fitting. Do you have any other poems? Su Baiwan panicked immediately and quickly searched her system. Myriad flowers dazzle the eye. What comes after that? Don't worry, I'll look it up for you. After the system provided the answer, Su Baiwan blurted out another poem. Old swallows bid farewell to the pavilion, / the misty water at dawn is calm and serene, / clouds hang low, / at 7, early orioles startle the warm trees, / first come the newly hatched swallows, clumsy with mud, / myriad flowers dazzle the eye. Tian Chao Chai Nien herds horses, / most loves interacting with new grief and foot journey sheep's bleeding, / Lee buys sandy embankment. Song E listened and thought. She's changed the poem to Spring Prospect at Westlake. Her objective must be to make her recite that poem about lotuses. After listening, the emperor asked him passively, "Good, I understand. May I ask my beloved concubine, where exactly are Nine Mountains Temple and Jade Palace Pavilion?" Su Baiwan panicked again and immediately had her system search, but the system couldn't find any related information in this world. Song E immediately understood. Nine Mountains Temple and Jade Palace Pavilion were famous scenic spots in Hangzhou's Westlake, but they didn't exist in the novel Shangwang. She absolutely couldn't let her speak of fictitious things. Seeing Su Baiwan's continued silence, the emperor grew impatient. Why have I never heard of these places? Are you a foreign spy? At this point, Song Yi knew things were going badly. She cleared her throat, intending to remind Su Baiwan to think carefully. Just then, the butterfly system finally found that Nine Mountains Temple and Jade Palace Pavilion were both in Hangzhou. Hurry up and answer. Everyone's looking at you. Song Yi dipped her sleeve in tea and wrote 2 words on the table. Su Baiwan finally realized this was a fictional world. There was no Hangzhou here. I'm done for. She decided to listen to Song Yi and quickly lowered her head, saying, This concubine has misspoken. Those are places this concubine dreamt of before entering the palace. In the dream, I thought the palace also had mountains and rivers, and I was sitting in a pavilion enjoying the scenery, just like a celestial paradise. An earthly paradise. The emperor laughed in surprise. An earthly paradise. Not bad. Seeing the emperor's expression soften, Song Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had narrowly escaped disaster. Although Su Baiwan was saved, she didn't even offer a word of thanks. Song Yi didn't bother to argue. Come, let Scholar Zhang critique these poems. The emperor spoke, and the red-robed Scholar Zhang stood up and said, You want me to critique them? That's right, Scholar Zhang. You've always been known for your literary talent. You'll certainly be able to give concubine Su a satisfactory evaluation. Since the emperor had spoken, Scholar Zhang could only reluctantly agree. Song Yi quietly observed, waiting to see how he would respond. In my humble opinion, both poems are well written, with a few lines that aptly capture the essence of spring. Hearing this, Su Baiwan felt pleased with herself. However, Scholar Zhang's tone shifted. Nevertheless, a woman is ultimately a woman. The verses lack a certain vigor. Compared to the prince's poems, they are indeed inferior. It's already not easy for the concubines to compose poetry. They should be encouraged. Song Yi listened silently, but her face had darkened. However, this poem is hardly elegant. It's truly a pity. I agree, the emperor said. Concubine Su's poem is poorly written. It's merely an attempt to please me. Hearing this, Su Baiwan felt disheartened. Unexpectedly, the emperor dismissed her and warned her not to do this again. The imperial court is a solemn place, not a place for women to meddle, the emperor declared, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. Song Yi wasn't satisfied with the outcome either, and Su Baiwan was even more distraught, her face full of resentment. I clearly used by Ji's poem. How could I get such a low score? Heh, Song Yi. Song Yi chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Are you mocking my utter failure? Su Baiwan said discontentedly. Do you think those self-righteous old scholars would ever admit to being surpassed by a newly arrived concubine? Absolutely not. Suddenly, Su Baiwan seemed to realize something. Wait, could the emperor have done this on purpose? Do you think he needs a reason? Under imperial authority, if the emperor says you're black, everyone will say you're black. The emperor dislikes women writing poetry. Even if Li Bai and Du Fu were resurrected, it wouldn't matter. Song Yi smiled. The contest between human nature and power has always been this way. You'll understand soon enough. Living in this palace, you'll gradually see things clearly. After the poetry gathering, Song Yi returned to the residence with Prince Zhao. Qin Zhao asked Song Yi, Are you tired, my dear? Would you like to rest against me for a while? Yes. I was just thinking about that. Song Yi nestled into Qin Zhao's arms. Prince Zhao was so impressive today. Every move was perfect. It was all right, but not as impressive as the young lady beside my dear wife. Her poetic talent is truly astonishing. Song Yi suddenly covered her mouth, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. What's wrong, my dear? Why are you suddenly laughing like this? Nothing. Song Yi wiped away her tears. It's just too funny. I always thought my original world wasn't great, but this world is even more absurd. Such a world doesn't deserve a husband as good as you. Song Yi said mischievously. Let's change it together. Back at the residence, Song Yi told Yi everything that happened. You knew there were other transmigrators in this world, but you didn't tell me, did you? I didn't see the point in protecting this new world. There's no helping it. But thinking about it, the author of Enthronement has an old-fashioned style, but their books are well-developed and almost all of them are targeted. It's normal for someone to be singled out. My system is so unreliable, Song Yi said helplessly. They don't even know that Qin Zhao will become the emperor in the future. I even said I'm Prince Zhao's future wife, but Su Baiwan didn't react at all. There are other transmigrators suffering in the palace. With that whole, I don't want to serve the emperor, I'm waiting for a handsome prince to save me trope. I'm a low-level system, and I need to work hard to upgrade, so I not only read the novel, but also the author's ramblings during revisions. The author said they haven't been feeling well lately and have been having nightmares, so they changed Enthronement so that Qin Zhao ascends the throne, but I haven't finished downloading the specific chapters yet. Song Yi lightly punched Yi. Useless thing. You picked the most complicated setting. Even though there are points and rewards after completion, have you considered the feelings of the person doing the task? Making a disabled person the emperor is much harder than a simple choice like the ninth prince. Always choosing the hardest tasks. No wonder I can never finish anything. However, host, I'm sure you already have a plan. Song Yi stuffed medicinal powder into a bamboo tube, looking like she was making firecrackers. Exactly. The reason I've been reluctant to get involved in the power struggle is firstly, because Prince Zhao's presence in Enthronement is minimal. Secondly, it requires ideological awareness. Being an ordinary person is no longer enough, and having power isn't enough either. It seems it's time for a gradual change. The next morning, a new tea house opened across from Song Yi's tea house. Shally rushed in, panicked. They're selling the exact same tea as us, and at a lower price. Song Yi wasn't surprised. With good business, there's bound to be new competition using lower prices to attract her customers. At that moment, a man named Jin Sheng appeared, pointing out that the owner of the tea house across the street was the young master of a wealthy merchant family. Shopkeeper Song, let's all make money peacefully. You copied our recipe, and you have the nerve to talk about making money peacefully. Shally couldn't help but retort. Jin Sheng put on a fake smile. How can you say we copied? It's just a coincidence. It's quite amazing that we both sell the same things. Even I find it surprising. Shally turned to Song Yi. Boss, should we lower our prices? Song Yi calmly looked at Jin Sheng. Actually, I never planned to rely on selling fruit tea forever, but since we've been provoked, we can't back down. Don't worry, our ingredients are much better. They're just imitating, it's not the same at all. Maintain our quality and prices. Just run more promotions. Shally said with a puzzled look, Boss, don't let such a small matter affect your mood. The tactics of unscrupulous merchants are far dirtier than this. Just after the competitor incident, the landlord came to the door asking to terminate the lease, even willing to compensate 3 times the deposit as per the contract. I'm sorry, I can't rent this tea house to you anymore. Huh, boss, we've only been open for less than 2 months, and we just started to get some business. Do we have to move now? Song Yi became serious. She asked the landlord, can you tell me why you suddenly want to take back the property? Honestly, I've spent a lot of money decorating this place. It's really difficult for me that you're suddenly taking it back. The landlord replied, then I'll compensate you 3 times the rent according to the contract. But I really can't rent this place out anymore. Song Yi suddenly asked, how much did shopkeeper Jean next door give you? The landlord was extremely embarrassed by the question and was speechless for a moment. Shally couldn't believe what Song Yi said, so that shopkeeper Jean actually used such underhanded tactics. Song Yi continued for times. No, 5 times, or even more. Ordinary people wouldn't risk paying 3 times the compensation just to drive out a tenant, unless someone is willing to cover the compensation and offer an even higher price to break the contract, right? Shopkeeper Jean must be thinking this way, right? It's just a small amount of money to him anyway. You wouldn't normally be so greedy, but Shi Family Tea House has been incredibly popular recently. As long as he occupies this location, customers will naturally come. Shopkeeper Jean wants more than just this building. He also wants the renovations, the reputation, the customer flow. He even wants to monopolize the entire fruit tea business. It seems 5 times the rent isn't that expensive, huh? This is a complete cuckoo's nest situation. We were the first ones here. Shaoli stamped their foot in anger. The landlord's heart pounded. Song E is too sharp. She figured everything out. Jean Chung did promise to cover the compensation and increase the rent 5-fold. I was momentarily blinded by the immediate profit. In any case, I can't rent this place to you anymore. He also said you have to pack up and leave tomorrow. Wait, you should know the background of this place, right? I have a better business proposition. Want to hear it? Back at the prince's mansion, Song Yi was rummaging through things in her room when Prince Zhao walked in. He found it strange and was about to ask what she was doing when Song Yi, upon seeing her husband, called him over and used him as a ladder to reach a box on top of the wardrobe. The prince's face flushed red. With her husband's help, Song Yi quickly retrieved what she wanted. As she opened the wooden box, she said, "The owner of the shop across the street played some tricks today, causing the landlord to take back our tea house. If your husband had more power, they wouldn't dare to treat you like this." He felt that even though he was a prince, no one took him seriously. Hey, it's not all up to you, silly. You might not know this, but it's because I married you that I have the opportunity to do business. As Song Yi spoke, she took out the jewelry the emperor had rewarded her and stared at the gold necklace for a long time. The princess consort blurted out the wedding dress and phoenix crown from the imperial edict. Back then, the bride's family preparing the wedding dress and phoenix crown was practically the dowry itself. Song Yi jumped down from Prince Zhao, a cunning glint in her eyes. Although the wedding dress was a gift from the emperor, we still have to return it to the Hai family. However, during that disastrous wedding, I damaged the phoenix crown and secretly hid the fallen jewels, saving them for a rainy day. The Hai family, fearing repercussions, didn't dare say a word. And now, they'll come in handy. So, wife, you plan to use these jewels to bid? Prince Zhao asked. Song Yi smiled. Exactly. If we really get into a price war, both sides will have to spend a lot of money. The landlord will team up with someone to specifically drain the other party's wallet until they can't hold on any longer. I plan to use this money to buy a new storefront. With the quality of these jewels, buying an entire building wouldn't be a problem. However, things rewarded by the ancient emperors are a bit sensitive. We need to handle them carefully, preferably selling them at a higher price. Prince Zhao pondered for a moment, then said, "Wife, are you planning to destroy the once-in-a-lifetime phoenix crown?" That's right. This way, besides the prince's mansion, we'll have other assets and won't be controlled by outsiders. Silence hung in the air, so Song Yi spoke first. She asked, "Do you hate me now? After all, that was a gift from your father, the emperor. Not only did I not return it to the He family, but I also privately sold a part of it. Isn't that immoral?" "No, it's not like that," Prince Zhao quickly said. "I just think it's a bit of a pity. I've always been this kind of person. Didn't you ask me what I was like before I transmigrated? I was cold, a flatterer, and I liked to use people. Are you disappointed?" Song Yi began to recall her past. Whenever she started a new project, there were always whispers behind her back. Competitors often backed out before even starting. She had always been curious why she made people so afraid. A delicate woman is always more charming. Song Yi never understood why delicate women were considered lovely, while strong women were the opposite. But she couldn't change now. "So, I just suddenly wanted to say I'm sorry," Song Yi murmured. Prince Zhao suddenly embraced her tightly. "Don't change, really. Everything you do is for the prince's mansion, right?" Prince Zhao added. "Actually, I can't say that. The timing is just right. If you were only doing this for power, you would have worried about these things long ago. You said you would change for me. This place was supposed to be where we could live carefree, right?" His words made Song Yi blush, a little embarrassed, but she still wanted to change the world. Prince Zhao continued, "If you hadn't told me yourself, I wouldn't have known any of this, my wife. You chose to tell me your plan. Doesn't that mean you're willing to show me your worst side instead of hiding it?" Prince Zhao was incredibly moved, feeling that Song Yi trusted him so much that she dared to sell even things bestowed by the emperor for him. "If this is discovered, you'll be in trouble, right?" Song Yi thought to herself. Although she wasn't that bad, he was still so happy. It clearly wasn't a good thing, so why? Of course, Prince Zhao was also thinking, one must seize the opportunity when a person is at their most self-loathing. She wasn't usually lazy, but he had finally finally found the right moment. "My wife, is there anything I can do for you?" Prince Zhao asked solicitously. He had to first make it clear that he was on her side. Even if the emperor probably couldn't remember how many pearls he had given to his unfavored princess consort, and even if word got out, it wouldn't be a big deal. But selling her dowry would still be upsetting, wouldn't it? Although not very useful, I hope to share some of the burden with you. "My wife." Prince Zhao's acting completely broke down Song Yi's defenses. How could she still feel upset? The original Song Yi's image was deeply rooted in her heart, and she hadn't considered other possibilities. "Sigh, it's really nothing," Song Yi thought casually. "I'll just find something for my husband to do. Don't take it too seriously, just go through the motions." Prince Zhao thought to himself, this return to the capital was exactly what Song Yi wanted, and he should stop pushing it. It was time to find an opportunity to agree to her inheritance plan, to be able to make Prince Zhao back down and obediently be teased by her. Truly, as long as you care about me in your heart and don't hate me, I dare to ask for a kiss. They hadn't had any intimate contact since their marriage. He probably doesn't like it. Sigh, maybe he'll blush and run away after seeing this. Sure enough, Prince Zhao's face turned as red as a tomato. Cold kiss. Even without much affection, this woman could still go this far. Just how much did she like intimacy? But if he refused now, all his previous efforts would probably be wasted. Prince Zhao pondered for a long time and finally made up his mind. "What do you mean hate or not hate? She's my wife." Prince Zhao suddenly and precisely kissed Song Yi's lips. Song Yi's eyes widened. Heavens, he really kissed her. What should she do next? Should she go for French kiss or just a light peck? In this romantic atmosphere, Song Yi was completely flustered. But Prince Zhao had already displayed skillful tongue technique like a veteran. Did Prince Zhao have experience before? Or was he just naturally gifted? He'd seemingly been single this whole time, yet he was so talented. How could a modern woman, having read so many romance novels, lose? Song Yi, not to be outdone, wrapped her arms around Prince Zhao's neck. Pulling him closer, she slowly pushed him down. What was she trying to do? Didn't she just want to kiss him? They were both clearly pretending to be oblivious, but in reality, they were both very proactive. Prince Zhao simply let Song Yi take the lead, as long as she was happy. But then he thought, he was a man after all. How could he back down in this aspect? The atmosphere suddenly heated up, and the two lingered in an embrace before separating. Both were panting. How did it become like this? Kissing was like a fight. Prince Zhao's face was still flushed bright red. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and licked his lips. "What did you eat, my wife? You taste so sweet." "I just ate a tangerine." A seemingly meaningless sentence made them both blush even more. Embarrassed, Song Yi made an excuse about needing to sleep and fled. Good heavens, why did he ask me what I ate? Prince Zhao's actions are truly unsettling. Am I getting old? My eyes are failing, and my heart can't take it. I'm only 18. Back in her room, Song Yi frantically splashed cold water on her face. But thinking about it, so that's what kissing feels like. Soft, heart racing, and utterly feverish. Am I getting addicted? I feel like my thoughts are going off track. Song Yi banged her head against the mirror with a thump. Addicted to what? I can't let my cheesy romance novel brain interfere with my mission to return home. Afterwards, Song Yi burrowed under the covers. I made up my mind, she thought. I'm simply not cut out for romance, let alone marriage. This arranged marriage is just a temporary measure. It's better to end it all quickly and return to the modern world. Thinking too much will keep me awake. It wasn't long before Song Yi fell asleep and started snoring. Just then, Prince Zhao quietly wheeled himself to the bedroom door. He stood quietly by the bed, watching her sleep. Turning, he blew out the oil lamp and whispered, "It's not good to sleep with the light on." Having said that, he leaned down and placed a kiss on Song Yi's lips. But after the kiss, he realized the taste was different this time. The next morning, at the Chi family tea house, Song Yi wearily opened for business. Sigh, back to serious matters. Focused on readjusting her mindset, Song Yi almost forgot that she had shared a bed with Prince Zhao last night. Waking up next to the person she had kissed yesterday was far too stimulating. This was truly a test of self-control. Better sneak out and conduct that final experiment. Perhaps she should have Prince Zhao sleep in a separate bed tonight. Across the street, Jin Sheng saw Song Yi's exhausted face. She yawned repeatedly, so he walked over to taunt her Well, if it isn't shopkeeper Song. Why so idle today? Aren't you busy choosing a new location for your shop? As soon as Song Yi heard him speak, she knew he was up to something. Why would I need a new location? It's you, shopkeeper Jean, who will likely be paying rent for the building next to mine from now on. Song Yi pulled out a piece of paper, a land deed. It clearly stated that on a certain date, the property had been transferred to Prince Zhao, and the ownerly buying signature was also on it. What do you mean, shopkeeper Song? Nothing much. From today onwards, the ownership of this building belongs to me. Recalling yesterday's events, Song Yi had used a valuable item and some public funds to acquire this building, also borrowing the prince's influence. Besides the treasure from the Eastern Sea, there was also the imperial gold to buy land, more than enough. If she was worried about Jin Cheng's retaliation, she just had to remember her brother-in-law's status. Given the current situation, withdrawing from this tea house competition would be the wisest move. Hearing Song Yi's words, Jin Cheng panicked. Could she be planning to use the same tactics as him, forcing out the owner and taking over? Damn it, I need to sign a new lease quickly, and the rent will definitely skyrocket. This was because he had significantly raised the rent for the shop across the street, while keeping his own shop's rent at the original price. I have no intention of raising the rent, nor do I want to compete with your business, Jin Cheng said. Song Yi sneered. Shopkeeper Jean is indeed clever. Then I'll be blunt. I have a mutually beneficial solution, a tea house alliance. Jin Cheng pondered for a moment, asking Song Yi to elaborate. Song Yi began to explain this new concept. A chain store means a group of shops selling the same things under a unified brand, distributed in various locations and managed by a central headquarters. The shops will continuously introduce new dishes and ingredients, and will even teach everyone how to make them, simple and easy to learn. However, you'll have to share a small portion of the profits. How much will we have to share? Don't try to take a lion's share, Jin Cheng asked cautiously. Song Yi replied, don't worry, it's not that exorbitant. Just a small percentage of your shop's income. With shopkeeper Jin's abilities, you surely won't just open one shop, right? You can open as many as you like, and there's no need to worry in the early stages. Snacks, fruits, fresh vegetables. You can order them directly from headquarters, super convenient. The more Jin Cheng thought about it, the more it made sense. If he only had to give up a small profit to solve the ingredient supply problem, then he could free up his hands to do other things and earn more money. Shopkeeper Song, aren't you afraid I'll steal your business? 1 piece of cake versus 10 pieces of cake. Which would you choose? Would you really be willing to watch others steal your customers? Song Yi said cheerfully, oh, it's all right. Making money is more fun when everyone's involved. Inwardly, she chuckled. Do you really think I'd only sell to you? After this deal, the estate's total assets had tripled. The side character's entrepreneurial mission was successfully completed that afternoon. She happily announced to the staff, the shop is saved. Xiao Li and the others were thrilled. All right, everyone listen up. I have an announcement. From now on, we'll have a new manager. I have some things to attend to recently and can't always be here. Walking over to a small chalkboard she'd made, she explained, I want to nominate someone to be the manager, responsible for the tea house's daily operations and menu planning. Daily wages will also be linked to the shop's overall profits. Xiao Li, sitting below, asked with some confusion. So if the shop makes a lot of money, will the manager get double the silver? Song Yi nodded. That's right. This is a big deal. Everyone give it up. I'm announcing our Chi family tea house's new manager, the multi-talented Pao Chung. Pao Chung was stunned. Huh, me? But I'm just a cook, is that okay? Of course it is, Song Yi said, handing him the manager's token. He was so down yesterday. Considering what had happened before, it was likely that Jin Cheng had already tried to poach him. After all, she couldn't just focus on the building and ignore the people. In fact, Jin Cheng had privately approached Pao Chung, offering him triple his salary. The cook was the heart of a restaurant. She couldn't just replace him with anyone. Pao Chung was immediately delighted and grateful. Thank you, boss. No need to thank me. Just work hard. Are all your apprentices here? Yes, I never thought I'd be able to take on apprentices at my age. It's all thanks to you, boss. At this, Pao Chung fell silent for a moment. Then, bowing deeply, he said, Boss, I know my own abilities. Those dishes, rather than saying they were made by me, it's more accurate to say they came from you. I've always wanted a chance to improve those recipes, so I plan to stay at the tea house forever, and I'll never change my mind. He clutched the manager's token tightly. Of course I know how much you've contributed to the tea house, Pao Chung. Otherwise, I wouldn't entrust you with such a big responsibility, Song Yi said, helping pouching up, a smile playing on her lips. Let's all work hard together. As long as you're willing to put in the effort, everyone will have the chance to be a boss someday. Song Yi's words greatly boosted the staff's morale. With everything settled, Song Yi left the tea house. Oh, it's so late. Putting on a smiling face all day is truly exhausting, both physically and mentally. And I still have to maintain my image. Racking my brains, I'm so tired. I haven't been home before dark lately. Prince Zhao must be terribly worried. No, I can't treat him like an imaginary boyfriend. Prince Zhao waiting for me so obediently is actually quite pitiful. I have to make it clear that this isn't love. It's not that I want to dump him. It's just that I simply can't have a romantic relationship. Lost in thought, Song Yi suddenly heard the clash of swords. Following the sound, she saw a silver-haired youth surrounded by a group of people. She widened her eyes, trying to get a clear look at the person. Seeing the masked silver-haired youth launch a hidden weapon, Song Yi thought this person looked exactly like the Tang clan assassin mentioned in the original story. Black clothes, masked face, hidden weapons. Truly a top-tier assassin organization. But she was also puzzled. Why would the Tang clan appear here? The Tang clan was an organization within the Qing King's territory, perpetually employed by various factions as assassins and spies, never revealing themselves. Unless they caused a huge commotion, their identities were untraceable. As she was thinking, the silver-haired youth suddenly rushed towards Song Yi with incredible speed, abruptly covering her mouth with one hand and pulling her back. Don't be afraid, it's me. A low voice sounded in her ear. People from the martial arts world possessed formidable skills, and the Tang clan's movements were particularly uncanny. It was best not to get involved. Song Yi was stunned for a moment before she came to her senses. Realizing it was her husband, she asked in surprise, "What are you doing here? How did you recognize me?" Prince Zhao released his hand from her mouth. He smiled. "I waited and waited, but you didn't come home. Naturally, I was worried, so I came to the shop to look for you. As for how I recognized you, I knew just from your footsteps, my wife. I will never forget them." Finishing his sentence, Prince Zhao pulled Song Yi tightly into his embrace. "Really?" Song Yi mumbled, feigning displeasure. "But isn't everything all right now? You can relax." No way. Your husband has a slight ailment, so I can't move around too much. I can only obediently stay by my wife's side and seek protection. We should wait, but it would be great if you could keep an eye out for those martial artists. Even though I can't see, I can usually tell who they are by the sounds of their weapons and moves. As Prince Zhao spoke, Song Yi felt a little disgruntled. How am I supposed to scout in this position? It's too dark. There's no light at all. I can't see anything either. After she finished speaking, she reminded herself inwardly, "Song Yi, calm down. Don't forget the separate beds plan. Don't be fooled by this handsome face." Song Yi still tried her best to observe and saw a group of assassins in black pursuing a masked person. Everyone was using knives and throwing darts. The pursued person was also quite skilled, but ultimately outnumbered. At this moment, a thought flashed through Song Yi's mind. Right, the novel for the king didn't mention the Tang clan, but there was indeed a masked character. I didn't choose to oppose the ninth prince after I transmigrated because I had no money and because I'd read the novel and knew the poetry gathering was the beginning of everything. The first chapter of For the King used the poetry gathering to showcase the talents of the various princes and also laid the groundwork for the later relationship with the ninth prince, Qin Shengxian. The poetry gathering was half a month ago. The high-ranking officials have probably already chosen which prince to support, and the ninth prince must have already started making his moves. "Ninth prince, it's you." Song Yi muttered to herself. Isn't this fate's arrangement? Hearing the ninth prince's subordinates say that his beloved died because of him, his heart also died. Song Yi listened, thinking to herself, so the ninth prince became like that because of his lover's death. Could it be that guard called Nine? But the novel didn't say this person had white hair. Just then, Nine was slashed by the assassins, and the wound wasn't light. "Young master, I'm sorry. Only when no one is around can master continue on. I'm just following orders." Song Yi, sitting on Prince Zhao's lap, said, "They seem to be talking, but I can't hear them clearly." "It's all right, I can hear them." In short, There are two factions within the Tang clan, and the elders are extremely powerful. After the old clan leader died, the vice clan leader wanted to kill the heir and usurp the position. The nature of the Jianghu is actually no different from the court. The white-haired man you mentioned is probably the true young master who's being suppressed by his family. As those people were brandishing their swords and surrounding him, another figure flew down, another person appeared. Song Yi looked at the figure in surprise. It seemed to be a woman. The girl moved extremely fast, drawing her sword to block an assassin's attack. Tian Xiao, someone shouted anxiously. Song Yi was also too nervous to sit still. The girl stood in the middle of the ambush, completely unafraid, her swordsmanship like the wind. Song Yi watched, dumbfounded. Why are you here? Aren't you sick? Forget it, run. Tian Xiao took the person's hand, and the two escaped together. The assassins pursued relentlessly, and Song Yi could only watch blankly as they chased after them. We have to follow them. It's so dark, they won't notice us if we stay far enough away. Prince Zhao asked with a puzzled look. Wife, you're so agitated. Does this have something to do with the novel you were reading before? She's a key character, and she used to be dead set against you. The Ninth Prince's men harmed your fiancé. Prince Zhao gasped, killed my fiancé. That's right, the Ninth Prince acts all innocent on the surface. Song Yi was now completely in protagonist mode, thinking, it seems it's time to drop a bombshell on the naive Prince Zhao. Prince Zhao, however, didn't believe her at all, shaking his head vigorously. Song Yi shrugged, believe it or not, husband, decide for yourself. I'm not from this world anyway. I'm not as capable as you, and there's no need for me to lie to you. I'm just telling you what I saw in the novel. Ninth Brother's wish is actually my wish too. I thought about these things for a long time before I understood them. I understand, wife, but let's put that aside for now. The Tang family's feud is the key tonight. According to the script, the Tang family can't kill the young master, but he will be seriously injured and rescued by the Ninth Prince, becoming his confidant. That's why he wants to destroy the Tang clan. In the novel, Nine's guards are skilled in reconnaissance and assassination. They will be troublesome enemies. But seeing his reaction when he was with that girl, it seems like he's changed his mind. Besides a lover, there's probably no one else who can make a top-level, cold-blooded killer show that kind of expression. Maybe I've become soft-hearted from being with you for so long. After all, my own love life is a mess. I think other people's relationships are really precious. I absolutely love the theme of love can change a person's life. Want to see? Just then, they stumbled upon the assassins' corpses. Upon closer inspection, Song Yi discovered the bodies were already cold and the blood dried. Song Yi continued, that white-haired guy was seriously injured, but the bleeding suddenly stopped. The bleeding stopped, meaning he's no longer here. He was probably carried away. Although, imagining them being carried away is a bit strange. It's not impossible. Maybe they joined forces. The injured person used Lightfoot skill to escape in the darkness, and the bloodstains were just a diversion. Prince Zhao said, makes sense. Someone here knows Lightfoot skill, but those Tang clan assassins haven't shown up. They're probably searching separately. We're practically defenseless now. If we run into them, we're finished. Let's head north. In the original story, Prince Zhao was born into the demonic sect and possesses high-level martial arts skills. But due to his physical condition, he can't practice swordsmanship and can only use techniques that don't require his legs. Just then, Song Yi suddenly stopped and said, this is all my fault for meddling. I shouldn't have dragged husband into danger. Husband, you find a safe place to rest first. I'll go scout for information, and we'll meet up after I find them. But this time, even though she fell into the mud, she still shone brightly. No, we just agreed not to separate. I can protect you, wife, Prince Zhao said worriedly. These words made Song Yi's heart tremble. Don't worry, I have my ways. As they were talking, Song Yi suddenly heard a strange noise. A hidden weapon came whistling towards them. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and deflected it with a flick of her wrist. Song Yi was startled and quickly looked around, trying to find the attacker. Could it be that those assassins have already found us? If you're not reinforcements, then scram. Zhu said coldly. He didn't expect these two to actually find him. So it was this easy, not exactly easy. Being able to approach the target so quickly was all thanks to Prince Zhao's hearing and sense of smell. The reason he wanted to head north initially was because he smelled blood. Darkness is terrifying for ordinary people, but for him, it's a piece of cake. Hearing Song Yi say they weren't enemies and might even help him escape, Ju asked incredulously, "Help us? What do you want?" Song Yi replied, "There are benefits, of course, but first tell us what you need." "It's no use." He sighed. "No one can help me." Song Yi asked curiously why. Ju clutched his wound and turned around. "My fellow disciples, in order to complete the mission, I've already figured out your abilities and guessed that you aren't pursuers. But Tian Xiao is already infected. Even if Prince Yang has more medicine, it can't be cured, not completely." Song Yi and Prince Zhao were both shocked. Song Yi and Prince Zhao exchanged glances. Ju walked over to Tian Xiao, who was huddled in a dark corner. "I've been watching the Imperial Palace for so long, I really envy your lives." He murmured softly, "It's a shame. Envy is just envy. In the end, I'm too weak to solve my own problems. I even ruined her last days, couldn't even let her be at peace." Ju sadly stroked Tian Xiao's slightly pale cheek. Seeing this scene, Song Yi suddenly remembered him. Could he be the thief who snuck into the Imperial Palace a while ago? Excuse me, Prince Zhao interjected. "What is this serious illness you speak of? What are the symptoms? Have you seen a doctor?" Ju was silent for a moment before saying, "It's appendicitis." Appendicitis. Song Yi had never heard of it. "Since I've said it, don't ask anymore. Maybe this is retribution." Ju replied. By now, Tian Xiao in Ju's arms was in unbearable pain. Ju felt like this was a punishment for himself. He had done too many bad things, and even the person he cared about would be taken away. Although Song Yi had many questions, she decided to save the person first. She asked her husband, "What kind of illness is appendicitis? Is it really incurable like he said?" Prince Zhao nodded. "That's right. Appendicitis is different from ordinary stomach ailments. When it flares up, the abdomen experiences severe pain and swelling. Over time, it gets worse and worse, and eventually, the person will fall into a coma and even die." Lower abdominal pain. Song Yi stroked her chin thoughtfully. "This description sounds like appendicitis." Appendicitis. Prince Zhao was confused. "Yeah, like the intestinal colic symptoms you described. In modern times, surgery can cure it quickly. The mortality rate was high in ancient times, probably because people were afraid of surgery. External medicine has limited effect. Surgery is still necessary." "What is surgery?" Prince Zhao still didn't understand. "It's using a knife to cut out the bad things inside the body and then stitching it up so it heals. The appendix isn't a vital organ, so removing it won't cause death. Tell me more about this surgery. Maybe I can try it. Are you saying you're willing to operate if you can confirm this young woman has appendicitis?" Song Yi asked in surprise. Prince Zhao nodded slightly. Song Yi's jaw nearly dropped. "No wonder they call you Divine Hands Prince Zhao. You're actually going to use Western medical knowledge you've never studied. Of course, I can't guarantee I can save her, but if we don't try, she has no chance at all. What do you think, Ju?" Song Yi inquired. Ju pursed his lips, caught in a terrible dilemma. He held his lover's body tightly. Just then, the assassins finally caught up. Song Yi frantically shouted a warning, telling everyone to run, but the only escape route was already blocked. An assassin slowly descended from above. "Xiao Chu's skills are still as impressive as ever. It took me a lot of effort to find you. How did all these other people get here? Forget it. Kill them all. No one who has witnessed the Tang family's disgrace can be allowed to leave alive." At that moment, Ju rushed forward, swinging his sword at an assassin. "Take Tian Xiu and go. I'll hold him off." Then, the scene instantly descended into chaos. Song Yi thought it's time for a good fight. With Ju's words, "We can probably escape safely," but his own chances of survival are slim. He has to escape. He can't let them take his life. Song Yi turned to pick up Tian Xiu. Although this person said he would be loyal to Prince Ju, even unto death, his lover is in Prince Zhao's residence. If he survives, he can only side with us, which is only beneficial for us. But this isn't the most advantageous yet. "Zhao, I'll leave Tian Xiu to you." "Wait for me," Song Yi said. "Your Highness, hurry up. The Tang young master won't last much longer." Prince Zhao was flustered, completely clueless about Song Yi's plan. He could clearly handle these assassins himself, yet he still pretended to be an innocent White Lotus. Song Yi thought, "It's time to reveal my trump card. We must save him, otherwise tonight's efforts will be wasted," she said. Just as both sides were locked in fierce combat, Song Yi, with an innocent expression, spoke while holding her items. "Hey, that Tang fellow, want to discuss a deal. If we can give you and Tian Chu the life you want, what can you offer us in return?" Tang Chu spun around, terrified. You absolutely cannot say such things. Quickly take Tian Chu and leave. But what if we really can do it? Song Yi dropped the bombshell. Then she threw the things in her hands towards the assassins. Bang! A loud explosion sent the assassins reeling back. Come here quickly. I have more fireworks. They won't dare approach. She shouted. Yes, madam. Tian Chu suddenly switched to honorifics and ran to Song Yi and her group. Song Yi continued to bombard the assassins in the alley with fireworks. A series of bang, bang, bang explosions sounded as if it were New Year's Eve. Who would have thought that the firecrackers she usually made would actually come in handy? Sulfur, coal, or wood. Although these firecrackers are not very stable, they are loud enough. With such a commotion, the neighbors are sure to be woken up. Song Yi pushed the wheelchair and rushed out, shouting, help. Murder. Is there no law in this world? Xiao Wang definitely didn't expect Song Yi to have this trick up her sleeve. After Song Yi's yell, a group of older women opened their windows. They yelled, who's setting off firecrackers in the middle of the night? Do you want to die? Yeah, what's going on? So noisy. The assassins were completely dumbfounded. What should we do? So many people are watching. We can't reveal our identities. Our brothers have also been injured by the firecrackers. Let's retreat. We'll live to fight another day. Song Yi and her group continue to flee for their lives. Song Yi finally stopped to wipe the sweat from her forehead, having finally made it back to Prince Zhao's residence. They immediately began preparing for Song Qiuwei's surgery. The instruments were all sterilized and the cloths were checked. They couldn't allow any bacteria to take advantage of the situation. You know, I'm not a professional doctor. This time, I'm just assisting His Highness Prince Zhao. Using a knife will definitely hurt. Is there any anesthetic that can make someone completely unconscious so she won't move around? Song Yi said, we've prepared the basics, but Lin Yang specializes in making people completely unconscious. Song Yi turned to look at her in surprise. Lin Yang had just entered. How did she get pulled into this? She's very skilled at this, but now is not the time to think too much about it. Song Yi felt that trusting Prince Zhao was the right course of action. After all, she had helped stabilize Song Qiuwei earlier. The surgery was about to begin. What happened? Didn't His Highness go to pick up the princess? How did he come back with 2 injured people and cause such a commotion? Lin Yang asked. It's a long story, Song Yi replied. Song Yi turned to Tang Chu and explained, basically, Xiao Wang is going to cut open this young woman's stomach and take out what's making her sick. If you can't handle the sight of blood, go out now. I'll stay. Tang Chu replied, I'll stay. But can you 2 guarantee that you'll save Song Qiuwei? Song Yi had already told Tang Chu and Prince Zhao. This is Prince Zhao's first time performing abdominal surgery. We're also going in blind. It's all up to fate. After Song Yi finished speaking, Tang Chu looked dejected, but he knew this was the only chance to save the woman he loved. He understood that the first step to becoming king was for the 9th prince to maneuver within the palace, avoid treacherous relatives, and slowly rally the ministers to his side. The assassin Zhu had been his most trusted person, originally just an expendable pawn, but now Prince Zhao had softened. Song Yi thought, although any comfort I offer now is useless, I still prefer a happy ending rather than a hero whose life or death is uncertain. This is a good opportunity to negotiate terms. With just a few words, I can make him as loyal to Prince Zhao as he was to the 9th prince in the novel, serving him wholeheartedly. Song Yi took Tang Chu's hand and placed it in Song Qiuwei's, saying, young Master Tang, if you're worried, hold her hand and pray for her. Scientifically speaking, the proximity of your body heat will be a great encouragement to her. The word scientific confused Tang Chu a bit, but she didn't expect that Prince Zhao, who had been so proactive just now, was now less active, seemingly a little jealous. Ahem, Song Yi, could you come and help your husband? I want to put these candles by the bed. Alright, but why so many candles? Song Yi asked. Shadowless lamps provide multi-angle light sources, preventing the surgeon's shadow from affecting the operation. Wait a minute, isn't my husband blind? Why is he pretending to need a surgical lamp? Song Yi muttered to herself. Xiao Wang removed his eye mask and said, it's just a habit. It's more reassuring for the patient if I keep my eyes open when treating them. Song Yi observed him secretly. No matter what, she always felt that Prince Zhao could actually see. Washing hands with alcohol is also a form of disinfection. With Song Yi's assistance, Prince Zhao began the surgery. He was nervous, sweat dripping from his brow. Soon, the surgery was successfully completed. Prince Zhao gasped. "It's over," he announced calmly. Miss Song Chiu Wei's breathing is stable. Now I just need to wait for her to wake up and make sure the wound doesn't get infected. There's no sterile environment here, so be extra careful not to touch anything dirty after the surgery. "Yes, I understand. You two have worked hard all night. Go back and rest. I'll look after Song Chiu Wei." "Ah, young Master Tang, you're injured too. Don't you need a rest?" Song Yi asked with concern. Seeing this, Prince Zhao's face darkened. "It's fine. I can't sleep like this anyway. I'll wait until she wakes up." "All right then. I'll take the prince back to rest first. You've worked hard. If anything happens, just call Koair or Lin Yang." "Thank you." It was already late at night. Song Yi helped Prince Zhao back to his room, her face full of exhaustion. Having worked intensely for a whole day and night, she was almost asleep on her feet. The surgeon must be the most tired. "Prince, please rest early. Someone is looking after young Master Tang, so there's no need to worry. Could my wife please come a little closer?" Song Yi was puzzled by these words, but she still brought her bright face closer. "What is it?" Song Yi looked down at Xiao Wang with a smile, but unexpectedly, Xiao Wang suddenly kissed her. Song Yi was so startled that she almost fell backward, thinking, "Why did he suddenly kiss me?" "Xiao Wang, what are you doing? Was it because the pressure of the surgery was too much and you needed to release some stress?" Song Yi asked, her eyes wide. Xiao Wang sighed and caressed Song Yi's face, asking, "It seems my wife cares a lot about the young master of the Tang clan. Is he more important than your husband?" "You are my wife." Song Yi stared at him blankly, thinking, what is he talking about? Why is he comparing? "I care about Tang Chu because he's been wronged a bit in the succession struggle storyline." "What about me? Am I important in the story?" Prince Zhao asked sullenly. Song Yi thought, why has Prince Zhao suddenly become so clingy? She deliberately looked away and hesitated. Seeing this, Xiao Wang immediately said, "Let me rephrase the question. Is the person you care about me or the me in the novel?" Song Yi broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh no, he's figured out I'm mixing things up. Although the Prince Zhao in the novel and the current Prince Zhao are the same person, they're still somewhat different, right? I'm sorry. I made my husband feel insecure. Are you jealous? What should I do to make you happy?" Song Yi thought as she helped Xiao Wang lie down on the bed. Prince Zhao, expressionless, said indifferently, "I'm fine." But as he spoke, he felt a strange sensation. He could easily coax out the entire plot of the novel from her. Yet he wasn't happy. Song Yi sighed and said, "Tell you what, I'll tell you everything about the novel Ascension. After you've heard it all, you can tell me your feelings. I would really appreciate that." Prince Zhao was a little surprised. She was actually willing to tell him everything. At that moment, Song Yi began summarizing the novel Ascension, starting with the autumn hunt, allowing the listener to understand the complexities of the court's power dynamics. Among them, the first prince from the Empress's faction and the third prince, deeply favored by the Emperor, were the most likely successors to the throne. The first prince was the Empress's son, backed by the Chancellor's house. The third prince was the son of the Emperor's most beloved concubine. However, when the old Emperor fell gravely ill, everything changed. The Chancellor's house, fearing the old Emperor's imminent demise and his potential decision to pass the throne to the third prince, decided to force the Emperor to abdicate. The Empress hailed from the Chancellor's house, and thus, with their support, the first prince eliminated all obstacles in his path to usurpation, practically slaughtering all the royal heirs. Until the middle of the story, only those like you, who left the palace early due to disability, escaped the first prince's notice. In the end, only the ninth prince escaped, but at a heavy cost. Tang Ju, whom we rescued last night, also died at that time. Finally, Xian Shengson fled to your residence, seeking refuge. This is my favorite part. At that time, he stood alone before the palace gates, facing 1,000,000 soldiers without a trace of fear. His aura and determination were truly admirable. Song Yi continued, "Actually, I haven't finished reading the rest, but I peeked at some spoilers. I heard that Xian Shengson later joined forces with some martial arts experts, stormed the capital, and became the new emperor. Truly remarkable." After Song Yi finished speaking, Prince Zhao awkwardly asked, "Wife, is the person you actually like in the story me? Was he serious? Shouldn't he be asking about his own ending in the story?" Song Yi thought to herself. It seemed this topic was unavoidable. She had originally wanted to change the subject. Prince Zhao, emotionally agitated, grabbed Song Yi, "But I care more about your feelings. I love you. Song Yi gently embraced him. Don't worry, the novel is just one possibility. I just admire the character. It was you who actually helped me come home. Of course, home. Prince Zhao suddenly asked, by the way, you haven't told me. Do you actually want to be emperor? No pressure. It's okay if you don't. I want to know. Prince Zhao lowered his head in thought. But once we decide, we must plan for the future, such as whether to directly join the Ninth Prince's faction. But considering Xin Shif's cunning, we still need to consider the uprising. The current Xin Shengxin is more capable and scheming than in the story, and betrayal is always a possibility. Prince Zhao felt conflicted. From the moment he was born, he felt like it's a shame this child was a mistake. Can't you see that? This is the retribution for the saintess defiling her body. At that time, he asked his mother, Mother, why do they say that about me? Zhao, what do you think? I also want to know why you were born. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. As she spoke, she slapped Prince Zhao hard, with practiced ease. Haha. But it's not too late. As long as you take everything from that person, you have a chance to win. Prince Zhao, do you want to save your mother? Then take this hatred and the things I've taught you and destroy this world. When Prince Zhao ascends the throne, I will finally be free. Seeing Prince Zhao frozen in place, Song Yi quickly shook him, calling out, Prince Zhao, can you hear me? If I become emperor, will you leave me? Prince Zhao suddenly asked, I've already explained about transmigration. My body in the modern world is severely injured, and I can only be revived by completing the system tasks. But I don't necessarily have to go back. It really depends on your choice. I understand. As Prince Zhao spoke, he pulled Song Yi into his arms and pressed her onto the bed. Perhaps after someone ascends the throne, all those who transmigrated will return to their original worlds. But then Song Yi would also disappear. Late into the night, Prince Zhao completely lost control of his emotions, as if a string had suddenly snapped. He leaned down and bit Song Yi's neck. Song Yi hadn't reacted yet, only feeling a sharp pain. She hissed, but Prince Zhao, as if possessed, bit down hard on her neck. This wasn't a gentle nibble. It left a red mark, and even a little blood seeped out, causing a stinging sensation. Before Song Yi could speak, Prince Zhao quickly released her. Hi. His eyes widened. Confusion etched across his face. I'm sorry, he mumbled, sounding utterly bewildered. I don't feel quite right. Song Yi froze, unsure what to do, her gaze fixed on him with concern. Are you sure you're all right? She asked, her face full of worry. Prince Zhao avoided her eyes for a moment, but in that fleeting instant, a cold, strange glint flashed through them, just like before the surgery. Had she imagined it? As Song Yi reached out to touch the bite mark, Prince Zhao caught her hand. Let me take care of it, he said seriously, then leaned down and licked the wound. Song Yi thought to herself, is this how Prince Zhao treats all injuries? She was completely baffled, utterly lost in thought. There, now the smell of blood is gone, he declared, as if nothing had happened. Prince Zhao pulled Song Yi into his arms, softly urging her to rest. Song Yi wanted to cry, but even tears wouldn't come. She just sat there, dazed, thinking, how did things become like this? I can't understand you anymore. One moment you're gentle as a white lotus, the next you're an unpredictable carnivorous flower. Prince Zhao's current mood was truly unreadable, mysterious, and chaotic, like a book with its crucial chapters ripped out. What was wrong with him? The next morning, Kuei-er reported that Tianqi had awakened. So Song Yi and Prince Zhao went to see her. Tang Ju was holding her tightly, his face brimming with happiness. After just a few days, Song Yi had almost fully recovered. She was radiant, nestled beside her beloved. Honestly, anyone would envy this young couple. Song Yi's business was booming. Not only had she sold her secret recipe to the city's top restaurants, but she was also preparing to open a new hot pot restaurant, always thinking about how to expand her business. In the palace, Song Yi was hesitating, about to tell Prince Zhao her idea of building a machine. Just then, Tang Ju, having just returned from delivering Tianqi's meal, paused, looking on curiously. Remembering that the Tang family was famous for their mechanisms and hidden weapons, she realized he might be able to help. She pulled a drawing from her sleeve. I need a machine that can grind grain and pump water, but I only have a rudimentary understanding. I need someone with expertise to help. With a simple drawing and Song Yi's detailed explanation, Tang Ju studied it carefully and nodded. Let me give it a try. Are you sure it won't be too much much trouble. Tang Ju shook his head. Don't mention it. You're my benefactor. I will definitely repay you. When Tang Ju addressed Prince Zhao as Divine Hand's Prince Zhao, both Prince Zhao and Song Yi were stunned. Divine Hand's Prince, a title known only within the martial arts world. Prince Zhao asked impassively, "How did you know that?" Tang Ju chuckled softly, his voice low. "Don't worry, I mean no harm. Tanya spoke it frankly. I used to be employed to gather intelligence. But thanks to the two of you, I'm alive today. Please believe me." He knelt, expressing his gratitude to Prince Zhao and Song Yi with sincerity, revealing a long-buried secret. Though still somewhat suspicious, Song Yi and Prince Zhao reluctantly chose to believe him. All right, now let me take you into this mysterious and unpredictable world. This Tang Ju, you see, grew up in the Tang clan, burdened with high expectations to inherit all their secret martial arts and mechanical skills. But fate played a cruel hand. After his father's death, the elders became greedy for power, falsely accusing Tang Ju of treason and ruthlessly expelling him from the clan. During his escape, Tang Ju encountered Tian Qi, a young woman also fleeing family strife. Kind-hearted, she saved his life and cared for him. To survive, Tang Ju had to take on dangerous black market missions, using the Tang clan's name and skills as a cover. But these missions were actually clues laid by the elders, a way to track him down and eliminate him completely. What bad luck. The black market usually keeps its clients' identities secret, but with enough cunning, one can always find some clues. Song Yi pondered, could it be related to the royal palace? Tang Ju nodded, his expression grave, as if he had weathered countless storms. If you have even the slightest suspicion, be careful, he warned solemnly. Song Yi nodded slightly. Among the many princes, only Xian Sheng and Prince Zhao had connections to the martial arts world. While others in the palace couldn't be ruled out, the ninth prince was the most suspicious. Was Tang Ju's appearance before us truly just a coincidence? With that, Song Yi glanced at Prince Zhao. Then she turned to Tang Ju with an encouraging tone. Thank you, Mr. Tang. To be honest, I was just making a guess. Once Tian Qi is better, we should leave as soon as possible. I'm worried that staying in the prince's residence will only cause more trouble. Song Yi smiled faintly and said, "It's all right, not a problem at all. If you two have nowhere to stay, why not stay here for a few days as guards? After all, your elders only need to make some inquiries in the city to learn about Prince Zhao and me. Once the rumors spread, if any danger arises, we can only face it head on. That we can only face it." Tang Ju, quite surprised by these words, quickly asked, "What are your plans for tonight?" Song Yi changed back into her women's clothing and went with Prince Zhao to visit Tian Qi. Miss Tian Qi, how are you feeling? Does your wound still hurt? Tian Qi got up with a smile. Thanks to you, I'm fine now. Thank you both for saving my life. Don't mention it. We just wanted you to recover peacefully. Tian Qi bowed her head slightly in gratitude and said to Tang Ju, I heard everything from old Tang. It was truly frightening. I heard you used gunpowder very skillfully. Those scoundrels were so scared they didn't dare say a word. Listening, Song Yi slowly pondered. Is there anyone surnamed Feng in the court? General Feng's lineage was a surname bestowed by the emperor himself. This person must have a close relationship with him. Prince Zhao quietly asked her name, and the young woman cheerfully replied, My name is Feng Tian Kue. Song Yi immediately showed a surprised expression, and Tang Ju was also stunned. Tian Kue scratched her head a little embarrassedly, not expecting her identity to be revealed. But she just smiled and said, That's right, I am General Feng's daughter. It's just that some family matters are troubling me, so I can't go back yet. Tian Kue softly defended herself. It wasn't Tang Ju who asked. Tang Ju was momentarily speechless, and Song Yi exclaimed, So that's how it is. As expected of General Zheng Guo's descendant, no wonder you're so capable. Watching the two interact so affectionately, Song Yi instantly turned into a gossipy puppy. Tian Kue's cheeks flushed slightly as Song Yi pressed her on why she left home. It's not like I ran away from home. You know, Tang Ju and I are just travel companions, nothing more. We're like brothers. Hearing Tian Kue's words, Song Yi thought seriously. Does this girl not sense the atmosphere at all? Tian Kue grabbed Tang Ju's head, wanting to explain clearly. But as she explained, her words became rambling. So Tian Kue simply said, I came out to see the world. When I return to the camp, I'll still follow orders. Being a female general and being kept at home waiting for instructions is just too boring. This time, I want to live according to my own wishes. Then I'll obediently go home. Song Yi frowned. The difficulty lay in future arrangements. She was about to ask Tian Kuei about her future plans when Kuei hurriedly pushed the door open, her expression anxious. Prince Zhao sensed something was wrong and asked, "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" "Miss, your father is outside the palace. He wants to see you and your husband. Steward Li immediately sent me to ask for your instructions." Song Yi was slightly taken aback, somewhat surprised. "Father? Who's that?" "That's my father," she quickly replied, her thoughts racing. "Why is he outside the palace?" The two waited for a long time. As soon as they stepped out the door, a booming voice echoed within the house, as if chanting some earth-shattering event. "What's going on?" Then another resentful voice interjected. "We are your parents, yet we have to stand outside and wait. Your in-laws' behavior is truly unbearable." Lin Yang just shook his head helplessly. "May I ask why my esteemed parents have graced my humble abode today?" Song Yi retorted, her gaze sharp and devoid of emotion. "You're still leisurely drinking tea here, while your brother is in trouble outside." The voice was hurried, filled with anxiety and reproach. "Hurry and help him." Hearing that her brother was in trouble, Song Yi was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her usual indifference. Wasn't he just appointed as a court official? How could something happen so suddenly? Her tone was laced with doubt. Your brother was doing well at the government office, but for some reason, he was suddenly accused of embezzling military rations and is now imprisoned. Everyone knows Zhongshang is an honest and obedient person. How could he do such a thing? Her parents' words were urgent, almost desperate. Upon hearing this, Song Yi's heart grew heavier, silently blaming herself for being too accustomed to the unpredictability of life. Officialdom is truly a treacherous place. Someone as easygoing as him is simply not suited for it. Thinking this, she blurted out, "Father, Mother, wouldn't it be better to report this to the authorities? What good will it do to look for me?" Master Yi glared. "Your brother has been arrested, and you can still be so indifferent. If the prince were to intervene, your brother could be saved." Song Yi snapped angrily. Her attitude towards her parents was extremely dissatisfied. Not at all like someone asking for help, but more like someone who had already lost patience. The two argued loudly, and Song Yi said something that left them speechless. Then, she directly pushed the wheelchair, taking Prince Zhao with her, and left the room under her parents' shocked gazes. Master He was practically beside himself with rage. Prince Zhao gently took Song Yi's hand. They resumed their fawning and amiable expressions. Prince Zhao leaned close to Song Yi's ear and whispered something in her palm. Song Yi was stunned. Song Yi smiled slightly, feeling lighter than she had in a long time. In that moment, it was as if the spark of her conviction had been rekindled. She finally didn't have to be strong alone anymore. She gently tugged at his fingers, gesturing to him. "Oh, they always have all sorts of requests, don't they?" Song Yi said slowly, a hint of mockery in her tone. "But before asking for a favor, the He family better think carefully about whether they can afford the price." As she spoke, Song Yi casually pulled out the contract. A flicker of terror crossed her parents' faces. It was the very contract they had signed in a days earlier. The terms were clearly written. The breaching party must compensate the prince's residents 3 times the value of the jewelry, as well as the 3 sets of imperial wedding garments. TSK. Master He was practically exploding with rage, his voice full of venom. "You're too cunning. I don't need help from a daughter like you." Song Yi remained composed, retreating gracefully. "Before I officially leave this house, I'm still a member of the He family. I at least have to consider it, don't I?" She pressed on, continuing to exert pressure. Her expression made one want to both hit her and find her mischievous. Master He's face turned purple with anger, unsure whether to agree to his daughter's proposal. After leaving, Prince Zhao came to Song Yi's side. He had just pushed the wheelchair to the door when he froze. Seeing Song Yi huddled under a thick blanket, he asked softly, "What is my dear wife doing?" His voice was full of gentle concern. "I'm playing ostrich," Song Yi replied, avoiding his gaze. Prince Zhao paused, then asked again, seeming to sense her unhappiness. Prince Zhao gently lifted the blanket, smiling. "If you're an ostrich, then I'll be an ostrich with you." These words made Song Yi's heart tremble. Prince Zhao took her hand and asked softly, "How do you want to handle our matters?" Song Yi smiled gently, feeling her heart completely captivated by him. "Perhaps, in the end, we will find our own path." In the quiet, elegant room, the candlelight flickered, casting a dreamlike glow on Prince Zhao. He wasn't an official, but even without authority, this prince still carried weight. Song Yi's heart pounded as she thought about Prince Zhao, this enigmatic man. No wonder Song Yi hesitated. She had already established her own information network and knew everything about He Zhongqing's situation. She stared at Prince Zhao, her thoughts drifting between the present and the past, when suddenly, memories flooded back. She was, after all, just an orphan, but thankfully she had the love of her adoptive parents. That was a rare warmth. These warm memories made her feel even more out of place in this strange world. Song Yi's eyes reddened, like a sparkling teardrop tinged with sadness. She thought that perhaps it was best not to care about anything at all. At least for now, that's what she thought, her voice low, like the wind. Meanwhile, ripples of emotion stirred within Prince Zhao. He hadn't expected to be so moved. Reason told him to say something to his downcast wife, but all he wanted to do was hold her close. Prince Zhao gently drew Song Yi into his arms, his emotions surging. Wrapping her in the blanket, he felt an immense satisfaction, both a desire to protect her and to conquer her. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Song Yi asked, her eyes wide. "Just wanted to hold my wife a little longer," he replied, tightening his embrace. She suddenly remembered the time Prince Zhao had bitten her hard. Now, she was conflicted again. Song Yi trembled slightly at Prince Zhao's low chuckle, a sound like ice cracking on a cold night. They embraced like this in the night, the starlight filling the sky, only the sound of their heartbeats and breaths intermingling. Suddenly, he whispered something that ignited a spark of hope in her heart. "Song Yi, I will help you go home." She peeked out from under the blanket, staring at him, finally asking softly with a hint of hope, "Really, Prince Zhao?" Prince Zhao held her tighter, his voice gentle. "If you're willing, I'll do my best." Just for a moment, a voice from the modern world echoed in Song Yi's mind, making her feel as if she were back in reality. But Prince Zhao gently shook her, pulling her back to the present. "My wife, are you happy?" Song Yi smiled softly, pulled Prince Zhao onto the bed, and whispered, "Thank you." She continued softly, "Sometimes it's like waking from a dream, and homesickness washes over me. It's good that you're always by my side, making me feel at ease." Soon, night fell upon the prince's residence. Tang Ju looked up at the sky, letting out a long sigh. The night had finally passed, ushering in a new day. When Song Yi woke up, she found herself lying in Prince Zhao's arms, feeling the warmth of each other's bodies. "What's going on?" she thought, seeing a knowing look in Prince Zhao's eyes. But she couldn't help but reach out and touch the person beside her, burying her face in his chest wearily, feeling his warmth. "My wife, you're awake." Prince Zhao chuckled softly, his expression as gentle as the morning light. Song Yi was startled and quickly tried to hide her shyness. "Zhao, let me go, or neither of us will get out of bed today." But Prince Zhao just grinned mischievously, holding her even tighter, his face so close it seemed like he might bite her at any moment. He licked her lips, his face full of adoration. Prince Zhao was acting playful, like a child who hadn't played in a long time. Song Yi was both shy and annoyed, a mix of emotions swirling within her. It was hard to believe that Prince Zhao, her husband, would act this way. But then it occurred to her that this was a perfect opportunity to test him. Could he really see? "Husband, could you help me untie this?" she whispered, her heart beating faster. Prince Zhao paused, slightly taken aback. In reality, Song Yi wasn't wearing a sash at all. Prince Zhao knew this, understanding that his wife was testing him today. He immediately pretended to be blind, acting as if he couldn't see when Song Yi guided his hand. Prince Zhao let her lead his hand, cooperating fully wherever she touched. He knew Song Yi was suspicious of him. Yet, his gaze couldn't help but linger on her slender, white, 22-inch waist, his heart pounding. He continued to feign ignorance, saying, "This sash is tight, but it's actually quite easy to untie." Song Yi watches every move. As expected, once the imaginary sash was untied, Prince Zhao couldn't resist pinching Song Yi's waist. This doesn't feel like her back, does it?" he said as his hand slid down to a softer area. Song Yi jumped up as if electrocuted, pushing Prince Zhao away. Her face flushed as red as a ripe tomato. Prince Zhao withdrew his hand, savoring the soft sensation, and said with a smile, "My wife, are you perhaps overworked lately? Shall I make you some nourishing soup?" Prince Zhao was truly adept at seizing the moment. Song Yi thanked him quietly, realizing that her attempt had completely failed, feeling a little disappointed. From that day on, the hallucinations of the real world disappeared, and Song Yi's life returned to its peaceful rhythm. Not long after, Tang Ju finished the model that Song Yi had brought a few days prior. Your Highness, what do you think? It's perfect. Take the blueprints to the newly purchased manor and arrange for mass production. Song, Yi instructed. Yes. Tang Ju happily accepted the order. Seeing Prince Zhao, Song immediately asked, Husband, what do you think of this? Do you believe it can bring water here? Prince Zhao smiled. I believe in anything my wife arranges. I believe whatever my wife says. Feeling her husband's trust, Song couldn't help but dote on him. But her true intention was still to test her husband's eyesight. Try this dish for me. Although the braised black fish didn't look very appetizing, Prince Zhao forced himself to offer a couple of compliments. Husband, be careful. There's a rock at your feet. Thank you, my wife. Even resorting to a surprise tactic like placing a sailfish in a bathtub, Prince Zhao never revealed any flaws. All of Song Yi's methods had failed. Back in her room, she slumped over the table, dejected. This man was infuriatingly gentle, always smiling, making it impossible to find any weaknesses. It wasn't that there weren't more effective methods, but she was afraid of hurting him if she was too aggressive. She simply couldn't bear to do it. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard a loud crash outside. Tang Ju shouted from outside, Benefactor, it's true. It seems the Tang clan is making a move. At that moment, a group of Tang clan assassins flew towards them. One might expect Song Yi to be worried, but she suddenly burst out laughing. Excellent. This is the perfect opportunity for Zhao to show his skills. Meanwhile, traps are being laid in the manor. Inside the imperial palace, the ninth prince is secretly meeting with a mysterious woman. Following your method, my lady, we've searched outside the palace, but haven't found any men with bandaged faces. Could there be an error in your divination? Chung Swan would never doubt your abilities, divine maiden. Almost all the prophecies you've made for me have come true. This woman is Wu Qing, a female celestial master. She says, I understand, divine maiden, but such divination shouldn't be wrong unless... Unless what? Shen Xingjun asks urgently. This woman appeared a few days ago, claiming to be able to foresee the future, saying she saw his great fortune and was willing to help him seize the throne. It sounds utterly absurd, but Shen Xingjun believes it completely. Forget it. Stop investigating for now. Your Highness, why don't you tell me what your elder brothers have been up to lately? It will be greatly beneficial to my deductions. Oh, your abilities are truly remarkable. As a descendant of celestial masters, you should understand that knowing too much is not a good thing. It's best not to delve too deeply. Ninth Prince, you could trust me completely. My reason for existence is for you. At this moment, the one secretly observing this clandestine meeting is Su Baiwan. She is practically trembling with anger. Damn it, I didn't expect there to be so many transmigrators in this world. I merely came to the garden for some nighttime poetry reading and stumbled upon this. The other party is clearly not simple either, having actually sided with the ninth prince. System, transform into a butterfly and continue recording their conversation. After instructing the butterfly, Su Baiwan hesitates. Should I tell Song Yi? Meanwhile, within Prince Zhao's residence, how could renowned Tang clan assassins fall into the hands of Song Yi and her husband? Tang Ju counts 1, 2, 3, 5, all present and accounted for. If there are any others, they must be lying in wait outside. The Tang clan members are trembling, unable to fight back, completely baffled by Song Yi's methods. Still conscious, she doesn't bother explaining the details. Song Yi and Tang Ju volunteered as bait, placing Lin Yang's specially made knockout incense at the entrance. The Tang clan assassins never expected to fall prey to this. Thanks to you all, people always attribute what they don't understand as sorcery, right? So, am I that terrifying in your eyes? Song Yi says as she rips off an assassin's mask. The man is about to cry out. Prince Zhao immediately clamps a hand over his mouth, holding him like a chicken, preventing him from making a sound. My wife, are you alright? I'm fine. Husband, you can let go now. He's about to faint. Song Yi suddenly remembers something important. Actually, I have some serious business to discuss with you Tang clan elites. This is Song Yi's moment to capitalize. The Tang clan, the notorious assassin organization of the Jianghu, specializes in relentless pursuit and ruthless methods. However, secrecy doesn't come cheap, and your exorbitant fees come with extremely high risks. Song Yi sits cross-legged, preparing to bargain with these Jianghu warriors. Tang Ju is currently guarding the imperial palace. Killing him will only alert the royal family and ruin everything. The Prince Zhao's residence doesn't actually want to be your enemy, but rather values your skills and unyielding spirit. The fates of these devoted assassins in novels are never good. If you're willing to betray your young master for your elders, you must have your own plans. Then I happen to be the perfect ally. No killing, zero risk. After the deed is done, you'll not only receive a handsome reward, but also have your identities cleared, allowing you to live openly and honorably. You usually wear masks. No one will recognize you without them. If you're worried about Tang Clan retaliation, the residents will take care of your disguises, food, and travel expenses. Of course, this isn't a threat. It's entirely voluntary. But if you insist on assassinating the prince, you know the consequences. Once you've made up your minds, swallow this pill. After everything is settled, I'll give you the antidote at the residence, but you'll have to wait a month. After shaving their beards and cleaning themselves up, the once ferocious assassins now appear remarkably handsome. Good luck. Having chosen the most suitable carriage route, you are to investigate the surrounding towns. Princess Consort, I've found the rubber trees you mentioned. As for the chili peppers, I've also negotiated with the merchants and will bring some seeds next time. Good work. Go to the treasury to collect your reward. Feel free to take leave if you wish. If you want to continue, you can take on another mission. Understood. After the disguised assassins leave, Tang Ju exclaims, "This is the first time I've seen them dressed like this. They look completely different from when they were in the Tang clan, like entirely different people." Song Yi forced a smile, cursing inwardly. Just 2 weeks ago, they wanted her dead. Although they were mass-produced killing machines, they were still human. Whether they could be tamed was another matter, as long as they were useful now. Exactly. Before meeting Tang Ju, Feng Tian Kuei thought he was ugly and didn't even know what a smile was. As soon as Feng Tian Kuei finished speaking, Tang Ju immediately felt ashamed and angry. Song Yi smiled and asked Feng Tian Kuei, "How have you felt these past few days being in charge of our guests? With you here, I haven't seen any of those troublemaking thugs. Really, it's good to be of help. Thank you, benefactor. Not only did you save my life before, but you also helped raise money to cover the losses. It was nothing." Song Yi was polite on the surface, but blunt in her words. Ultimately, you're only here thanks to the National Protector General's lineage. This is somewhat rebellious, you know. Hearing that Feng Tian Kuei's thoughts had changed, Song Yi figured she must have a plan. She asked, and Feng Tian Kuei scratched her head a little sheepishly, saying, "I plan to leave with Tang Ju early next spring. If benefactor needs anything from him, please let me know." Hearing that it was early next spring, Song Yi realized it coincided with the time the old emperor was seriously ill. Song Yi felt dizzy again. "Song Yi, don't sleep. We're not done yet. I've used the best medicine. I know you can hold on. You'll wake up." In that instant, she saw blurry images of the modern world, even a blonde man. This time, everything felt more real than the last, as if she were actually lying somewhere. My lord, what is Song Yi thinking about?" Prince Zhao's voice startled her. I was talking about Consort Su in the palace, saying that a new transmigrator has revealed their scheming nature. Working for the 9th prince. Yes, isn't it strange? They should go home once their mission is complete, so why are they striving for more? There must be a reason. I actually wanted to find a chance for you to take me to the palace to talk to her, but it seems it's too late now. What do you mean by that? Prince Zhao asked, sensing something was amiss. What did you mean just now? Song Yi swirled the water in the bath, sighing. Qin Zhao, listen carefully. The Manor's industries cover almost the entire capital, and we've partnered with the large merchant guilds, forming a unified system of interests. If one thread moves, everything moves. Recently, we've been expanding to other towns, and soon we'll have a super efficient network. It's a pity we only have food and daily necessities. If only we could produce rubber. No, that's not important. Anyway, I've already explained the shop management methods to you in detail, and Lin Yang is used to negotiating with all parties. Whether I'm here or not makes no difference. The Tang clan remnants may not be loyal either. We'll decide whether to keep them after they're detoxified. Why does it sound like you're preparing to leave? Not preparing, but I don't know when I'll disappear, completely disappear. Why? Qin Zhao stared at her blankly. It's hard to explain. Maybe my body in my original world has been revived. Sometimes I can feel it calling me back, but it's all still a mystery. I'm just afraid of sudden goodbye, so I wanted to tell you in advance. By the way, if I go back, you don't have to force yourself to inherit the throne. If you're not interested in it, this business empire is enough for you to live a prosperous life. If you really want to inherit it, I advise you not to rush into the fight for the throne. When you contend with the other princes, use the resources of the shops to win over the people. The people are the key. At this point, Prince Zhao interjected, "Are you serious?" TSK, what do you mean serious? Prince Zhao pulled Song Yi into the bath. You said before that you wanted to change this world for me. Was that true? Song Yi answered without hesitation. Of course. You probably never understood my real intentions from the beginning, did you? I never thought our manor could rely on family or bloodline to inherit the throne. That's why I wanted to shake the foundations of this society from the outside. Actually, the foundation has already been laid. We've created rubber, and now we can try to make a steam engine. Productivity will explode. But I'll be leaving soon. Do you understand? All those castles in the air I talked about were just to appease you. When it's time to go, I won't look back. Sonny countered, "No, I actually don't want to leave. I'm just giving you a heads up, if it's possible." Her words trailed off, leaving Prince Zhao speechless. He just gently caressed her face. Song Yi felt a pang of sadness. Perhaps, although every place is different, if I really go back, will I have a chance to be reborn and return here again? Seeing Song Yi's hesitation, Prince Zhao said, "Okay, I understand. I understand your choice, wife." As Prince Zhao spoke, he suddenly picked Song Yi up and placed her directly into the bathtub. Even if this goodbye is forever. Prince Zhao leaned down to kiss her, but Song Yi didn't know how to respond and immediately turned her head away. We've kissed many times, but today I suddenly don't want it anymore. I'm getting addicted. If this feeling seeps into my bones, this life is over. Don't worry, it's just a kiss, nothing else. Prince Zhao's voice sounded softly in her ear, and Song Yi thought to herself, if Prince Zhao said so, oh my god, he's touching me now. Song Yi, don't think too much. Where would a vegetarian like you get such desires? He must have just slipped. Song Yi tried to push Prince Zhao away. But today's entanglement of tongues was unusually captivating, making her a little reluctant, especially when she felt his strong legs. She was truly seduced by his beauty. She suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. Prince Zhao, is her leg feeling better now? Before she could finish her sentence, Prince Zhao suddenly hugged her tightly and deliberately made her sit on his cough, you know where. This awkward position caught Song Yi off guard. Prince Zhao, can you let me go? I still have some things to deal with at my shop. There were still things to do, but the more she spoke, the tighter Prince Zhao held her, biting her hard. The difference in strength was too great, no matter how Song Yi struggled. She couldn't break free. It's all right, wife. Can you give yourself to me? Prince Zhao's tone completely changed at this moment, becoming serious and fervent. Song Yi didn't want to resist too fiercely, but her heart began to race wildly, like a drum beating in her chest. Prince Zhao pressed close to her, completely immersed, unwilling to leave. Song Yi suddenly looked up, her eyes slightly hazy. Images of the real world began to become clear. It was the familiar voice of the blonde man calling her. Her eyes slowly closed again. Prince Zhao stopped his movements and reached out to check Song Yi's breathing. Then he suddenly burst into laughter, a crazed laughter that shook his whole body. He straightened up and stepped out of the bathtub himself. He picked up Song Yi and carried her away. Where to? Who knows? That's all for now. Meanwhile, in Song Yi's world, when she woke up again, her whole body felt frozen. She turned her head and looked around. Beside her were a bunch of life support equipment, beeping. She calmed down a bit and adjusted her breathing. The light from outside the window spilled into the room, illuminating the entire space. She lay on the bed and sighed. I'm back. Wait, really? I can really come back. Wow, that was so sudden. Song Yi had been in a coma for half a month. Thankfully, her wounds had healed in time. The blonde man pushed the door open, looking gloomy. He thought Song Yi was still asleep, but when he saw her sitting up, he froze for a few seconds. This man was Luda, Song Yi's good friend and boss. He quickly regained his composure and rushed over to give Song Yi a big hug. Oh my god, you're finally awake, you crazy woman. It's a good thing I didn't give up on you. I got the best doctors, the best medicine, and finally brought you back. You scare me to death. Song Yi was still in some pain, ouch. Luda was startled and quickly let go. Sorry, I almost forgot. You've been in a coma for almost 2 weeks. How are you feeling now? Does it still hurt? Song rubbed her temples, her head still dizzy. Of course I'm dizzy. Be careful with the wound. The doctors almost gave up on you. I went through a lot of trouble to get specialists to save you, all for saving that kid who almost got hit by the billboard. Really, how is that child? Before she transmigrated, she was rushing to a meeting when she saw the child about to be hit and rushed over to push him away. Then she met Prince Zhao. Luda said, "Don't worry, the child is fine." His parents even brought him to the hospital to see you. Now Song couldn't tell what was real anymore, whether her experiences with Prince Zhao were real or just a dream. She simply thanked Luda, "Hey, we're friends. Don't be so polite. If you hadn't helped me back then, I'd probably be in a miserable state now. This is what I should have done." Song wasn't a woman of many words, but she had a good heart. She remembered when she was 13, Luda was being bullied, and Song like a knight, helped him chase away those thugs. She even provoked him. "Why are you just standing there? Fight back. If I weren't injured, I could pretend to be bullied by you and wait for the teacher to come." Huh, was that how we first met? How many times have I told you? I helped you back then entirely because my foster parents wanted me to be a good kid. It wasn't that I wanted to save them. It was just instinct. I'm hungry. Hurry up and bring the food you ordered, bro. Being self-righteous isn't in style anymore. Self-righteous. It's not that. It's just that it feels like someone who's always been a jerk suddenly grew a conscience and did something pointless. That's her. Today's been really unlucky. Unlucky? Luda asked, puzzled. Yeah, back then I helped him to fight, and later, because of some power struggle, he got caught up in a bunch of messy stuff and couldn't get out for over a decade. Helping you was really bad luck. I risked my life to save that kid, and I almost lost my own. I even became a laughingstock in the industry. Also, speaking of which, Prince Zhao's image keeps popping up in my head, making me freeze up while I'm working. Luda ordered more food and asked, "Anything else?" I remember telling my boss I want to clean up that mess. Regarding that matter, I ate my noodles slowly, keeping everything bottled up inside, not saying a word. There's nothing I can do about these things anymore. In the novel, the scene shifts to the imperial palace in the depths of winter. Prince Zhao is visiting the bedridden emperor. Long live the emperor. The emperor coughed weakly. "Zhao, why have you come to see me today? I heard you caught a cold and was very worried, so I came to see if I could help you recover." The emperor was a little surprised, but still said, "All right, come closer. I'm glad you care about me, but you're also weak and you've recently lost your wife. It's best to stay indoors." Prince Zhao took his pulse and replied, "I'm fine. My mother and wife have both passed away. I can't lose my father too." He thought to himself, if I act now, I can take his life immediately. But it's not the right time yet. Meanwhile, inside the Celestial Master's tower, Ninth Prince Shun Shungjun went to see Celestial Master Wu Qing. Just as she predicted, father has only caught a cold. It doesn't seem serious. Celestial Master Wu Qing caught a snowflake drifting in through the window and said, "The cold is just the beginning. Other illnesses will follow." Then, the first prince, the empress, and the prime minister will join forces, secretly bribing and colluding with the imperial physician attending to the emperor and slowly poison him through his medicine. I see. The empress and the prime minister are truly insidious. Father has shown me great kindness. As his son, I must protect him. Celestial Master Wu Qing nodded and turned, but don't be too hasty. If you expose them too early, you'll alert them. My divination shows that the best time to completely overthrow the first prince's faction is when we have concrete evidence. If I save father, will he like me more? Of course. Your Highness is blessed with good fortune. This is what I saw in the celestial divination. As they spoke, a small insect flew to Prince Zhao. After hearing this news, he immediately crushed it. Hearing the celestial master say he was the chosen one, the ninth prince was overjoyed. Is there anything else I should be aware of? I'm a bit slow, so please, Lady Wu Qing, give me more guidance. Celestial Master Wu Qing thought for a moment. In the original book, Prince Zhao's fate differed from his wife's. He essentially had no married life. His newlywed wife recently passed away, and he's also opened a few very modern shops. Oh well, it's already lost. No need to dwell on it, lest it add to my worries. She said nothing. Everything was going according to plan. Cut back to the present. Today is the day Song is discharged from the hospital. Being able to go home makes her especially happy. After a month in the hospital, she's practically turned into a monkey. Of course, there's a TV at home, and my beloved modern washing machine, and my beloved toilet. Long live modern life. Seeing Song moved to tears Luda asked in confusion. Are you alright? I couldn't be better. I have to have a good meal today. But now that I think about it, I think I helped you with something before the accident, right? Weren't you supposed to talk to an author about IP licensing? I wanted to look over the materials on the way, but I didn't make it. Luda replied. At the time, we were trying to promote our protective gear line, collaborating with the Ancient Remedies IP project. We were looking at that novel, Kingmaker, and wanted to talk to the author, but then you had your accident and couldn't make it. Songy was surprised. What did you say? I told you to prioritize saving my life. I was so busy, I didn't even have time to see her. I'm talking about the part before that. Alright, earlier I was planning to contact the author of Kingmaker. Kingmaker, right? Becoming king. That's what happens after learning the details. He was completely stunned. Could all of this really be just a crazy coincidence? What coincidence? Seriously, ever since you hit your head, you've been acting strange. Don't tell me you've been possessed like on TV, or swapped bodies with someone. Luda stuffed hot pot into his mouth, chewing with a crunch. Haha, well, it's almost like that. You even traveled back in time. Alright, stop joking. Anyway, I'm basically back to normal now. I can totally handle that negotiation. It's no big deal. That novel is actually pretty good. It's just that someone tampered with it midway, and it hasn't been updated since. You've read it too, right? Which character do you like the most? Hearing this question, Song Yi's eyes suddenly crinkled into happy crescents. My favorite is, of course, Qin Zhao. Now, switching to the scene from the novel Becoming King, inside the Imperial Palace. The old emperor's face flushed red with rage. He was furious. Huya, what did you just say? The crown prince is forming factions and plotting rebellion. Nonsense. Shangwan, I've already had the imperial physicians examine it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the medicine. What else do you have to say? Qin Shangwan didn't even dare to raise his head. Wasn't father seriously ill? How did he suddenly recover? Your Majesty, please reconsider. This is all what the Divine Master foretold. Crown Prince Qin Shirmian glared fiercely at his ninth brother. Then he said, Father, ninth brother is falsely accusing me like this. You must uphold justice for me. My mother and I are completely loyal to you. Heaven and earth can bear witness. The emperor waved his hand impatiently. All right, you're giving me a headache. Take the ninth prince away and let the crown prince question him properly. Find out who is behind this. Having said that, the emperor retired from court and returned to his chambers. Just then, Prince Zhao came to take the emperor's pulse. You were right, my son. Feigning a serious illness allows me to see the true intentions of these good sons of mine. Father, you flatter me. My poor health is hardly of service to you. I can only offer you my company and conversation. Alas, I have so many sons, and each one covets my throne, wishing for my early demise. Shun Xian's suspicion that the empress poisoned me. It's not entirely without merit. And then there's the Chancellor's clan. They've long had their eyes on my position, eager to replace me with a new emperor. Yet, there's no evidence to be found, leaving me with nothing but an explanation to give them. You are my only good child. You don't seek fame or fortune, nor do you desire to be crown prince. You only wish for your old father's good health. Father, don't say that. I know my own limitations. Even if someone wanted me to be crown prince, I couldn't bear such a heavy responsibility. It would only bring disaster upon myself. Since my wife passed away, I've come to understand that all I truly desire is solitude. There are plenty of princes more capable than I. Qin Zhao is willing to serve you. Zhao, I understand your filial piety. If you wish, I can arrange another marriage for you. Thank you for your kindness, Father, but my fate is too harsh. Even if I were to marry, I would only bring misfortune upon that young woman. If you truly care for me, Father, please take care of your health. Qin Zhao thought to himself, I need nothing. Material possessions can be discarded at any time. I could even let go of my wife, and even you, Father. Then he told the emperor to close his eyes and rest, saying the acupuncture might be a little painful. Back in reality, Song Yi was holding a strange novel, reading. The author, Cheng Wang, had completely disappeared. No replies to messages, no activity on social media. What's going on? It seems I'll have to go there myself. Luckily, Luda found the author's address beforehand. This should be the place. Living in such a high-end complex, a true writer indeed. Song Yi rang the doorbell. She waited, but no one answered. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Just then, a voice came from behind her. Are you looking for someone here? Song Yi turned around. Ah, yes. Do you happen to know this author? She trailed off, realizing she didn't actually know Cheng Wang's real name. The woman looked surprised. You're Miss Song, right? I'm Lin Lin's mother, the child you saved. Thanks to you, he wasn't hurt. How is your recovery coming along, Miss Song? Song Yi was taken aback, but managed a small smile. It's nice to meet you. I'm completely fine now. How is Linen? He's doing well. He keeps saying he wants to meet the pretty lady who saved him. By the way, are you looking for Sharoa? She's my niece, a rather famous writer, I believe. Song Yi was even more surprised. Your niece? What a coincidence. I actually have some business to discuss with her. Before Song Yi could finish, the woman suddenly fell silent, leaving Song Yi confused. After a while, the woman opened the door and invited Song Yi in. She explained that Xiao Ruo had fainted a month ago from overwork and was still unconscious. Song Yi was too shocked to speak, truly stunned. Unconscious. Yes, please sit down, the woman said. The doctor initially said it wasn't serious, just needed rest, but I don't know why he's been asleep for a whole month. I just come by occasionally to clean. Song Yi looked around the apartment, thinking, last month wasn't that when I was unconscious, isn't it? Sorry to bother you, Song Yi said. There are a lot of plants here. It doesn't look like a single man's home. Oh no, Xiao Ruo just loves gardening. It's just a hobby. If plants have souls, I believe they will definitely help him wake up. Song Yi stared at a photo. When she picked it up, her expression suddenly changed. The woman, noticing this, asked what's wrong. Song Yi replied, I'm just looking at the photo. The woman smiled. Isn't my grandson handsome? 27 years old and still single. When he wakes up, I'll introduce him to Song Xiao Ji. Oh, but if you already have a boyfriend, then forget it. The man at the hospital before. I don't have a boyfriend, Song Yi said. If he wakes up, please do introduce us. She looked at the photo in her hand, astonished that the author in the picture looked so much like Qin Zhao. Although she had doubts, Song Yi didn't intend to investigate the truth, only wanting to forget her time-traveling experience and return to her normal life. Unexpectedly, a major event happened soon after. Lu Da's car was involved in an accident and flipped over. Lu Da was in a car accident and was rushed to the emergency room. His breathing was weak as paramedics carried him onto the ambulance. He was taken to the hospital. Song Yi stood outside the emergency room, extremely anxious, holding her head in her hands, blaming herself. Why was it him in there? I've already returned safely. Just as Song Yi fell into despair, a line of text suddenly appeared before her eyes. Do you want to save him? Song Yi was completely frightened. My God, the words just appeared out of thin air. What kind of optical refraction trick is this? Are you some kind of magic mirror system? Your body in the stable world has woken up, but you haven't completed the system tasks yet, so I'm still here, just keeping a low profile. But what's going on with Lu Da's car accident? Is it because of me? Why would you think that, host? / why do you always think that way? Song Yi, maybe I'm just unlucky. Anyone who's good to me suffers, like my parents, my friends. Song Yi fell into deep thought. The system sighed dramatically. You're overthinking it. No one can absorb someone else's luck. At most, your friend's accident was just a normal car crash, similar to what you've experienced before. It's just that this system thinks you're a super rare, super awesome host, and I don't want to miss the chance to rack up points. So I want to give you a teaming opportunity. Song Yi was silent for a long time. You wanted to go back to the world where I was the queen, right? Smart. No need to say more. Then what's the mission objective this time? Song Yi asked. The system replied, according to the main system announcement, the world where you became queen has been tampered with and has become distorted. Zhao Ranruo, or rather the author's soul, the god of the novel, has somehow been pulled into the novel she wrote. Wait, isn't this the typical author transmigrates into their own book trope? Writing novels is a high-risk occupation, Song Yi thought. The system said, compared to other transmigration systems, there are a few key differences here. For example, Zhao Ranruo's body is fine, but her soul has disappeared and she's been in a deep sleep. This way, she'll lose all her memories from before she transmigrated. She will always think of herself as Qin Zhao, live entirely as him, and completely forget her true self. This has also disrupted Qin Zhao's memories, leaving him completely confused. You mean, the author entered Qin Zhao's body while he was unconscious. But when was that? Was the Qin Zhao I met just the prince from the novel, or was it Zhao Ranruo who transmigrated? Sigh. The main system still needs time to investigate and determine the time-space distortion. It's highly possible that the author's soul entered Prince Zhao's body shortly after transmigrating. In other words, your husband might actually be the modern author, Zhao Ranruo. Song Yi was completely shocked. No wonder Qin Zhao's personality sometimes differed completely from what was written in the novel. Thinking of this, She angrily threw a box into her shopping cart. System, are you guys really reliable? Such a forced attack. Does it even count if you got the person wrong? Song, he walked towards the cashier. The system hadn't anticipated such a significant error. It could only try to fix it as quickly as possible. Stopping now wasn't too late. It was clear Qin Zhao had feelings for her. As long as she went back with the system and completed the final task, giving the story a proper ending, it was highly likely that the distortions in this world would dissipate and the author's soul could be released. But what do I get out of it? Songi questioned. She always felt the system wasn't being entirely honest with her. The system sighed again. All right. How about this? If you can transmigrate with your own body and fulfill the conditions, the system will grant you one wish. Deal. With my own body. Song, he pondered. I need to think about this. The system urged her. Want to be a billionaire? Or hope for your friend's recovery? Sounds tempting, right? It paused. Wait, you mean you want me to transmigrate with my real body? That's right, the system said. Both Song Yi's and Jing Wang's bodies are dead. Your soul and body are stuck together like glue, inseparable. So, the easiest way is to just put you directly into the novel. Song Yi slowly cut a piece of steak. Chewing thoughtfully, she considered the offer. The system grew impatient. So, at least say something. Song Yi suddenly grinned. Why not? How could I refuse such a reward? She paused. But I have one condition. A condition. Tell me. The scene changed to the new year in Jing Wang's novel. Everything was the same as before, except for a super modern vending truck parked in front of the tea house. Phew, finally here, Song Yi thought. After all these twists and turns, I still ended up wearing custom-made hanfu and bringing a bunch of modern stuff here. The system interjected, I didn't expect your request would be to bring these things. Seems pretty important, huh? If you didn't bring them, you'd have to start learning from scratch at various workshops. Where would you find the time? Song Yi laughed. Well, I have a shortcut, but you have to use these things discreetly. They don't exactly fit in with this era, understand? As soon as Song Yi appeared, Xiao Jing and Xiao Li stared at her like she was some rare animal. That strange hairstyle. Could she be from the western regions? Sensing she was being discussed, Song Yi turned her head. She's looking over here. Isn't she some kind of escaped lunatic? Seeing the siblings' conversation getting increasingly outlandish, Lin Yang said, the shop is open. What are you two still doing blocking the entrance? Lin Yang walked up to Song Yi and asked, Miss, what's with your hair? Are you feeling unwell? Song Yi covered her mouth and chuckled. Seeing her laugh, Lin Yang frowned. When she smiled, it was as if she was reminiscing about something. Song Yi said, it's nothing, just a bit nostalgic. Then, Song Yi entered the tea house and chatted with Lin Yang and the others. Miss, do you have any connection to the madam from the north? No wonder your hair is so short and your clothes are so strange. Song Yi nodded. That's right. I came to the Central Plains with my father to do business. I knew that madam when I was young. I can't believe how time flies. My older sister has already passed away. As soon as the words passed away were spoken, Lin Yang and the others' expressions changed, their faces darkening with unconcealed grief. Song Yi was taken aback. Why are they suddenly so concerned about me? After a moment of thought, she cleared her throat and said, since that's the case, I can't just keep accepting your kindness. Let's make a trade. She handed Lin Yang a tube. What is this? Lin Yang asked, puzzled. In my hometown, this is called shampoo. Want to try it? After chatting with Lin Yang and the others for a while, Song Yi went to Zhao Wang's residence. Looking at the blooming peach blossoms, she felt a wave of emotions. It feels like a lifetime has passed. It seems like the first time I saw Qin Zhao was also during this season. Although appearing in front of Qin Zhao like this might scare him, it shouldn't hurt to sneak back to my old haunt, right? She started climbing the peach tree as she used to. Russell, I wonder what Qin Zhao is doing now. Lin Yang said he's probably in the palace now. The flow of time here is different from reality. I've been away for 2 years. The emperor isn't better than like in the original plot, so the crown prince's faction can't rebel. However, variables don't appear out of thin air. Someone must be behind it. So who is it? As she was thinking, Zhao Wang came pushing a wheelchair. Song Yi panicked instantly. Qin Zhao had run right into him. Her heart pounded. No, I can't panic. Even if I cover my eyes, he can't see me. But I should still leave quickly. This is like being a pervert, always peeking into someone else's life. At that moment, Zhao Wang suddenly spoke. We have a distinguished guest. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? At the same time, he struck Song Yi with a forceful blow. Song Yi only had time to be startled. Then, as if frozen, she stiffened on the branch, unable to move, suspended in midair. Seeing that she was about to fall face first into the dirt, she yelled, "Qin Zhao, save me. I'm Song Yi." Zhao Wangyi froze, but he quickly rushed forward and caught her. This scene was exactly the same as their first encounter. Only this time, Zhao Wangyi moved closer to Song Yi's face and asked with a slightly cold tone, "What did you just say?" Song Yi was completely bewildered and quickly said, "Calm down first. This is a bit complicated. Qin Zhao looks terrifying right now. Anyway, I'm Song Yi, the Song Yi from the modern era. I've come back for certain reasons. This body is no longer the original Miss G, so my voice has changed too. But I could tell you many things that only you and I know." "Shut up, Song Yi. She's already dead. I placed her in the coffin with my own hands and buried her myself." Song Yi thought, "I should have explained things clearly earlier. I just came to take a look." She tried to explain. "I'm sorry. This is my true appearance. Completely different from Miss G, but essentially the same." Zhao Wang, he started to stroke her forehead. Then he said, "She had a scar here, but you don't." Song Yi felt irritated. "Can you let me finish? I already said this is a different body." Zhao Wang, he sneered, "Miss, do you think? How many people in this world want me dead?" Song Yi broke out in a cold sweat. How did the conversation shift to this? Zhao Wang, he continued, "Perhaps it's because I've recently gained the emperor's favor and am about to become the crown prince. More and more people want me gone." As he spoke, he took out a red pill and directly stuffed it into Song Yi's mouth. Then he forcefully pinched her neck, making her swallow it. "A little spy like you. Your acting is quite good. How amusing." Zhao Wang, he curled his lips into a cold smile. Hearing Zhao Wang Yi's icy tone, Song Yi felt a chill down her spine. What did he just force her to swallow? Hearing her weak question, Zhao Wang, he said, "This is just a substitute for acupuncture to make you obedient. The puppet pill acts every 3 days, causing excruciating pain. Only a special medicine can alleviate it." Song Yi's eyes widened. Qin Zhao actually poisoned someone, and he's going to be the crown prince. Zhao Wang, he then released Song Yi, letting her fall to the ground. "This poison is potent. If you don't take the antidote on time, you will die in agony. So no matter who sent you, you can only obey if you want to live." Song Yi was completely immobilized now, but this Qin Zhao was completely different from the one in the book. It was as if his personality had been replaced, all gentleness gone, leaving only coldness and ruthlessness. She really couldn't understand what had happened during the time she was away. The system clearly said that the Qin Zhao she knew was a modern author who had been assimilated. But he shouldn't have suddenly transformed from a white lotus into a man-eating flower, right? Shouldn't he still be the same person? She wanted to test him, so she spoke with difficulty. "Does your highness still remember the agreement between you and my wife?" Qin Zhao was about to leave, but stopped at these words. He turned back and asked, "What did you say?" "Although it's been 2 years, I once said that if Song Yi could triple the Wangfu's assets with your money within a month, you would unconditionally make me happy for a day, right? The assets have already tripled." Zhao Wang Yi interrupted her. "It's quite like her. Just pretend to be her. If you act well, this prince might not be willing to kill you." Song Yi was stunned. What was Qin Zhao planning? Afterwards, Qin Zhao brought Song Yi back to the residence and instructed Lin Yang to arrange a guest room, saying she would be staying for a while. Lin Yang couldn't believe it, thinking his master had been so quickly captivated. Song Yi had known Lin Yang for a while now, so how could she not know what he was thinking? She could only shake her head in denial. What happened next was beyond Song Yi's control. She originally thought she could quickly tell Qin Zhao about the book, but day after day, every time someone knocked on the door, Lin Yang would say that the prince had gone to the palace. Song Yi could only sit by the door in boredom. Transmigrating into a book was really not going smoothly at all, not to mention the poison would act again in 3 days. Sure enough, as soon as the 3rd day arrived, the intense pain struck. It felt like countless bugs were crawling inside her body, utterly disgusting. That Qin Zhao, he actually had the heart to do this. He used to pretend to be gentle and considerate. Men really are all pigs. Wasn't it precisely because of this that I ran away? I thought, if it's Qin Zhao, even if I'm gone, he'll be able to live peacefully. Sigh, she just thrashed about in pain. At this moment, the door was kicked open, and Qin Zhao walked in, pushing a small cart. Damn it, I almost forgot about this woman. If I don't give her the antidote today, she'll be in agony. Qin Zhao took out the bottle of antidote. So Song Yi pleaded desperately for the medicine, but he just coldly placed the bottle on the table. Not so fast, darling. Tell me, who sent you? Why do you know about Song Yi? Song Yi just sneered. Isn't your highness being too cautious? I've already told you so many things that only you and I know. Why can't that prove my identity? The previous song, he could also say these things that only your highness knows. Besides, quite a few people know the plot, even Ninth Brother knows. Speaking of this, Qin Zhao recalled the incident where Ninth Brother reported the crown prince that day. The soothsayer's predictions are rarely wrong, and most of them come true. This matter is extremely beneficial to the court, and I hope Father will consider it in the future. Oh, foretelling is something new? Then let's try it. If he can make a contribution, the previous conspiracy can be forgiven. As soon as the emperor said this, the crown prince immediately objected. But the emperor had made up his mind, and no one could object anymore. In this way, the soothsayer was able to survive in the palace. Ninth Prince, Song Yi suddenly remembered something. Song Yi remembered that before she left, she seemed to have heard Su Baiwan say that the transmigrated celestial master had told the Ninth Prince the original plot. Qin Zhao could easily deduce that she was a transmigrator, and she had also opened so many modern shops. Could it be that they sent someone to investigate him? But now, she was in so much pain that she was about to lose consciousness. If she didn't get the antidote, she would really die. Song Yi clutched her stomach and rolled on the floor, wanting to call Qin Zhao, but she couldn't shout at all. Ugh, do I have to tell him everything? Forget it, there's nothing much to say anyway. Her hand grasped Qin Zhao's lapel, and when she looked up, her eyes were filled with innocent and painful pleading. The antidote, please give it to me, I beg you. Despite Song Yi's pleas, Qin Zhao hesitated. It hurts so much. Save me, please, I beg you. But Qin Zhao said coldly, Song Yi never begs anyone for mercy. Song Yi was so angry, she wanted to vomit blood. Really, if I still had the strength to think, who would lower themselves to beg you? In this situation where the power dynamic is so unequal, relying on tricks will only lead to a quicker death. She could only gamble, betting on how much he could see through, and that he wouldn't really be heartless to the end. Facing Song Yi's pleas, Qin Zhao's face grew colder. He grabbed her collar and lifted her from the bed. How could I think you were like her? Completely different, utterly meaningless. With that, he threw her to the ground. At the same time, he threw the medicine bottle to her. Song Yi quickly caught it. She didn't hesitate to open the bottle and pour the medicine into her mouth. But she drank too quickly and choked. As a result, I had to lower myself and ask him for water again, sigh. Qin Zhao, with a look of disgust, casually tossed me a cup of tea. Really? Watching me gulp it down like a fountain. Qin Zhao thought to himself, what am I agonizing over? This woman is definitely not Song Yi. My Song Yi died long ago. Mother was right. The only person you can trust in this world is yourself. I can't trust anyone anymore. I will never let anyone fool me again. Finally, after a long time, I felt my soul return to my body. But when I looked up, Qin Zhao had already disappeared without a trace. My ice-cold husband. How can I make him believe me? But honestly, this is enough. This little white lotus seems to have turned into a little black lotus, but her heart is still a bit soft. My heart started pounding again, and I don't know why I'm so grateful. I don't care if he's the Qin Zhao from the book or the author himself. It's been a long time since I've met a true opponent who can truly ignite my fighting spirit. Thinking of this, Song Yi actually felt a bit happy. Early the next morning, Qin Zhao was watering flowers in the courtyard. I also got up and walked out wearing my own clothes. Husband, are you used to the upgraded watering can? Qin Zhao frowned at my attire. Show some respect, girl. I didn't kill you last night, only because I was momentarily soft-hearted. I know, but I'm not here today to displease you. I'm here to discuss a deal with you. A deal concerning your eyes, she said, holding up the small bottle. I'm here to discuss a deal with you. A deal concerning your eyes. My eyes. That's right. But for this deal, my dear husband, can you tell me what's wrong with your eyes? After distracting Qin Zhao with her voice, Song Yi deliberately moved closer, intending to play on his nerves. Suddenly, Qin Zhao snapped his eyes open and struck Song Yi back with a palm. Are you courting death, girl? Song Yi hadn't expected him to actually strike her. But on second thought, it made sense. He no longer thought like a modern person who knew if other transmigrators knew about their past. Since that was the case, she wouldn't waste time and would just deceive him. Song Yi put on a brave face, testing Qin Zhao's limits. Qin Zhao also realized this after he struck her. Through this incident, Song Yi also understood one thing. Qin Zhao was deeply fixated on the pastor. At this moment, Qin Zhao tore open her outer robe, revealing the bulletproof vest underneath. Your Highness, please behave. This isn't appropriate in broad daylight, Song Yi said while adjusting her clothes, but Qin Zhao remained silent, making her heart sink. Wait, could he think that? There's no need to be polite to a dead person. Qin Zhao suddenly gripped her neck. Song Yi struggled to breathe, but remained calm. She had intentionally approached Qin Zhao. Just then, a syringe slipped from her sleeve, filled with modern tranquilizer. She only said, "I'm sorry." Then she jabbed the needle into his arm, injecting all the liquid. Before Qin Zhao could react, his body began to weaken. Song Yi hadn't expected to use something meant for self-defense on her husband. Don't worry, it's just a tranquilizer. It won't harm you. I just want you to lose your strength. I'm really sorry, but this drug only immobilizes you. It's not enough to make you unconscious. You can still talk. TSK, why so dramatic? You even kissed me last time. Sigh, I suppose this is all my fault. If I hadn't suddenly appeared, I could have warned you beforehand. Is there another transmigrator impersonating me to test you? Is that why you don't dare admit you've noticed? Because you feel like you've betrayed the past me. Song Yi removed Qin Zhao's eye mask, looking at his indifferent expression. She clicked her tongue. Usually, at times like these, he would put on a pitiful, wronged expression, try to melt her heart, but his current silence spoke volumes. Qin Zhao probably hadn't had it easy since she left. Seeing Qin Zhao still silent, Song Yi asked, "Why aren't you talking? This drug isn't that strong, you should know. If I really wanted to harm you, you'd be dead already. You weren't planning on killing me, were you? I mean you no harm. On the contrary, I like you even more now." Song Yi's heart was filled with mixed emotions as she looked at Qin Zhao up close. Did she like Qin Zhao? She wasn't actually sure, but during these 2 months apart, every time she closed her eyes, his face would appear in her mind. She wondered if Qin Zhao was sad after she left, if he ate and slept well, if he was as much of a mess as she was. Every morning, when she woke up, she was suddenly reminded that there was no one beside her anymore. So even if his true identity was the author of the novel, so what? She didn't care about the Qin Zhao in the novel, but the one in front of her, the one who spent every minute and second with her. A friend who always helped her. Was this love, or just simple dependence? Song Yi pouted, wanting to kiss Qin Zhao, but he tried to dodge. Hey, it wasn't like he hated kissing. This was just a way of expressing affection, not disrespecting the prince. Song Yi continued to kiss him, from his cheek all the way to his neck, enjoying herself. "Oh my little husband smells so good. Did you put on peach blossom fragrance?" Sure, Yi, who was guarding from afar, had been force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Although he was only 16 this year, and a newbie who had never been in a relationship, he thought to himself, is Master being teased? But Master had given orders before not to touch this woman without his command. Listening to her, it seemed like the prince could still talk, so why not let me sneak attack from behind? One hit could save Master. Watching the two being intimate, sure, he was on pins and needles, sitting on a peach tree branch, at a loss. After being kissed for a while, Qin Zhao finally couldn't help but ask Song Yi what she wanted. Sure, Yi, on the peach tree, completely broke down. "Calm down, Master has spoken." Song Yi said coquettishly, "I just want to kiss you, and then tell you what happened to me." She nibbled on Qin Zhao's earlobe, and his face instantly flushed red. Then she pushed him back into the room and onto the bed. Our room is still the same. Just like before, Qin Zhao complained with obvious impatience. Just get to the point. Honestly, we already have so many secrets between us that only we know, yet you still have your own agenda. Then I'll just have to explain things more clearly. Song Yi proceeded to explain the entire sequence of events from beginning to end, which took a full stick of incense's worth of time. Qin Zhao suddenly dropped a bombshell. "I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm Qin Zhao, not the author you keep mentioning." "Fine, I know there are a lot of novels about authors transmigrating into their own books, so it's normal for you to find this strange. But can we not talk about these unconfirmed things for now? If I were really sent to gather information, I would never use such a bizarre method to gain your trust." Qin Zhao insisted. "Many people have tried to trick me using this tactic. Besides, you even poisoned me." Song Yi dramatically collapsed onto the bed. "That wasn't poison. If we could talk properly, I wouldn't have to resort to this. I knew I shouldn't have pretended to be so calm last time. Now you can't even tell if I'm playing tricks, or maybe you'll just admit you saw through my act all along. But you're not completely blind, are you? I specifically made you pay attention before I left. If you don't want to die now, Don't ask too many questions. Understood. So, not mentioning it means you won't kill me, right? Then can you give me the antidote? I've laid all my cards on the table. Can you give me the antidote? I really have come clean. But Qin Zhao only said, don't waste your breath. By this point, he realized that there weren't many people who could push him to this point, and Song Yi was one of them. So, Song Yi, still persistent, leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Don't ignore me. Since you're not planning to kill me, and you still want to see what I'll do, then I'll express my goodwill in my own way. Okay. Qin Zhao simply looked away, lost in thought. Perhaps it was because their separation 2 years ago was too abrupt, or perhaps because he was a prince, and many things weren't as he wished. After that day, Qin Zhao had Lin Yang arrange for Song Yi to work in the residence. He didn't retaliate or torment her for the poisoning, but from then on, he never appeared before her again. With time to herself, Song Yi began to ponder what kind of feud existed between the ninth prince and the crown prince that had displeased the emperor so much. This was probably also the reason why the emperor insisted on passing the throne to Qin Zhao. Just like that, the day of the official investiture of the crown prince arrived. The ceremony was extremely grand, but anyone who had read the original story knew that the emperor's most beloved son wasn't actually Qin Zhao, but the third prince, born to the emperor's most favored concubine. Poor Qin Zhao. This crown prince had a physical disability and basically had no chance of truly holding power. His existence was merely to cover for the true heir, to serve as a human shield. The scene changed to the Eastern Palace. After Qin Zhao was officially invested as crown prince, both Song Yi and he moved in. The scene cut to the Eastern Palace. It's nothing, Qin Zhao said. Father's health is deteriorating, but he's worried that eldest brother will harm third brother. That's why he's put me in this position temporarily. He knows I just want a peaceful life, so he won't keep me confined in the Eastern Palace forever. When the time is right and third brother can take over, I can return to my residence. It's just a matter of time. Although he said that, Song Yi felt like the past 2 years had been a waste. To wait until the emperor was willing to use him as a pawn, even though he clearly knew how many people coveted this position. Did he really care about the throne? Why would he willingly jump into this mess? Song Yi grumbled inwardly. Qin Zhao gripped her hand tightly. Who says I don't care? Forget it. Why am I telling you this? You should just go about your business. Song Yi couldn't figure out Qin Zhao's intentions at all. Having been unable to understand Qin Zhao's motives from the very beginning, Song Yi could only mutter about that matter. Your Highness, have you taken the medicine I gave you? It's vitamin A. It's good for your eyes. Although I don't know the specific cause of your ailment, it's beneficial for your eyesight. Song Yi said softly. In truth, Qin Zhao had already taken it, but he still said, what kind of nonsense is that? I won't take it. Seeing her kindness treated as if she were feeding a pig, Song Yi became somewhat annoyed. Would your Highness prefer me to force you into marriage? Just watch how I'll make you take the medicine. By the way, from today onwards, you are my personal maid. I hope you will fulfill your duties properly. Song Yi was stunned. Personal maid? What do you mean? Later, Song Yi went to find Su Baiwan and explained the situation. Su Baiwan laughed heartily. No way. You even cured it in the modern world and were able to transmigrate back. That's a medical miracle. But Song Yi remained here to save her friend. Unfortunately, Song Yi sighed. It's not just for my friend. I'm also worried about Qin Zhao. But when I returned, he was already gone, and the child is only the temporary crown prince now. I'm a princess now, at least in name. If you need any help, just ask. As long as it stops the ninth prince from ascending the throne and completes my mission so I can go back, it'll all be worth it. Song Yi, puzzled by this sudden shift, asked, weren't you very interested in the ninth prince before? Why are you suddenly so anxious? Su Baiwan sighed deeply. That was just a youthful infatuation. I used to think I was too naive in the modern world, fantasizing about transmigrating into a book and making a difference. But I didn't realize before that I had the right to choose. Now I'm trapped in this giant cage, where one wrong step could lead to utter ruin. I understand. Although the crown prince's position is just a figurehead now, it's still a stepping stone to a bigger goal. I'll find a way to resolve this soon. The biggest problem now is that transmigrator by the ninth prince's side. What is she planning? She rarely enters the palace. I haven't even seen her. But Song Yi, there's something I don't know if I should say. What is it? Just say it. Do you really think Qin Zhao is fit to be emperor? This question made Song Yi fall into deep thought, forgetting even the tea in her hand. I'm wondering the same thing. Scene changes to Tianxin Tower. The ninth prince slams his hand on the table in anger. How could this happen? Didn't you say I was destined to be emperor? Why is it getting harder and harder? Even that useless Qin Zhao can become crown prince. But I can't, Shang Shuan said. Although the people we sent to investigate reported everything is normal, it's certain that Qin Zhao knew the plot long ago, thanks to his deceased wife. So it's not surprising that the plan failed. Now we can only wait and see, and look for an opportunity. Are you saying I'm not even as good as that useless fool? Impossible. I believe you are the true, destined emperor. Even if the world is in chaos, I will support you. After a few sweet words, Wu Tianxi's mood finally stabilized. The ninth prince in the novel was indeed a bit naive. Now he was much calmer, perhaps because he knew the beautiful ending that awaited him. He was too excited for a moment and lost control, afraid of losing what should have belonged to him. Goddess is right. I've suffered too much this time. That's why my emotions were out of control. Did I scare you? I will always believe in you, Goddess. You must help me until I ascend the throne. I want millions of people to know that Shang Shuan can do it, and you will become my empress. Shang Shuan suddenly hugged Wu Tianxi tightly, but she didn't seem very happy. She just patted his back comfortingly. We've both been deceived. Let's work hard together. We can't go back to reality now. Wu Tianxi had made up his mind that even if he died, he would die here. Scene changes to the Eastern Palace. Back then, they didn't trust each other at all. Song Yi returned to the palace in a cheerful mood and pushed open the crown prince's door with a bang. Seeing the table full of sumptuous dishes, she couldn't help but feel a little flattered. Calm down, Song. It's just serving the crown prince a meal, a piece of cake. Heaven is helping me. It's time to administer the medicine. She took out a bottle of vitamins, thinking that this stuff was a little sweet and crushing it into the soup and dishes shouldn't be a problem. Suiting action to words, she broke the pills in half. Suddenly, Qin Zhao appeared silently behind her. What are you doing? The voice startled Song Yi so much she almost jumped. Ha! I'm just preparing lunch for your highness. Her heart was pounding, but she boldly put the medicine into the water. How could this person in a wheelchair move without making a sound? Everything is ready. Please, your highness, take a seat. I'll serve you. Calm down. Song Yi's blindfolded. He definitely didn't see anything. Besides, it's just vitamins. A silver needle test won't detect it. Prince Zhao picked up his chopsticks, and Song Yi prayed desperately in her heart that he would eat quickly. But he just picked up some food and put it down again. I can't see the food. I can't eat. The prince was about to turn and leave. Song Yi quickly grabbed his wheelchair. It doesn't matter if you can't see. I'll feed you. She picked up a piece of food and brought it to his lips. I finally managed to mix the medicine in. I can't let you just leave like this. Song Yi kept waving the food in front of Prince Zhao's mouth, testing to see if he was faking his blindness. Prince Zhao simply grabbed her hand and took a bite, not caring about her little scheme. Prince Zhao thought that since what was supposed to happen couldn't be changed anyway, he simply said, I'm thirsty. Song Yi quickly handed him the drugged water. Here you are. Qin Zhao drank it all in one gulp, but he recognized the taste. It was very similar to the vitamins she had given him before. Is she trying to poison me with kindness? He muttered to himself. I have a task for you. Yes, your highness. Lin Yang has been preparing for a new business venture recently. I want you to investigate it. Were you stealing my snacks? Song Yi stopped chewing immediately upon hearing this. No, I wasn't. She shoved the half-eaten snack into Qin Zhao's mouth. You want me to investigate the prince's business? I'll do my best. Qin Zhao chewed the rest of the snack, now even more certain that she had been stealing his food. Ahem, now that you understand, go and do it. There's a reward if you do well. The reward is that you'll admit I'm Song Yi and promise to honestly answer one question for me. Any question. Qin Zhao initially wanted to agree to 3 questions, but he was afraid she would squeeze all his information out of him. Song Yi's eyes lit up. Really? Before, you bet with this servant that if you won, you could torture me as you pleased. But didn't you go back on your word? I only made that bet with my wife. Unless, before he could finish, he noticed Song Yi reaching for more food in front of him. Good heavens, is she now openly stealing the crown prince's food? Although still not entirely satisfied, Song Yi couldn't completely convince him that she was his wife, so she temporarily dropped the subject. Your highness needn't worry. If I were truly Song Yi, I'd be heartbroken to be treated like this. She feigned distress, but her hands were already full of several snacks. Qin Zhao responded indifferently. Song Yi was completely speechless. This guy is truly heartless. I really don't understand Little Snow Lotus now. At this moment, Qin Zhao raised his wine cup, but Song Yi wasn't one to back down. If you truly believe I am her, then I am willing to repay you 100-fold for the rest of my life. Qin Zhao couldn't afford to soften his heart now, but he was still waiting. I really shouldn't believe in miracles anymore. Somewhere in the capital city, in a building, Song Yi was instructing the servants on how to hang the sign attractively. Watching everyone finish their work, she said excitedly, finally done. It's time to open for business. I may not be good at fighting for the throne, but building a business empire, that is a piece of cake. That night, in the Eastern Palace, Qin Zhao lay in bed, taking out the bottle of vitamins and looking at it. He found his vision had become much clearer. If the medicine she gave me is truly effective, then the plan can be implemented ahead of schedule. In the Emperor's bedchamber, the old man suddenly sat up in bed, startled, coughing incessantly. Cough, cough. There are two ways to become emperor. One is to quietly accumulate power and overthrow the court when the time is ripe. The other is to become the crown prince and wait for the opportunity to send off the current emperor. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Song Yi chose the first path. But who knows what Qin Zhao is thinking? Early the next morning, Song Yi had an appointment. While drinking tea, she wondered what Lin Yang was busy with today. Logically, being a personal maid was her main duty. While strolling with Feng Tianqi, she overheard several officials discussing the court meeting, saying that the emperor's old illness had acted up again and that he might not make it through the month. Song Yi found it too noisy and was about to suggest changing locations. But Tianqi said it wasn't necessary. She enjoyed this kind of lively atmosphere. Feng Tianqi was currently helping Crown Prince Qin Zhao expand his market. The two met to hand over the business. Tianqi gave the account books for this area to Song Yi, as she herself was going to southern Jiang to develop her business and also pursue her dream with her good friend, Tang Ju. Speaking of Tang Ju, Song Yi couldn't believe they hadn't confessed their feelings to each other yet. Tianqi was also surprised that she knew about her travel companion, but she didn't ask much, only confided her worries, fearing that a confession would change their relationship, and they might not even remain friends. Song Yi was speechless. These two have lived together for 2 years and still don't know each other's feelings. Are they dense? As they were chatting, someone suddenly appeared, claiming to be Wu Qing, a descendant of a national teacher. She was there to discuss a business collaboration, which made Song Yi realize that this was Wu Tianqi, the 9th prince's associate. Both Song Yi and Tianqi were surprised. The scene changed. Evening, Eastern Palace. Song Yi rushed back to the Eastern Palace. The room was empty, not even a cricket in sight. She quietly peeked into the bedroom and saw Qin Zhao sound asleep. Just sitting there watching him sleep, Song Yi thought, finally, things are back to normal. She once thought that as long as Qin Zhao ascended the throne, she could return to her former life, and everything here would become a hazy memory. She had never truly considered her place in all of this. Was Qin Zhao truly fit to be emperor? Even if she didn't want to admit it, even without his impaired vision, he wasn't suited for that position. This wasn't just because of her modern background. Qin Zhao wasn't someone who craved power. He didn't even seem to care who ultimately inherited the throne. It was more like he was forcing himself to complete some sort of mission. She recalled what Wu Qing had said that day. Even if you dedicate your life to the crown prince, what will you gain in the end? Anyone with eyes can see that Qin Zhao is just a pawn for the other princes. When a tree grows tall, you'll only be able to scoop water with a basket. I have no intention of harming the crown prince. I only hope he can safely withdraw. So, why don't we cooperate? I guarantee you two won't suffer any losses. Song Yi pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. Feigning interest, she asked, anyone can say pretty things. Since you're here, you must have a plan, right? Indeed, I do. I want to steer public opinion in a direction that benefits the court, not harms it, Wu Qing replied. These thoughts made Song Yi drowsy. By the time she came to, she realized she had fallen asleep in the middle of the night. When Qin Zhao woke up, he saw her sleeping soundly beside the bed. He subconsciously stroked her hair and murmured, Song Yi, I miss you so much, but I still can't remember you. He still couldn't truly grasp her essence. At this moment, he even doubted whether she was truly Song Yi. It's her, there's no mistake. Even though he had doubts initially, even though he had witnessed her death with his own eyes after living with her again, everything became clear. her abilities, her likes and dislikes, those little habits unknown to anyone else, and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes when she smiled. These were all deeply etched in his mind, lingering ever since she left. These thoughts constantly gnawed at his mind and soul, and now she was truly before him. There was no turning back now, but he couldn't foresee what would happen next. If he wanted to ascend to that position, he couldn't afford even the slightest mistake. He had to make sacrifices. Wait, did she just touch me? Knowing too much wasn't necessarily a good thing, and he couldn't let her hands be stained with blood. It's almost time, almost over. The scene shifts to the next morning. Song, he wasn't in a good mood to greet the new day. What exactly did almost over mean? She thought she could eavesdrop on Qin Zhao's true thoughts by pretending to be asleep, but all she heard was his sleep talking. She vaguely guessed what he was planning. What was even more outrageous was that he actually stuck his finger in her mouth. Was he trying to make her throw up so he could examine it? This guy definitely knew who she was and was deliberately hiding it. It was such a headache. She had never found him so unfathomable. But if she asked him, he would most likely remain silent, or even worse, cause trouble that would cost her freedom. Why had their relationship become one where they each harbored secrets? Just as she was feeling frustrated, Song Yi heard the clamor of children. She looked over and saw a group of children bullying a smaller child. You're so ugly. Uncle and Anne are like gods. How could they have such an ugly child? Are you really their child? The speaker was the eldest son of the first prince. On the right was the second son of the second prince. And on the left was also the eldest son of the first prince. This child with a face full of birthmarks was actually the heir of the third prince. His name was Qin Dai, only 9 years old, and he was crying as he retorted, but I really am their child. Father said my birthmarks can be cured. Song Yi realized these young royals were ganging up and bullying the weaker ones after school. It was quite the drama. Seeing this, she shouted, "Oh no, isn't that the national teacher coming over here?" If they were caught, they'd be in trouble. The three little ones immediately tucked their tails and scattered like cockroaches. If they were caught by the national teacher, they would definitely be in for a scolding. Watching the children leave, Qin Dai struggled to sit up, his body aching. But he immediately started to reflect, did I overdo it? So annoying. Why did I have a transmigrate into a child? Really? That's right, I'm a transmigrator. One second I was on my way to a blind date. The next I was in an accident. I thought my life would be so short, saying goodbye to bars, concerts, cruises, and private jets. But then I was inexplicably bound to a strange transmigration system and ended up here. I opened my eyes to see two people in ancient clothing crying and calling me Sonny. After a moment of recollection, it hit me, I transmigrated. The system that came with me is a talking cat, so it seems the novel I was obsessed with. He feels he needs to complete the mission. So, I'll treat this as a 3D game, cheerfully complete the mission and go home, then tell Song Yi about this bizarre experience. She'll definitely. Qin Dai was still lost in his memories when someone asked, Your Highness, are you alright? Shall I help you up? Song Yi actually wanted to take this opportunity to inquire about the third prince. But as soon as Qin Dai saw her, his eyes lit up. This older sister looked so much like Song Yi. He almost blurted out her name, but held back. Song Yi. Song Yi continued to look at Qin Dai tenderly. I'm fine. I can get up myself. But really, can there really be two people in the world who look exactly alike? Seeing the child's expression, Song Yi thought, this child is truly spirited. Qin Dai was also thinking, as an imperial grandson, what's the big deal about asking a few questions? Even if I mistook her, it doesn't matter. Miss, do you know Luda's song? He was taken aback by the question. Luda isn't that my boss's name. Did he also transmigrate? Or is this some scheme of the ninth prince? Song Yi became alert and feigned a blank expression. What characters? Let me think. Qin Dai walked away dejectedly, thinking he might be overthinking things. Perhaps she just looked similar. How strange is it to meet someone with the exact same face? There are quite a few people from different worlds, and so many strange things have happened before and after she woke up. Suddenly, Song Yi grabbed the child's hand and asked, Is it Luda? Qin Dai asked excitedly, Is it really her? If not, why would she say my code? Pouting, Qin Dai replied with a wronged expression. Tian Wang Ga Di Hu, Tian Wang Gai Di Hu. Song Yi released his hand and said coldly, Were you waiting for me to reply with Bao Ta Zheng Kriao, Bao Ta Zhen Hiyao? You're so careless. At this moment, Qin Dai finally relaxed, thinking, this coldness, it's definitely the song, he knows. The scene changes to inside the imperial palace. The emperor's condition has worsened. Qin Zhao hurried to the emperor's side. "Father, are you all right?" The emperor replied wearily, "I don't know how much longer this body can hold on." Qin Zhao assured him, "Father, don't say such things. I will do everything in my power to cure you." He recalled that his father's life was saved 2 years ago by the medicine he brought back. Now, the effects have worn off and the side effects are starting to show. Continuing to use it will only ruin his health. Let me prescribe some tonics for you. Don't worry, father. You are the divinely appointed emperor. You will live a long life. At most, he can hold on for another 6 months, but if no one intervenes, perhaps next year on this day will be the emperor's death anniversary. The scene shifts back to the Eastern Palace. Suddenly, someone slammed a cup of water heavily on the table. After confirming each other's identities, Song Yi brought Lu De, now Qin Dai, inside and said, "I didn't expect there to be 4 transmigrators in this world. Usually, there are only 2 in novels." Lu De asked in surprise. "Yeah, the number of transmigrators seems small. This situation is too rare. It seems this world is creating conflict, pushing certain things to develop. Your mission is to prevent the 9th prince from ascending the throne, right? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought my mission was to help Qin Shengxian ascend the throne, based on the author's writing." A hint of sarcasm flashed across Song Yi's face when he mentioned ascending the throne. Lu De asked, "What's with that expression? Don't you think I'm capable?" "That's not what I meant. But speaking of which, you might not be good at business, but you're not lacking in shrewdness. You even gave me a handmade glass thing before." Song Yi recalled. Lu De smiled. "Don't mention it. Glass is easy to make. I can make a few more if you want. It's not like you can buy that stuff with money anyway." Suddenly, Lu Da's eyes lit up as if he had an idea. He asked, "Liuli, right?" Song Yi nodded. "Yes, although ancient Liuli isn't real glass. It's pretty close. The prince can't stay in the Eastern Palace forever. This matter is suitable for him. As for me, I have a date with Wu Qing that I can't miss." When Wu Qing was mentioned, Lu De immediately became alert. Isn't she the enemy? The one colluding with the 9th prince? They're clearly on opposing sides, so why would she seek you out? Song Yi stood up and smiled faintly. "In any case, we still need to figure out what she wants. Like I said before, the cleverest battles are won without sacrificing a single soldier. We and the 9th prince and his allies have chosen different paths. No one can say for sure who's right or wrong. I hope we won't have to resort to arms unless they remain stubbornly set in their ways and refuse to turn back." The scene shifts to a restaurant outside the palace where several women are enjoying a plate of fragrant, steaming hot grilled meat wrapped in fresh green lettuce leaves. With each bite, the delicious flavor transports them to heaven. Wu Qing laughs happily. "I'm glad you all like it. Please eat your fill. There's plenty more." Song Yi, now disguised as Lu Taohua, exudes a low-key charm. Wu Qing politely invites her. "Miss Lu, it's truly an honor to have you join us today." Lu Taohua nods with a smile, her eyes showing 2 parts delight and 8 parts caution. "It's my honor to be here. This restaurant's dishes are truly unique, and the business model is quite novel. This establishment is yours, young master." Wu Qing appears momentarily flustered, but cleverly nods. Indeed, it has always been under the Crown Prince's name. "Miss Lu, why not invest with us instead of toiling for others? I mentioned a plan before, using public opinion to remove those who should leave and elevate the talented. You only need to lend me a few questions. You needn't worry about the trivial matters." Wu Qing asks with a bright smile. Actually, Wu Qing had been an ordinary girl since childhood, not particularly outstanding in appearance or intelligence. It felt like good things in life always passed her by, making her feel inferior and inadequate in every way. She tried losing weight, learned makeup, but still couldn't compare to those naturally beautiful girls. Life is so unfair. Even the boys she liked talked bad about her behind her back. Can you believe it? She just glanced at the chat logs, taking it all in, her heart aching, but she didn't show any anger or disappointment. She was too afraid of being disliked. Relatable, isn't it? So she gradually became accustomed to venting online, even addicted to it. Returning to the matter at hand, Wu Qing said amiably, "Now that everyone has enjoyed their meal, you're welcome to come in and experience our beauty services. Maintaining one's appearance is essential for popularity." She said this because the following topic wasn't suitable for outsiders. It needed to be kept confidential. Song Yi also stood up and followed. Wu Qing had no idea that the other person was also a transmigrator. Perhaps it was because Song-yi hadn't expanded her business recently, but in reality, for the past 2 years, a force had been continuously pioneering new business models, just like the tea house. That was this young lady's handiwork. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Wasn't it precisely what she wanted? Her goal was never monopolization, nor was it to become some overlord. On the contrary, she hoped for a more diverse world. In the past, inventions like windmills and mills were widely used in agriculture. Even looms and cotton gins were constantly being updated, all to reduce labor and promote richer development. With a solid foundation, the lives of the common people would naturally improve. Once an idea takes shape, it naturally grows and flourishes. Song-yi smiled at Wu Qing. Your proposal is very interesting. I'd love to collaborate with you. So, what do you want to know? Song-yi pondered to herself. Although it might not yield results in the short term, at least she had found a companion on this journey. Perhaps this was the peace of mind that came with finding common ground. As for Wu Qing, why did she choose to help the Ninth Prince after accepting the mission? Why not return directly to reality? Night, the Eastern Palace. Song-yi felt like she had time traveled. She returned much later than usual today and was even questioned about Qin Zhao's ex-wife. Fortunately, she successfully protected the madam's secret recipe. Thinking about the reforms, perhaps she could try researching the steam engine. That child was very talented in technology. If he could help Qin Zhao, perhaps the emperor would see his value, ushering in the steam age. But did she really need to fight for the throne now? The mission only required becoming royalty, not necessarily the emperor. Moreover, she could also save the author and force him to continue writing. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard, Sister Peach, the crown prince is looking for you. Song-yi blinked, confused by the slightly odd address, wondering what he wanted. Hadn't he already gone to bed? The palace maid bowed her head, her voice soft. It seems he requires your nighttime attendance. The words nighttime attendance sent a jolt through Song-yi's mind. Song-yi felt uneasy. She didn't think the crown prince was someone with that kind of need, but she still had to confirm. She hurried back to her room, her heart pounding. Pushing the door open, she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, honestly, I thought the crown prince was about to reveal all his cards. Song-yi sat down, looking at the crown prince sprawled on the bed, when he suddenly pulled her towards him. He had been drinking and grabbed her hand without warning. Completely caught off guard, Song-yi was pushed onto the bed by the crown prince. Her mind went blank. 5 seconds later, she asked in confusion, Crown Prince. He mumbled in response, call me husband. The smell of alcohol wafted towards her. It seemed he had indeed drunk quite a bit tonight. Have you been drinking? She asked. Song-yi saw a rare candor in him, but couldn't shake the feeling that she was just a stand-in. Her heart was in turmoil. Could there be some other scheme behind all this? She voiced her question, and he nodded. Yes. Judy forced me. Hearing this, Song-yi thought it was too much of a coincidence. Wu Tianxi had made plans with her, and the Ninth Prince had taken the Crown Prince out drinking. She had obviously told the Crown Prince about it too. The Crown Prince leaned in earnestly. What did the two of you talk about? Song-yi hadn't expected him to notice. Please, she thought, after I returned to the modern world, they still sent people to investigate him. Thinking of this, she said nothing. It's all in the past. But then she asked, what about you? Before I came, what did the Ninth Prince do to you? Song-yi hugged the Crown Prince, closing her eyes and thinking. He used to be such a harmless little cutie. How did he become such a schemer? Well, might as well take advantage of him being drunk and get some information out of him. The Crown Prince whispered in Song-yi's ear. At first, they pretended to be officials, saying they needed to take your body for an autopsy. I refused and had people pretend you weren't dead, saying you'd return to your own world. If I want, I could go too. I believed it at the time and kept asking about you. But she couldn't answer anything. Appendicitis, chain stores, rubber. All the things you taught me. The Crown Prince caressed her as he spoke. So I killed her. Hearing this, Song-yi's eyes widened in disbelief. She sat up abruptly, completely shocked. The Crown Prince laughed. Just kidding. How could I actually do that? Playing innocent is the only way to survive, right? Otherwise, I'll end up like my dead fiancé, assassinated, right? A pang of sympathy struck Song-yi. Was that really the case? Even if it was a joke, she felt a twinge of sadness. Royalty are born to struggle, aren't they? But once you give up, all that awaits is death. Seeing the Crown Prince about to kiss her, she stopped him. Wait, don't kiss me when I'm like this. Just offering him a stick of incense. The Crown Prince was already fast asleep, but Song-yi was still awake. Song-yi lightly tapped the Crown Prince's forehead. Hey, don't sleep yet. We're not done talking. But the Crown Prince grabbed her hand again. Stop it. I'm so tired. Every day is tiring, whether intentional or not. This move was truly effective. He knew where to rest his head. He really was that tired. Being the crown prince certainly wasn't easy. She awkwardly pushed the crown prince's face away from her chest. Hey, where do you think you're putting your face? You think I'm afraid to eat you alive? Song-yi fell into deep thought again. If I'm unhappy every day, should I just give up the crown prince's position? Luda lives so freely. I don't need to rely on the author's script to ignore this person's feelings. They're actually the same person. But he said with his eyes closed, no, my mother is still waiting for me to save her. Song-yi's heart tightened. Could the crown prince's obsession all stem from his love for his mother? Dawn hadn't broken yet. The first rays of sunlight had yet to appear. Qin-dai rushed to the eastern palace. Anxiety etched on his face. Brother, where's sister-in-law? Song-yi hadn't slept all night. Her eyes were deep, her face bearing the marks of a night spent with the crown prince. Ask the crown prince. She left as soon as it was light. Qin-dai looked puzzled. Closing the door, he asked again, Brother, have you had breakfast? No, not yet. Whatever. By the way, I'm telling you, something's not right with our family. It's the third prince himself. Last night, my father confessed to me the emperor's health is declining. The crown prince and the prime minister have formed a secret alliance and probably won't let things go. Song-yi was so startled that she dropped her bread. Wait, are you sure no one saw you on your way here? This matter can't be spread. Qin-dai smiled faintly. It's all right. Ever since I came here, I've gotten used to wandering around the palace. No one will notice me. But this time it's truly embarrassing. How could a child like me change my parents' minds? Hearing this, Song-yi pondered for a moment, then said, perhaps it's not entirely a bad thing. The emperor is gravely ill, and it's definitely not just the first prince and ninth prince who are making moves in secret. Shen Zhao comes from a martial world. He's definitely not as simple as he appears. Song-yi then turned to Qin-dai. I can help you leave the palace, but I also need you to help me with something. Do you dare to gamble with me? Ever since Wu Qing displayed her abilities, Song-yi's suspicion of her lessened considerably. Wu Qing often sought Song-yi out for conversation, advising her not to worry about the palace disputes. She even suggested that the crown prince leave temporarily to go out and clear his head. For the crown prince's sake, Song-yi laughed. If I could coax Shen Zhao out of the palace, do you think I would still come and ask for your opinion? She feigned ignorance and asked, then this plan won't harm his highness, will it? Wu Qing said, a cripple ruling the country won't last long. Poisoning, assassins, anything is possible. I only want to muddy the waters, not necessarily harm anyone innocent. But if you become a discarded pawn, aren't you afraid, Lu Guanyin? Even if the crown prince leaves, his hidden influence won't disappear. Song-yi only smiled faintly, having already seen through Wu Qing's tricks. If she were a novice, perhaps she would be fooled by the future Wu Qing painted. Understood. Song-yi replied curtly. Wu Qing's plan didn't conflict with her own goals. Wu Qing planned to spread rumors about the crown prince's disability and unsuitability for the throne, while also secretly spreading news of the first prince's rebellion. This way, the emperor would personally eliminate the first prince's influence. Thus, the ninth prince's power in the martial world could develop smoothly. Before leaving, Song-yi kindly reminded Wu Qing, be careful. Rumors are just noise. Don't think you can win relying on just that. Wu Qing just smiled mysteriously. Why do you think I died over there? Everything has deviated from the script now. Then Wu Qing asked Song-yi if she understood the modern world. Song-yi pretended not to. Minister Wu, didn't you find some way to resurrect? Song-yi began to suspect Wu Qing was connected to the rumors. In this story, all the transmigrators are in cahoots. No one can go back, and no one can bring anyone back. Wu Qing raised her cup, her smile like sunshine. Cheers. Song-yi returned a gentle smile. Hey, don't do that. You almost scared me to death. Cheers to a successful collaboration. The autumn air was slightly chilly. At a villa on the western outskirts of the city, a white dove flew in, bringing news to Song-yi. The letter said that all arrangements were in place. The corners of Song-yi's mouth turned up slightly. Tianqi Wu, as reliable as ever. All the strongholds are ready. Another dove brought news. She laughed to herself. Another one. I've established quite a few strongholds recently. Pigeons from all directions brought intelligence, and Song-yi's influence was expanding vigorously. In the morning light, the roadside flags stretched all the way to the upper reaches of the river. Ready, let's go. After receiving the news, Song-yi returned to Zhao Wang's residence and placed a jar of wine heavily in front of Shen Zhao. Your Highness, she said to Shen Zhao, I brought some new wine from our distillery. You seem tired lately. Why don't we have a small gathering and drink a few cups? The prince, who was riding with his head down, looked up, his voice gentle. What's making you so happy? My dear, Song Yi laughed as she opened the jar. I suppose it's good news. That business deal from the desert all the way to the northwest has been settled. We've now opened up roads in many impoverished areas and brought in local laborers. The scale is getting bigger and bigger. Prince Zhao slowly took a sip of wine and nodded slightly. Remarkable. I didn't expect the power of the working masses to be so astonishing. Song Yi chuckled softly. What has your highness been busy with lately? Prince Zhao paused for a moment. Nothing much, really. I remember promising you that if the business deal was successful, I would answer one of your questions. Ask away. His casual words made Song Yi slightly dissatisfied, but she also found it amusing. Asking directly was too boring, so she might as well play a game to add some fun. Since there's wine, why don't we have a drinking contest? Whoever finishes first has the right to ask one question. Only one question and no lying. Before Prince Zhao could answer, Song Yi had already raised her cup and drained it in one gulp. I finished first, I asked first. Prince Zhao smiled helplessly. I haven't even agreed yet. He looked at the wine cup in his hand and sighed. Fine, ask away. Seeing him agree, she was happy and, after careful consideration, said, Then my first question is, she said softly, have you been well these past 2 years? Shen Zhao froze for a moment, a strange emotion flickering across his face. But he immediately retorted coldly, You wasted your chance just to ask this. Yes, Song Yi replied calmly. Once your highness gets serious, I won't be able to win anymore. This is my only chance. Of course, I have to use it on the most important thing. Shen Zhao didn't understand what Song Yi was up to or why she would ask him this question. But in the end, he admitted honestly, I once said when I was drunk that I wasn't doing well, but this is my own choice. There's no turning back. He finally told the truth. I once said when I was drunk that I wasn't doing well, but that was my choice. There's no turning back now. Hearing Shen Zhao's words, Song Yi paused. Indeed, so I won't ask anymore. Shen Zhao looked at her with some confusion, knowing that Song Yi actually wanted to inquire about the people around the crown prince and his mother. But she just smiled. I just want to know your true thoughts. That's all. As for the rest, we still have time. It was Shen Zhao's turn for the second round. He smiled smugly, pondered for a moment, and finally asked, Tell me about yourself. Song Yi was taken aback, then burst out laughing, dropping the act. Which part does your highness want to hear? Shen Zhao replied, Tell me about your childhood. Her expression changed slightly, and she forced a smile. Can we skip a few years? My childhood was actually quite miserable. He laughed. If you dare to play, you must dare to admit. Her eyes gradually reddened, and she slowly began to tell her story. Sigh. Let's skip a few years if we can. My childhood only holds memories of damp, dark rooms and treating plain porridge as a delicacy. The children in the organization were divided into 2 groups. Some were tortured into uselessness. The rest could only rely on their identities to deceive others. We did everything as long as we could survive. My childhood was actually similar to yours. I wasn't able to leave until I escaped the demonic sect and the organization fell apart. Shen Zhao silently raised his wine cup, took a sip, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. I've actually never truly left the demonic sect. Everything is going according to plan, he replied, an unfathomable glint in his eyes. Does your highness want to know? The truth will come out soon. A wave of unease washed over Song Yi, and she found it ridiculous. The 9th prince could leverage the power of the martial arts world, so why couldn't she? Jiang Shanggong, the #1 martial artist, how could he ignore that person? Song Yi was speechless. It turned out that Jiang Shanggong was the mastermind behind the entire royal power struggle. The beauty had been scheming all along. It was truly chilling. She suppressed her fear and swallowed with difficulty. Before she could react, Shen Zhao had already stepped forward and pulled her in his arms, his voice low and powerful. Don't be afraid, Song Yi, I'm here. The sudden embrace made Song Yi even more flustered, her heart in turmoil. Shen Zhao, what are you trying to do? Shen Zhao pressed his face against her cheek, his voice gentle but with a hint of danger. Everyone knows you're my lucky star, averting misfortune and bringing good fortune. The 1st prince's power has already declined. I won't let anyone, not even the 9th prince, stand in my way. Soon everything will be over, except for you. His tone suddenly dropped. Perhaps you'll leave me. Song Yi sighed and said helplessly, Shen Zhao, I never thought about leaving you. but you have to think these plans through carefully. I really didn't expect you to be plotting so much in secret. I thought you wouldn't take the risk, because even if you became emperor, you would be overthrown like the original ending, because the ninth prince controls the martial arts world. But if there's another force to contend with him, things become complicated. Even if the plan seems to be going smoothly, I can't help but worry. If the first prince and the ninth prince join forces, can your plan still be reversed? Shun Zhao revealed a confident and cunning smile. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. The imperial edict for establishing the heir, father's worries, and my brother's concerns are all just pieces on my chessboard. Song Yi's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but take a step back. Are you trying to force the old emperor to write the edict? You wouldn't be so ruthless, would you? He smiled faintly. Xin Zhao's answer made her even more uneasy. How else can I ensure I control the overall situation? Every step must be taken cautiously. But my dear, you always distract me. I didn't want to resort to extreme measures. As he spoke, he slowly took a small box out of his sleeve. Seeing his obvious intentions, Song Yi panicked. Your plan is too risky. You yourself could become a target. I have other ways, although slower, but much safer. Xinjiao, we have to stop before everything gets out of control. Despite her repeated persuasion, the unease in Song Yi's heart lingered. She just wanted to prevent anything terrible from happening and keep it by her side forever. But her words didn't make Shun Zhao hesitate in the slightest. He gently placed his hand on her, then, with a few swift movements, sealed her acupuncture points with silver needles. Song Jia, unable to move, could only make a weak sound. Don't worry, you won't be hurt. We'll be together forever. Last time, you hurt me, leaving only a corpse behind when you left. But this time you won't escape. Song Jia knew his fervent love was genuine, but she still couldn't shake the unease in her heart. Thinking about what was about to happen, Song Jia felt numb all over, her heart filled with apprehension. Zhao Wang, why did you seal my acupuncture points? So she asked Shun Zhao, are you up to something again tonight? Shun Zhao paused, thinking that Imperial Censor Shang Chang's arrangements would still take 2 days, and finally said, it's not time yet. But in his heart, he actually hoped his wife wouldn't be so clever. After all, they weren't supposed to provoke her this early in the original story. At this point, Shun Zhao suddenly straightened up, Song Jia's jaw almost dropped, and she sighed, so you've been pretending all along. Shun Zhao slowly took off his eye mask as he spoke. My dear wife, weren't you also putting on an act for me? All that loving couple act, mutual trust, promising to help me become emperor, change the world, and so on, and the result. You still left me and ran away. Zhao Wang suddenly approached Song Jia, his tone icy, and Song Jia panicked slightly. No, I came back. Hearing this, Shun Zhao lifted her chin and said, you only came back because of your friend. I used to admire your honesty, but in the end, your kindness toward me also had an ulterior motive. Meeting Shun Zhao's gaze, Song Jia was a little puzzled. Although she had confessed the reason for her return, she had never mentioned Shun Dai's true identity. Zhao Wang suddenly said, with that expression, my dear wife seems to be thinking, could it be that Shun Zhao can actually see? Am I right? After saying this, Shun Zhao's tone softened again. Song Jia was silent for a moment, then said, I'm sorry, I can't deny that I initially treated you as a character from a novel. Later, I realized that being able to come back and save my friend was my most important goal. Compared to the pressure of completing the mission, the thought of seeing you again made me feel relaxed and expectant. So this time, I've prepared myself to stay by your side. However, even staying in the palace is definitely not a safe haven. Various factions are deeply entrenched, and everyone is eyeing this position. One careless move, and I could end up crushed to pieces, just like in the original story. Although my power isn't what it used to be, there's still a way out. After listening to Song Jia for a long time, Shun Zhao only snorted coldly. You're lying to me again. It's all lies. I'm not lying to you. If I didn't want to stay, I wouldn't have arranged those safe houses outside the palace. I hope we can continue to live peacefully. Seeing Song Jia's agitated state, Zhao Wang stopped her, turned around, and gently carried her to the bed. Actually, what my dear wife wants most is for me to leave with you, right? As soon as Shun Zhao finished speaking, he saw Song Jia looking a little guilty, and he chuckled. I guessed right again, didn't I? But you still haven't seen the real me. Shun Zhao's tone changed again, and Song Jie's heart sank. She seemed to understand why Shun Zhao was so angry. He felt that she had always treated him as a mission objective, treating him this way just so she could return to the real world. But Song Jie thought for a moment and sneered. It seems neither of us is good at expressing our feelings. Is that so? Shun Zhao stopped and asked Song Jie. Her mind was still racing, unsure of what to do. Even the author herself hadn't figured out. She said, "It's nothing. I just think my husband is quite cute when he throws a little tantrum. Cute enough to knowingly face danger and deliberately shield me from it, taking on everything himself. Cute enough that even if he wants to imprison me, he can't bear to hurt me." By this time, Shun Zhao had loosened the ropes and slowly removed the silver needles, sealing Song Jie's acupuncture points. "A child wouldn't treat you like this. My dear wife just needs to wait here obediently for 3 days, no, 2 days, and everything will be resolved. If I fail, someone will escort you out of the palace. But that won't happen." Saying this, Zhao Wang closed the needle case. "My dear wife's future can only ever be looking up at me." Hearing this, Song Jie thought he was going to throw her into the harem as a favored concubine. Although she understood that Shun Zhao was still a lovesick fool, thinking of this, she pretended to struggle. In reality, she was even more infatuated with him than he was with her. She just hadn't realized it yet. Song Jie took out a pill from a hidden pocket in her collar, wondering why Shun Zhao was so confident. Did he have another card up his sleeve? But even so, she would never let him have his way. Recalling the time, she sewed hidden pockets, preparing for her plan. The mirror system continuously questioned Song Yi's plan, finding her methods overly complex and difficult to understand. Song Yi admitted her approach was indeed troublesome and time-consuming, but she told the mirror she had promised Shun Zhao that as long as she helped him ascend the throne, she would change this world. If she couldn't, she would be trapped in the inner palace, her movements restricted. If he didn't agree, she would have to force him, because both of them were lonely and selfish people. After thinking for a long time, she said to Shun Zhao, "Although my eyes have always been on you, if my husband is not satisfied, I will also take action." Shun Zhao suddenly turned his head. Song Yi unhesitatingly kissed his lips. The intensity of this kiss could only be described as fervent. Song Yi kissed him with such force that she bit Shun Zhao's lip, drawing blood. Like a dislocated bone, resetting it inevitably causes tearing pain. It can only be forced back into place. He and I must tear apart this false tranquility. Only then can we carve our true selves into each other's hearts. The process of dismantling a relationship may be extremely painful. Perhaps the initial intimacy will be completely destroyed. The kiss lasted for a long time, and Shun Zhao quickly realized something was wrong. Is it because of this kiss? No, she's holding something, putting it in my mouth. It's medicine. Before losing consciousness, Shun Zhao tightly gripped Song Yi's neck. This time, Song Yi was gambling with her life. Soon, Shun Zhao's hand fell with Yidug, leaving marks on Song Yi's neck, and then he fell into a deep sleep. Song Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that people don't think much when they're unconscious. But he still noticed. "I clearly used a colorless and odorless modern drug. You're so cruel, it's purple now." Song Yi walked to the bronze mirror. The mirror system congratulated her on the success of her plan. Song Yi smiled with satisfaction. "I am the ultimate victor. With Shun Zhao's abilities, he could have killed me before he lost consciousness, but he chose to give up. After the drug took effect, he didn't kill me, meaning he entrusted his life to me and also all the preparations related to his ascension. Before everything is over." Song Yi turned and pulled open the drawer, taking off her head. She was still thinking, "I already tried to control the dosage, but I'm still a little dizzy. I need to rinse my mouth quickly. How long has he been preparing? Did we first meet 3 years ago or 4? Aren't you afraid that Shun Zhao had already arranged everything before leaving the demonic sect? Otherwise, it can't explain why the Sangqiong Palace is so obedient to him. It's just because his qualifications and status weren't enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the other princes. So he chose to stay in the Shao Prince's residence, living a peaceful life, waiting for a wedded wife who could help him prepare provisions and troops, including this very wife. Thinking of this, she smiled softly, stroking Shun Zhao's face. "We really have used each other thoroughly." With that, she bent down and dragged a huge wooden chest out from under the bed. "I'm sorry, Shun Zhao. When you wake up and find all your plans in disarray, how am I going to coax you into happiness?" so difficult. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Song-yi kissed her husband again, then began to hurriedly prepare. Seeing the sturdy wooden chest, she grabbed a blanket and also stuffed in Shun Zhao's favorite guqin, along with the medicine chest, sandalwood, and tea leaves. Honestly, Song-yi's actions resembled preparing a coffin for her husband. Soon, Song-yi moved the chest containing her husband onto the carriage. She also changed her clothes, completely exhausted. Honestly, slipping out unnoticed right under the Shun family's noses is already a great accomplishment, not to mention staying up night after night these past few days. Hopefully, no one will suspect anything this time. Song-yi prayed silently, her mind racing. Not long after, a hunched figure emerged from a dark alley, carrying a large bundle. It was Su Baiwan, consort Su, the girl who had transmigrated into the book. Seeing her arrival, Song-yi quickly helped her onto the carriage. This girl was crucial to her plan. Su Baiwan had come prepared, not only wearing a headscarf to disguise herself as a palace maid, but also bringing a pile of cosmetics. With a few casual strokes, her face became a rainbow. She was confident in her makeup skills, certain that she wouldn't be recognized. Song-yi smiled wryly. I suggest you get in the chest. You're more suspicious like this. Su Baiwan pouted and reluctantly opened the lid, climbing inside. Just then, a voice came from outside the carriage. It was Shundai. Song-yi thought to herself, my people, my old team, are here. The luggage and the silver are in your hands. This time, it all depends on you. Whether this plan succeeds or not is all up to you. Everyone referred to Shundai and her parents, the third prince and third princess. Seeing everyone assembled, Song-yi wasted no more time and instructed them to board the carriage. Let's set off then. Thanks to her past life experience and protagonist halo, Song-yi and her group passed through the checkpoint smoothly. Opening the luggage for the guards to inspect, she smiled charmingly and said, winter is approaching, and the crown prince is unwell. He's into the hot spring villa for a period of recuperation, and he specifically asked me to deliver some things. No matter the era, silver always speaks volumes. Everyone watching the web drama, applaud. Clap, 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 clap. The carriage left the city gates. Shundai was stunned by Song-yi's methods. She never thought escaping would be so easy. I thought something unexpected would happen, like father coming to stop us. Song-yi said proudly. That's why I said, to survive in this era, you need knowledge, experience, and wit. I struck first and didn't waste any time. Even if something does happen, the guards would never report their negligence. They'll just say the crown prince never left the palace. That's exactly what we want. Every dangerous sign must be eliminated in advance, and then everything will go smoothly. Now that the emperor is unable to attend court due to his poor health, our escape won't be discovered for a few days. However, the new base is quite far away. After we meet up at the inn, we'll head north at night. The carriage arrived at the inn. Xiaoxing and Xiaoli immediately ran out, pulling their hat brims low. Boss, you're finally here. The carriages are ready, and our shops in the capital are almost cleared out. We can leave at any time. Song-yi grinned. Well done. The situation in the capital has been precarious lately. Heading north is our only option. She turned and instructed Su Baiwan to change carriages, making no mention of kidnapping the crown prince or betraying anyone. Xiaoxing added, there's one more thing. You told us not to make a fuss, so we continued business as usual until tonight. Then we encountered a regular customer. He was in a very bad mood, drank a lot, and just refused to leave. Because of his noble status, we didn't dare to make him go. Following Xiaoxing's pointed finger, Song-yi saw a young man drunkenly mumbling for more wine. Song-yi's heart tightened. The fifth prince. Oh no, after sending away Xiaoying and the Garjiha, she almost forgot about him. It had been a long time since they last met. Back then, he had been tricked into stealing fruit from the imperial garden for the crown prince. Wasn't it the eldest miss who told him to eat the wild fruit? The fifth prince suddenly started crying. Seventh brother won't drink with me, and ninth brother ignores me. Have another drink with me. Perhaps he was too drunk, dizzy, and unsteady on his feet. He suddenly gave a sly smile and said, all right, this isn't bad either. Someone, help this esteemed guest onto my carriage. I'll drink with him. Yes, boss. The fifth prince was helped onto the carriage, murmuring hazily to the person beside him, who's going to drink with me. Seventh brother. He fell asleep before finishing his sentence. The capital was missing 4 important figures overnight. A subordinate reported, Team 1 in position, Team 2 in position. Team 3 in position. The crown prince, princess, and consorts bowed respectfully. The timing was perfect, coinciding with the opening of the city gates. The first time out of the city, a good omen. Is the golden chair in the palace really that tempting? Everyone pondered for a moment and finally set off. Let's go together. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Who is singing? Who wants to share the stage with me? A woman poked her head out, her face full of excitement. After more than 3 years, I'm finally out. It has nothing to do with that. Scene change. The next morning, the sound of hooves woke the fifth prince. He groaned softly and opened his eyes abruptly, seeing someone snoring soundly beside him. He hadn't yet come to his senses, desperately trying to recall what had happened last night. The lady slept soundly, snoring like thunder. The fifth prince quietly moved closer and poked her. Aren't we already far away from town? The carriage has been running all night. We need to get out of here quickly. His hand stealthily reached for her neck. Ready to strike, in reality, he could only take her away. But in the end, he lowered his hand. He turned back to his own bed, pretending to be nonchalant as he turned his back to her. It turned out she had been feigning sleep all along. She sat up, her face full of confusion. Why did you stop? Weren't you going to strangle me? She seemed, Your Highness, why did you give up? If you had taken me hostage, you could have forced the carriage to return to the capital. She even poked him in the back, making the atmosphere instantly awkward. Qin Zhao remained silent. She called out, her eyes full of disappointment. Right? She muttered to herself. I practically ripped the throne from his hands. He must be furious. She continued, Qin Zhao, although this is truly shameless of me, if there's anything I could do to compensate you, please tell me. Anything at all. I'm sorry if I made you think I'm crazy or something, but please believe me, I really don't want to be your enemy. In fact, I really want to be on your side. I admit I once wanted you to return to reality, she continued. But if you truly want to stay here, and if in the end you can't return to the original world, I'll seize the opportunity to pray that I have to stay too. Qin Zhao was stunned by these words. This is my promise to you, she said. Can you give me another chance? Hearing this, Qin Zhao's heart was in turmoil. He bit his lip, trying to suppress his emotions. While his heart stirred at Song Yi's words, his face remained gloomy, making it difficult to decipher his expression. He clenched his fists and said, You don't have to do this. He sat up, turning his back to her as he continued, I admit defeat. I was outmatched. But in his heart, he thought, good thing I have a backup plan. At this moment, she thought happily, my husband still cares about me. She stood up excitedly, twirled around a few times, and even let out a cute bark like a puppy, thinking, great, he still cares about me. Qin Zhao asked stiffly, what are you doing? Her ears seemed to be wagging with joy as she replied, I'm just happy. Her heart bloomed with joy as she thought, I was worried for so long, thinking my husband would resent me for a while. Watching her like this, he sighed inwardly, silly girl. I never thought my plan would be ruined by such a woman. Now it seems I can no longer refer to myself as he thought, looking at his own palm. He continued to ponder, asking himself, am I angry? He clenched his fists, a look of annoyance on his face, and answered inwardly, of course I'm angry. The feeling of being betrayed by someone close to you is not pleasant at all. Song Yi, unaware of his thoughts, muttered to herself, constantly worrying about what she would do if her husband didn't care about her. She had absolutely no experience in mending relationships. Qin Zhao, still immersed in his own thoughts, felt his heart shatter into dust, the pain piercing through him. Yet, there was no hatred, nor did he want to separate from her. That would be irrational. He pondered, recalling the images of her kissing him and coaxing him to take medicine. As for Song Yi, she knew her place and knelt down, begging for his forgiveness. It's all my fault. If I hadn't taken 2 years off from my studies, I might have been able to persuade you. He stood up at this point, his mind preoccupied with the opposite of what she was saying. His face remained gloomy, his expression unreadable. He said indifferently, as you said, apologies alone are meaningless. How about we add a game of chess? I can cooperate with you for the time being. He turned and looked down at her, continuing, but if you don't achieve your goal, you'll have to follow my arrangements. He asked with a cold expression, what do you think? At the same time, he recalled the scene of himself in a wheelchair by the emperor's sickbed, thinking, even if I return immediately, it will arouse suspicion, and I won't be able to force the emperor to abdicate. I might as well see Song Yi's method. Perhaps it can change the situation. Thinking of this, he got out of bed. Seeing this, she quickly agreed. Okay, no problem, thinking to herself, that's more like it. She then asked, so, does that mean you've forgiven me? me. He sat down on the platform chair in the corner of the room and slowly said, "If I didn't resent you, there would be no need for forgiveness. It's just that you ruined my plan, and it makes me very upset. You said you're willing to make any compensation." "Really?" Still kneeling, she turned towards him and said eagerly, "Really, as long as I can do it, just tell me." He spoke again, muttering to himself, "Well, making demands is meaningless. You should know what I want." She pondered what Qin Zhao truly wanted, then recalled his pained expression and words. Then she smiled softly and replied, "I understand." In front of the mansion gates, numerous carriages were lined up. Suddenly, a sigh came from inside the room. Song Yi walked out, stretching her limbs, and said, "After such a long journey, we can finally rest." He followed her out, dressed in casual clothes, and asked, "By the way, how much longer do we have to travel?" She replied, "About 3 more days." Then, facing the group of people by the carriages, she shouted, "Dismissed. Get a good rest, and gather early tomorrow morning." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." To avoid drawing too much attention to the convoy, she divided it into smaller groups. Spinning the room key in her hand, she explained, under the guise of business expansion, we're selecting locations with good feng shui to establish strongholds. Coupled with the refugees we've taken in along the way, they'll form their own towns. With money, things become much easier. Sean Q and the others have truly gone to great lengths. I'm not kidding. The combined value of our Chamber of Commerce and shops could probably rival the entire dynasty's treasury. Outwardly, she maintained a professional demeanor, but inwardly, she was overjoyed. "My goodness, this is my first time strolling with my husband." He walked into the inn with her, hand in hand, their steps leisurely. He said, "Although a missing prince would likely be considered a royal disgrace, with father's illness, the search can't be too overt. However, my eldest brother and 9th brother will never consider us harmless." He followed her upstairs, maintaining the guise of a merchant, still talking about palace affairs. There are many people in the palace. This disappearance likely won't be kept secret for long. He was also grateful that he was currently healthy and hadn't attracted too much attention. They arrived at the door, as she pushed it open, turning back to give him a radiant smile. "Your Highness is like the bright moon. Those girls were all stealing glances at you just now. This wife is quite jealous." She silently rejoiced that Qin Zhao rarely went out and usually wore a mask, so almost no one had seen his current appearance. Qin Zhao was amused by her words, silently repeating the word moon to himself. Then, putting on his most charming expression, he approached her from behind and whispered in her ear, "Is my wife jealous?" They were now inside the room. She closed the door and casually admitted, "Yes, sometimes I even think if you were still in that wheelchair, no one would pay you any mind, and you would be mine forever." He stood against the light, his expression obscured, but the curve of his lips was clearly visible. He softly said, "My wife is truly wicked." Song Yi turned, her back against his chest, and said contentedly, "I never claimed to be a good person. From an ordinary person's perspective, I'm a type who will stop at nothing to achieve my goals." He turned her around and said, "Your husband has known that for a long time. Even if I didn't before, I understand perfectly now." She asked cheerfully, "Do you hate it?" He kissed the bridge of her nose and replied, "How could I?" Then, holding her tightly, he continued, "I've always cherished you the most." The gauze curtain by the bath was drawn. His voice carried a hint of huskiness. "And what about my wife? You should know, your husband isn't as pure and good as you might imagine, right?" His words barely finished before he kissed her lips, not waiting for her reply. She moaned softly under his kiss. He continued to hold her close, asking, "Do you hate it?" The gauze couldn't hide their intertwined figures in the water. Her cheeks flushed from his kisses, and she whispered, "Not really." She opened her eyes, looking at him as he kissed her shoulder, and softly added, "But I don't particularly like it either. After all, you don't really need a lover as wicked as me." She couldn't help but think that even the scheming Bianshur was now imitating her speech. Hearing this, he nipped her playfully, causing her to cry out, "Ouch!" Qin Zhao released her, a bite mark left on her shoulder. He asked provocatively, "Then why does my wife do these things with me?" He made her tremble all over. Blushing, she said, "Do you even need to ask? You already know the answer." Song Yi deliberately changed the subject. "Even if I do, why should I tell you?" Qin Zhao kissed her gently, murmuring, "Just testing you." She seemed displeased, even biting herself, stubbornly refusing to speak. "How strange." He feigned disappointment. "Since my wife doesn't want to say, then forget it." Contrary to Qin Zhao's sigh, she greedily inhaled the familiar white lotus fragrance. I haven't smelled this scent in so long, Song Yi said coquettishly. Oh well, husband, turn your face towards me. His spirits immediately lifted, and he happily leaned closer. She nodded slightly. Yes, just like that. Song Yi felt conflicted. She was all too familiar with the allure of the White Lotus. But the Qin Zhao before her was no longer the flawless, aloof man she once knew. Even immortals can become lost and uncertain. Sometimes he even acted childish, simply wanting to look at her, lacking a sense of security. Song Yi looked directly into Qin Zhao's eyes and continued frankly, doing these things with you isn't to please you, nor is it for any other ulterior motive. It's simply because I wanted just like ordinary couples. Seeing the confusion in his eyes, she smiled faintly. Ordinary couples, ignoring his status, motives, and even the plans he hadn't yet revealed to her. Then how should I act? How should I kiss you to make you willing to tell me these things? It's just that I want to be close to you, to kiss you, so I kissed you. That's all. Both of their faces flushed as they looked at each other. Qin Zhao suddenly turned serious. What you just said, how much of it was true? Husband, Song Yi replied frankly, as much as you think there is. Before she could finish, he deliberately covered her mouth, stopping her from continuing. They both understood that they were people who lived wearing masks, often unwilling to take them off. Unsure whether wearing the mask or not wearing the mask was their true self, Qin Zhao said sullenly, "My wife is always teasing me." Song Yi laughed. "What are you afraid of? You're not losing out." Before she could finish, she suddenly panicked. "Wait, what's that hard thing underwater?" Song Yi immediately looked down. This completely panicked her. The girl was right. Thanks to her meticulous care, her husband was in excellent health. As for any disability, it was simply fake. Upon hearing this, Song Yi awkwardly jumped up. "Oh, then I won't disturb you." But Qin Zhao was unwilling to let her go. "Wife, you wish it were that easy." Before she could react, he scooped her out of the bath and threw her directly onto the bed with a thud. Embarrassed and annoyed, Song Yi questioned Qin Zhao, "Are you not going to pretend anymore?" He just smirked. "Why pretend in front of my own wife? Besides, you promised to compensate me. Have you changed your mind?" She said somewhat with chip, "Ly, as if you haven't betrayed me." Seeing this, Qin Zhao immediately pounced onto the bed. "If my wife feels wronged, then how about this? Choose one or choose a bunch. It's all good." Seeing Song Yi's confused expression, he lowered his voice. "I mean, for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, I'll listen to you. How about that? You can do whatever you want, but after the incense stick burns, I'll retaliate." A mischievous idea suddenly popped into her head. She could do anything. It had been too long since she'd teased him. The crown princess couldn't miss this opportunity. So as soon as he said deal, she agreed without hesitation. Song Yi was practically laughing hysterically inside. There were so many things she could do before he could retaliate. He smiled happily and said, "It's a deal." Even if they still had to wear masks, the road ahead was still long. As long as they still wanted to rely on each other, there would always be opportunities to enter each other's lives. At that moment, Song Yi blurted out, "Husband, your eyes are so beautiful. I wonder if Lu will meet someone who understands him better." Qin Zhao said indulgently, "This is all thanks to you, my wife." Meanwhile, in the East Palace, someone was sitting on the roof, pacing anxiously. What do I do? What do I do? The third prince's disappearance has been discovered. The palace gates are sealed. I can't hide anymore. It turned out to be the 11th shadow guard by the crown prince's side, scratching his head anxiously. "Your Highness, where have you gone?" "You just disappeared." He didn't notice the footsteps quietly approaching behind him. At this moment, a voice rang out, "Calm down, 11th Shadow Guard, it's me." It turned out to be Zhui Yun from the Azure Sky Palace, with a calm expression. His Majesty has already ordered the implementation of the second plan within the palace. The 11th Shadow Guard almost jumped up in excitement and quickly ran over to ask, "Miss Yun, is there any news of our master?" She nodded. "The Holy Sun has contacted us." It turned out that the Azure Sky Palace had a complete communication network in the Jianghu, using a special code to transmit messages. The Holy Sun said he had some matters to attend to recently and told everyone to hold their positions and continue to cause trouble for the court in secret, awaiting his next instructions. The man nodded in understanding. "Then we have to change our approach. Did the master say when he'll be back?" Kuei immediately interjected, "No, but don't worry. He definitely knows what he's doing. We can still stay here. Life in the capital is much better than in the mountains. No wonder everyone is fighting so hard for it, fighting to the death for a mouthful of food." At this moment, the urgent sound of a carriage echoed through the harsh weather. the master they spoke of. Both of them clutched their sore lower backs and sighed. Song Yi suddenly turned and asked Qin Zhao with concern, "Husband, did I hurt your leg last night?" He replied calmly, "Don't worry, that little bit of exercise is nothing to me. You, on the other hand, were busy all night. Do you want me to give you a massage?" She couldn't help but laugh. No need. Inwardly, she thought, this man looks frail, but he's surprisingly energetic. I'm the one who's tired. Qin Zhao, smiling on the surface, thought, another woman who can match my stamina. A beast, truly terrifying. Truthfully, both were quite pleased with themselves, as if they had completed some mission. Next time we rest, let's do it again, they both thought. Song Jie, after a moment of thought, nudged him playfully with her elbow. "So, you're not worried I'll run off now?" Qin Zhao's next words disappointed her slightly. "Not really, but you might miss the time we spent alone. For me, this all started with a little mischief, and it'll probably end with you leaving me in the dust." Song Jie could only change the subject. "Your words are, forget it, let's talk business. The third prince's entire family is tied up together. It's too suspicious. Have the two of them disguise themselves as merchants and travel with us. The child will stay with us, and a noble consort will travel with the third group. Do you think we should try something new next time?" Qin Zhao nodded in agreement. "My fifth brother also snuck out of the palace with 3 people, using training as an excuse to avoid suspicion. He's always wanted to see the world outside the city. Staying a few days won't hurt." Song Jie frowned slightly. "You know these princes are usually spoiled. I don't know if he can handle the hardships of the road. Buy some essential oils." He nodded. "You're right. Fifth brother is always like this. I really don't understand why you'd bring someone who's bound to cause trouble." Hearing this, Qin Zhao's interest peaked. "If it's for that kind of thing, it's best to add some aphrodisiac to the essential oils," he said casually. "What did you say?" She blurted out. Her reaction brought a mischievous smile to his face. "It seems my wife knows quite a bit about these things. Can't judge a book by its cover, indeed." He explained with a smile, "I've been playing with herbs for years, so of course I know these little things. But darling," getting off topic again. She nodded. Right. I brought 5th Prince Qin Xinyang along, because he got drunk at our tea house. If I didn't bring him, I was afraid his identity would be exposed." Before she could finish, the horse suddenly lost control and neighed. "What's going on?" Qin Zhao cried out in alarm. Song Jie lifted the curtain and looked out to see what had happened. 5th Prince was swaying, clearly carsick, and vomiting profusely. "I'll go check on him." She had never shown her healthy side in front of him, so she decided to wait. He nodded and said gently, "You've worked hard." Song Jie feigned concern. "Is he all right?" The attendant standing next to 5th Prince immediately said, "Master, this young master seems unwell. He can no longer sit in the carriage." He couldn't take it anymore. 5th Prince yelled, "I quit. I want to go back to the pleasure house. I want my guqin and the most beautiful dancers." She calmly replied, "Is it that bad?" Inwardly, she thought, what a nuisance. Finally, she came up with a solution. "But this mountain road is very dangerous. If we don't move quickly, we'll be stuck in the mountains tonight. Then there will be bears, wolves, and all sorts of scary things." 5th Prince's face paled. "Bears and wolves." She cheerfully handed him a packet of medicine. "This is medicine for motion sickness. Drink it and you'll feel better after a nap." 5th Prince's eyes lit up immediately. "It'll work after I drink it. It will take effect in half an hour." As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he immediately pleaded, No, let's rest for a while. If we keep going, I'm really going to die." Suddenly, rustling sounds came from nearby, growing closer and closer. 5th Prince continued to mutter, "You can't let anything happen to me, or else." She covered his mouth before he could finish. "Should be quiet." The footsteps drew nearer, and Qin Zhao listened intently. He quickly warned everyone, "Be careful." Song Jie thought, what did Qin Zhao discover? Although she wasn't sure what was happening, she reacted immediately and shouted, "Everyone be on guard. Prepare your weapons." 5th Prince's face changed, darkening completely. Shenyang and Song Jie were both stunned, staring at the arrow flying straight towards them. She reacted, pushing him out of the way and yelling, "Get down." Unfortunately, the arrow still grazed her arm. Qin Zhao, calmly inside the carriage, reached out and snapped the arrow in two. The air fell silent, leaving only the whistling wind. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Suddenly, a group of strangers appeared out of nowhere. The leader, smiling like a cat, said slowly, "Second brother, your archery is lacking." Fortunately, the mountain stronghold has brothers to help. Now, they can't escape even if they had wings. Sonny gasped, "Bandits." Shang Yang was scared out of his wits, running and yelling bandits. Bandits. Inside the carriage, Qin Zhao listened intently, calculating 30. No, at least 40. This band of bandits is no joke. Although the caravan has many guards, few are truly skilled in martial arts. They're likely to suffer a loss. The bandit leader laughed loudly. That's right, that's right. A caravan, and a fat one at that. Brothers, kill the men, keep the women, and take all the valuables. Attack! As soon as the words left his mouth, the bandits charged like madmen. The fifth prince trembled, his face pale with fright. Qin Zhao, seeing the critical situation, hardened his resolve. It seemed he had no choice but to intervene. He could quickly deal with these men. Though reluctant to reveal his identity, Qin Dai, already lying in wait, whispered the command, "Crossbow unit, prepare, fire." A volley of arrows shot from the flank, catching the bandits completely off guard. Half of the bandits were instantly injured, but Qin Dai showed no mercy, continuing to urge, "Reload. Fire again." Qin Zhao observed and pondered. These crossbows are different from the ones I've seen before. Lighter, easier to reload, and faster firing. The bandits panicked and scattered. "We're done for, Chief. We're dead." The bandit leader sneered. "Who are they?" Later that evening, he reassured everyone the bandit attack has been reported to the authorities. "Don't worry, everyone, rest well. We'll arrive soon tomorrow." Everyone replied in unison. "All right, Dongji, thank you for your hard work." Songyi said, "By the way, Shanyang, wait a moment. I have something to ask you." The fifth prince turned around impatiently. "What is it?" "We always settle our debts. You saved me from an arrow earlier, and I'll reward you handsomely when we return to the capital." She gritted her teeth in anger, but managed a forced smile. "Quite the opposite. That's not what I wanted to talk about. Seriously, I just wanted to ask you if you could do me a favor and keep little Qin Dai company. He's separated from his family and is very afraid of strangers. He'll feel much safer with you." Qin Dai's small face wore an expression of hardship. The fifth prince was bewildered. "You want to be a babysitter?" The fifth prince feigned innocence. "Fifth uncle is so lonely and scared. Please stay with me." Inwardly, he thought, if it weren't for Songyi, I wouldn't bother with this brat. Finally, he relented, saying reluctantly, "Fine, but if this little guy acts up, I'm not responsible. Let me make this clear. I'm only doing this because I pity my nephew, not because you asked." With that, he dragged the child away. Once they were gone, Qin Zhao gently placed his hand on her shoulder, calling out affectionately, "My dear. Are you done?" She glanced sideways at her husband. "You scare me to death." He took her hand. "Don't move, it'll hurt." Songyi retorted, "If it hurts so much, why did you push someone else?" Qin Zhao said worriedly, if that arrow was poisoned, it wouldn't be as simple as stopping the bleeding. Her face paled, but she still said playfully, "Oh, how lucky I am to have you. You definitely wouldn't let anything happen to me. I didn't think much of it at the time, just said don't push anymore." "Are you joking?" She finally opened up to him. "Actually, I just thought it would be a shame if that child died." Qin Zhao was puzzled. "A shame?" She explained, "You asked me before why I brought the fifth prince. It's mainly because if he stayed in the capital, he would quickly be swallowed up by the power struggles. Although Qin Xingyang isn't skilled in politics and doesn't know how to curry favor with the emperor, he's very talented in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and interacting with common people." "Are you kidding me? Then she confided in him. "I just feel it would be a shame if that kid died." Shinzo was puzzled. "A shame," she clarified. "Earlier, you asked why I brought the fifth prince along. The main reason is if we left him in the imperial city, he'd be dead quickly in the power struggles." Even though Qin Shengyang isn't adept at state papers or flattering the emperor, he's actually quite talented with the finer things in life and connecting with people. You could see it from the chess game and cooking last time. Plus, he knows a ton of operas, poems, and songs. The regular Hungsi free corners know this, and he was also thoroughly taught in the four arts by court artists once. The fifth prince listened to a piece of music and immediately complained, "What kind of fun is this? It's not as good as going out to sing." Although in chaotic times, seizing the military means seizing the country. But in our city, there are too many refugees and workers who need some culture that can withstand the grind and art that inspires people. Everything needs balanced development to be stable. That's why I let Shinde also understand these things. Bring him to study together. As she's talking, Qin Zhao is bandaging her wound. He even licks the bleeding wound, so she rushes to say, "Don't lick it. It hurts a lot." He says, "Wifey seems to really believe in that kid Shinde, huh? You're setting things up for him so carefully. Is the third imperial grandson special in some way?" She answers, It's special. You'll probably figure out when you get there. Here in a mountain city, surrounded by mist, the scenery is truly beautiful. In Mountain Sex City, they're providing financial and technical support to those remote villages, arranging excellent job opportunities, and helping them develop self-reliance and entrepreneurship. Whether displaced by disaster or aspiring to a better life, all are welcome to join this extended family and contribute their talents. They can come to the city for work, with housing, salaries, and other benefits provided. In the past, many impoverished and unemployed people struggled to survive. Compared to modern times, people back then had time and energy, but lacked the knowledge and opportunities essential for survival. Now, with effort, they can see hope and a future. With a sound system of rewards and punishments and legal safeguards in place, everyone joyfully welcomes this benevolent and generous city lord. The people have finally arrived. With the right leader in place, Feng Tianju reported that Junshan City's army has completed its training and awaits inspection. Tang Ju added that everything within the city is in order, the population is booming daily, and the city's outskirts are rapidly expanding. Both spoke in unison, confirming that Feng Tianju and Tang Ju had successfully completed their tasks. As these elements gradually fell into place, Qin Zhao said, "Thank you for your hard work. A new city is spontaneously coming to life." Songye laughed and said, all right, no need to be so formal. Everything in the city is running smoothly. When it comes to leading troops, I'm no match for Tianju. And when it comes to charisma and management, Qin Zhao can't compare to the Tang clan's demeanor. Don't mention tasks or anything like that anymore. Everything you've achieved now is well-deserved, and you should be proud of yourselves. Scene change. That night, the moonlight was exceptionally bright. After flipping through stacks of ledgers, she sighed and said, wow, I can only say they truly haven't disappointed. Everything in the city is meticulously arranged, nothing to criticize. The worker system is as efficient as expected. Tianju has always wanted to be a general, but women in the imperial city can't hold office. Now, training new recruits here fulfills her wish. She's like a fish in water. Tang Ju is a henpecked husband, supporting his wife in everything she wants to do. However, his workability is truly impressive, and he holds considerable prestige in the city. Qin Zhao said, during the 2 years my wife was away, the Tang clan head's family was only able to return with the help of Kung Chong Palace. He agreed to her arrangement not only to repay the old kindness of the imperial palace, but also to give an account to the deceased clan head, to prove that he could shoulder the responsibility of leadership. She understood after hearing this. I see. It could also be said that although the entire Tang clan is now headed by Tang Ju, he is now effectively serving you. He replied after hearing this. Speaking of which, my wife hasn't secretly cultivated her own forces, so I haven't interfered much in other people's affairs. Tang Ju is a loyal and honest person. Entrusting him with power actually strengthens his loyalty. Song Yi smiled at her husband. Don't make it sound like you're scheming. But speaking of which, I really want to implement a new system. For example, the emperor doesn't necessarily have to pass the throne to his offspring, right? If we could elect the most suitable person to succeed, like an election, that would be a solution. And you could also recuperate while on the throne and complete those system tasks. Although you might not attain the supreme power that the divine emperor spoke of. But perhaps we could free the other transmigrators trapped in this world. Qin Zhao was still confused. My lady, what are you talking about? So she explained, what I mean is, I want to pull a little trick so that all the other transmigrators besides me can safely return to the modern world. What do you think, husband? Will you help me? He confirmed again, can I really do it? Song Yi smiled and nodded. Seeing his expression, she guessed he was actually a little tempted. Tell me, what's on your mind? He pondered for a long time and finally spoke. At this point, there's no need for restraint. My lady might have some questions about my past actions. After all, Consort Wei has always been very calm about this transmigration matter. She thought to herself, indeed. Logically, if ancient people discovered that someone's soul had been swapped, they would definitely be terrified, thinking it was demonic possession. But when I told them the whole truth and about the mission, Qin Zhao didn't even deny it. He accepted it directly. The white lotus of my past life seems rather out of place now. He asked her, has this husband ever mentioned my mother to you? She suddenly remembered, that's right, when he's drunk, he always mutters, I can't, absolutely not. Mother is still waiting for me to save her. At the time, she just casually replied, oh really? You're saying your mother was also a transmigrator. She taught you many things, and then died because of some sort of cult sacrificial ritual. The original plot only mentioned that Qin Zhao's mother died young, but it never mentioned the cause of death. But based on the system image when I first arrived, she said, doesn't that mean that before I transmigrated, 13 other transmigrators came before me and died in this world? 13 compatriots really died. Not to mention, Kanchong Palace has always had a tradition of sacrificing sages to avoid disasters. He was too young that year, and he can't remember many details. He only knows that ever since he had memories, he has been following his mother's arrangements, hiding his emotions, and secretly accumulating power, becoming the emperor to save his mother. The more he spoke, the more pain he felt in his heart. She asked curiously, can't remember. That's a bit strange, isn't it? Song Jie softly asked, can't remember. I don't mean anything by it, but it's normal to fulfill your mother's last wishes or obsession. But the premise is that you have to remember those things, right? Otherwise, where does the obsession come from? Hearing these words, Qin Zhao's heart tightened. The girl continued to ask, how much of the past do you actually remember? Why do you think your mother was a transmigrator? Faced with this series of questions, the male lead cried out in pain. At this moment, Song Jie exclaimed, Qin Zhao, what's wrong? You look very distressed. Although exhausted, Qin Zhao insisted, it's nothing, just a little pain. I really can't remember my childhood. I need to calm down and sort it out. But according to what you said, is there any reliable way to free all transmigrators? After speaking, he pulled Song Jie into his arms and hugged her tightly. The girl nestled in his arms and said softly, whether it's inheriting the old emperor's throne or establishing myself as king, as long as you successfully become the emperor, I will have completed the system's mission and can return to the real world as I wish. She thought to herself, his handsome face smells so good after a bath. The girl continued, however, most transmigrators' missions are not exactly the same as mine, although the ultimate goal is similar, which is to change the plot and stabilize the world. For example, Su Baiwan's mission is to prevent the ninth prince from ascending the throne, regardless of whether you become emperor or not. She could indeed complete the mission this way, bringing the author's soul back to the modern world, and then using her identity to have him write a sequel based on the existing plot. The female lead recalled her days in the modern world, meeting someone and greeting, hello, author. The company has a project collaboration and would like to talk to you. Then she continued chatting with Qin Zhao. This way, by becoming king, the goal of stabilizing the world can be achieved. As long as the plot doesn't go astray, the world won't collapse. It's different from Su Baiwan and Minister Qin's mission content. If Qin Zhao becomes king and the ninth prince also successfully ascends the throne, then both of them will be judged as having failed their missions, trapped forever in the world of Cheng Wang, unable to return to reality. So, considering this problem, the only remaining method is to cleverly utilize the wish I received. Qin Zhao finally understood. My wife, I understand your plan. The female lead massaged the man while softly saying, yes, actually, the way to get everyone home is very simple. Otherwise, other transmigrators wouldn't easily give up the opportunities in the palace and be persuaded by me. Those transmigrators who were once together all told me to follow the leader. But Wu Qing always disagreed with us. She might have received a completely opposite mission. Maybe she doesn't want to go back to reality at all. Song Jie continued, if you want to return to the modern world, when I make my wish, I will wish to the system that all transmigrators who have ever existed in the world of Cheng Wang will safely return to their original worlds. Conversely, if you want me to stay, I will make this wish. Let all transmigrators who have ever existed in the world of Cheng Wang, except for me, safely return to their original worlds. Qin Zhao listened for a while and finally understood. I see. So regardless of whether the ninth prince ascends the throne or not, as long as I become the emperor of Shanzhong City, I can fulfill that wish and let everyone, including my deceased mother, gain freedom, right? The girl understood and nodded. Yes, originally it was just to let those transmigrators go home, but if you need it, just make a comprehensive wish. If only I could help you. Saying this, Song Jie gave Qin Zhao a hard kiss. Immersed in the lingering feeling of the passionate kiss, the man thought, she is using all my obsessions to accomplish all of this in the simplest, fastest, and most unexpected way. If I had trusted her sooner, been honest earlier, perhaps all the suspicion and hurt wouldn't have happened. How ironic. He suddenly recalled his mother's repeated words from his childhood. Become the emperor, You must become the emperor, take everything from that heartless man, and save me. Then Qin Zhao began to question what he had been doing all these years. A memory flashed, the man hovering by his ailing mother's bedside. She earnestly pleaded, Zhao Ruo, you must live. Even if you're the only one left, you must persevere. At that moment, Qin Zhao finally came to his senses. A sharp headache struck, leaving him exhausted. Seeing him in such pain, Song Jia worriedly asked, Husband, what's wrong? Another headache. The man replied shakily, It's nothing. My wife just really wants to seize this precious opportunity to fulfill someone else's wish. Song Jia immediately interrupted him. Now is not the time to talk about this. Look at the medicine, call the doctor, quick, close your eyes, don't think about it, rest well. She thought to herself, if he wasn't in so much pain, his reaction wouldn't be so strong. With that, she rushed out to find help, saying before she left, we'll talk about everything else later. The sound of the door closing echoed in the room. Qin Zhao gasped for breath, his eyes gradually narrowing until they closed completely, plunging him into darkness. After a while, he forced his eyes open, blinked a few times, then closed them again. When he woke up again, he was met with a completely unfamiliar scene, surrounded by constant electronic beeps. He was still disoriented, letting out an involuntary cry of surprise. Song Jia was already slumped over the table, fast asleep. Qin Zhao woke up feeling extremely uneasy, just quietly looking around. He grabbed the blanket, thinking of going over to Song Jia. But he stopped, his mind full of questions. He tried moving his arm, feeling a surge of confusion. What exactly happened? Then he struggled to get out of bed. Song Jia rubbed her eyes. Husband, you're awake. Does your head still hurt? Qin Zhao silently got out of bed. Song Jia looked at him puzzled. Why aren't you saying anything? When the doctor came last night, you were already unconscious. He said it was probably because you've been working too hard these past few days, coupled with the unaccustomed climate of the north. That's why you had a headache. He told you to rest well for a few days and not push yourself. I'll handle the business matters. The groundwork hasn't been fully completed yet. Tang Ju and Qin Dao are also setting up more powerful civilian and household equipment. We're planning to hold a grand ceremony in about a month. Qin Zhao, you didn't develop any other problems because of the headache, did you? He said in a low voice. Qin Dao, he's probably a modern person too. Song Jia started to sweat. Modern person. Husband, you've even learned this kind of term. Why does it feel like something's off about you after you woke up? Yes, Qin Dao is also a transmigrator. He's skilled in the production of engineering technology. He said, my husband is fine now. My wife should also get some rest. You must have been worried about me all night, right? She thought to herself. He didn't even question the word technology. She pushed him back onto the bed. I'll catch up on sleep after everything is arranged. Husband, don't push yourself. If you're bored, take a look at the unfinished accounting notes for the city. I'll have someone bring in food. She moved closer to kiss him, but Qin Zhao avoided her. She immediately stopped. Strange, who are you? Why are you in Qin Zhao's body? He thought, she's found out, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to avoid you, my wife. I'm just not quite used to it. Song Jia slowly drew out a dagger. Not used to it. Why wouldn't you be used to it? Could he also be a transmigrator in disguise? He uses modern vocabulary, so he shouldn't be an ancient person, right? He avoided her gaze because she was too close. Even if she was his wife, this kind of thing was still. Please allow me to introduce myself. You can still call me Qin Zhao, but your husband actually has another name. Shen Zhaoruo. She was shocked. Shen Zhaoruo. Really another person. He continued, professionally, I'm a writer. She released him, a writer. Could this be your pen name? He hesitated. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. You know, Song Jia's gaze became firm, as if she remembered something. Later, the table was already filled with food. They ate together, and she kept her head down. This is so awkward. I took a nap and woke up to my husband turned into a modern man. What should I do? This needs to be resolved quickly. He comforted her. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. Qin Zhao has always been me, just experiencing everything in different states. Now the memories have synchronized. She was confused. What does that mean? He had a troubled look on his face. How should he explain this? She blushed, and he was even serving her food. He said that although Shen Zhaoru didn't write much realistic fiction, the character Qin Zhao in the book was actually based on himself. She asked curiously, I remember the system mentioned that you often had nightmares and were in poor health when you wrote Chengwon. While revising, The author also recently mentioned feeling unwell, having frequent nightmares, and even changing Cheng Wang into a version where Qin Zhao succeeds, although the specific chapters haven't been released yet. He confirmed, yes, it's a bit embarrassing to say, but during that time, whenever I closed my eyes and slept a little deeper, I would lose my modern memories. I would dream of becoming an ancient person, living as Qin Zhao in Cheng Wang, until I couldn't tell which world was real and finally lose consciousness completely. They were eating with only 3 simple dishes on the table. Qin Zhao was eating with his wife, telling their story like how they met. She was completely confused. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble keeping up. I only know that the entire novel world of Quan Qing Tianxia was deleted and rewritten, which led to these strange occurrences in the real world. And the real Qin Zhao is on life support. It's all so dramatic. Your soul actually fell into a coma, which is why those author plugins were able to transmigrate. But it seems like you were influenced by this world long ago, even earlier than I was. Qin Zhao explained, before I decided to rewrite, I was constantly testing and hesitating. Perhaps my consciousness had already seeped in at that time. She giggled. I get it, a lot of protagonists in transmigration novels are similar to the authors themselves. He acted as if he didn't care what she thought. You can think whatever you want, but it's actually much more complicated than that. Maybe we can look for the reason. She asked while eating. The reason? What reason? It's nothing really. Qin Zhao's face suddenly darkened. The author appearing as a character won't affect your mission or the development of the story. I can quickly revise the existing plot and hand it all over to you. I can also give you everything I own to thank you for waking me up. You see, I really wanted to save my mother, who had already passed away in the real world. So after losing my memory, I was obsessed with fighting for the throne and saving my mother, unwilling to admit that everything was futile. She repeated the sentence softly. Let all transmigrators in the world of kingship return safely to their original worlds. But you, Qin Zhao suddenly stood up. Forget it. Actually, you don't have to accommodate my wishes. When everything is ready, you will send all the transmigrators back to their original worlds, except for me. Suddenly he stumbled, and she immediately became worried. Qin Sheng, are you all right? I'm fine, just tripped. Let me help you. No need. She was suspicious. There was nothing on the ground, and his leg had clearly healed, so why was it weak? Qin Zhao had only taken a few steps when she pressed him. What did you just say? Send all the other transmigrators back, except you. What about you? He tilted his head. I'm considering staying. I don't plan to return to the real world. Song Jia was stunned by his words. She had planned to stay here with him, even thinking of entrusting the novel's content to a transmigrator to take back and publish it using an account that could reveal the truth, thus stabilizing the world and living here forever. Then what do you plan to do? She asked, do you want me to go back to the real world and rewrite our story? She was surprised by this answer. She hurried to his side. You want me to go back and you'll stay. Even if the person who stays can make a wish, why? Qin Zhao turned his head. To be honest, Song Jia must have her own life and friends in the real world. She doesn't need to stay in a place like this for me. I don't want to be a burden to her. Then why not go back together? If we go back together, there's no need to rewrite anything, and we can still be together. But that wouldn't be a perfect ending. Confusion appeared on her face. What is Qin Zhao thinking? Judging by his current attitude, this Qin Zhao is probably the husband who has always been by my side, and also Zhao Ru's creator. It's been him all along, just experiencing everything in a different state. He hasn't been replaced by anyone, and it has nothing to do with the original character. It's always been him, just with added modern memories, but his attitude towards me is a bit strange. She asked numbly, what exactly is your so-called perfect ending? He seemed to want to get closer, but deliberately kept his distance. As autumn leaves fell, he replied, I still don't want to say. Just like before, it's enough for you to stay by my side after the mission is over. The rest is up to you, my wife. She scoffed. Up to me. There's just one last question I want you to answer. Are your martial arts skills still there? She leaned in close. Of course, I'm still me. Well done, Song Jia. Song Jia gave a strange smile and then pounced on him. Hiding things is easy, but hiding your feelings isn't so simple. She started to undress him. She covered Qin Zhao's mouth with her hand. Some things are a bit much, like in the wilderness, humiliation, whipping, biting. It would definitely hurt your hands. She touched Qin Zhao's chest. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. I just wanted to confirm something I thought was important, he said, bewildered. My lady, This isn't very appropriate. If you hate it, you can push me away with your strength at any time. You're perfectly capable of that, right? He said one thing and did another. He pushed me away, not because he didn't love me. Her hands began to wander over Qin Zhao's body. If the author himself doesn't dare to resist, then I'll have to be even more outrageous. Do you hear me? He tried to stop her. My lady, don't do this, it's not right. Song Jie pretended not to hear and continued to push the boundaries. She became more and more daring, and finally he gave in. All right, as long as my lady is happy. She continued. Ever since the author regained his memories, he seemed a bit unsteady on his feet. Isn't it? Is there something inconvenient about your body in the real world? Qin Zhao's face flushed redder with each kiss. He trembled all over, but didn't resist. Song Jie thought to herself, I knew it. I guess right. Qin Zhao didn't know that before my second transmigration, I went to his home in the real world and chatted with his family. Her conversation with Qin Zhao's mother went like this. Xiao Ruo, that author you mentioned, is a pitiful child. Your company is so big, don't bully him. Don't worry, the company values Mr. Qin's abilities very much. Can you tell me about him? The scene returned to the two of them. Although it didn't hurt at all, they were still intimate. Was the first time you did this in the modern world or here? He leaned on her shoulder, panting. It was with you, my dear. She gave a playful smile. What a coincidence, me too. Not yet satisfied, she pinned Qin Zhao beneath her. Let me, your wife, tell you a story, my husband. It's about me in the real world. He looked at her. My dear, you've mentioned some things before. That's right, but not everything. Actually, I come from shady organization. It was only because the organization was taken down that I had the opportunity to step into the light. But none of this was accidental. It was more like a replay of my past life. Back then, she mumbled while munching on a biscuit. They're going to be in big trouble this time. Afterwards, she discussed some things with that group of people. I used a stolen phone to call the police. This is our last chance. We have to run before they make their move. The more people who run, the smaller the chance of getting caught. I used a lot of people, and I hurt a lot of people. Back in the present, she sat up straight on his abs. Back then, I thought it was the only way to survive. Survival of the fittest, you know. If you want to live well, you have to take it from others. Use everything they have. No one is nice to strangers for no reason, right? The scene flashed back to her childhood with her mother in the real world. Very few foster families are willing to take in a child as old as you. Seize this opportunity. Her voice rang out. The reason they do this is either because they want something from me, or they'll leave immediately once they find out I'm not worth it. I always thought that, until, never mind, until, unlike the protagonists in stories, they always have a moment of epiphany. But real life is like a silent wind, and you don't realize it until you look back. It turns out that it wasn't that I didn't suspect those who were good to me, but that I simply didn't believe that someone as awful as me deserved their love. These words made Qin Zhao fall into deep thought, echoing repeatedly in his mind. He comforted her. My lady, you deserve it. My husband too. How could you say that I would leave you? Staying is the perfect ending. Do you really think I would hate you so much in reality? Their hands clasped tightly together. This was a symbol of eternal love. 3 days later, the imperial concubines disappeared. The inner palace was sealed off, and all unnecessary movements were prohibited. 5 days passed, and rumors spread throughout the imperial city. People were panicking. Have you heard? It seems like there's going to be a war in the city. How is that possible? Hasn't it been quite peaceful lately? Don't say anything. I have a relative who works as a minor official in the palace. He said several princes have mysteriously disappeared. Panic filled the air. Everyone was packing their belongings, hurrying to flee and escape the impending disaster. Rumors spread through the streets that the ninth prince, accompanied by a band of martial arts experts, had stormed the imperial city, intending to stage a coup. The nearby shops had all closed in the past 2 days, surely having caught wind of something and making a hasty retreat to avoid being caught in the crossfire. We have no choice but to leave as well. If fighting truly breaks out, it will be too late for regrets. Night gradually fell. At this time, somewhere within the inner palace, slap! A hand slammed heavily on the table. A white-haired young woman exclaimed, "How could things turn out like this? Wasn't it supposed to be the first prince staging the coup? Why has it suddenly changed?" Public opinion isn't the key to victory. If used poorly, it can backfire. Could it be the crown prince? No, impossible. He's missing too. We can't wait any longer. Success or failure hinges on this. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. To avoid mission failure and having to return to the modern era, you have to go first. Song Jie was looking at an imperial edict. She said, the spies in the palace have sent news. As expected, when only 2 tigers remain in the palace, that's when the fight is fiercest. She looked up and continued, the old emperor has passed away, and suddenly 2 imperial edicts of succession have appeared. One designates the first prince as heir, the other the 9th prince. Comparing the 2 edicts, she said, both edicts bear the imperial seal. It's impossible to tell which one is genuine. Qin Zhao furrowed his brow in thought. Historically, public opinion only plays a supporting role in dynastic changes. The true deciding factor in the succession is military power. He closed the edicts. Song Jie nodded. Exactly. The 2 sat down. Song Jie thought to herself, I've already read the latest chapter of your revised Transmigrated as King. She spoke. In your original story, the first prince ascended the throne smoothly, but because he slaughtered his brothers and important ministers of the court, he broke the heart of General Feng, who was loyal to the dynasty. In the end, General Feng refused to obey the order to send troops to block the 9th prince's martial arts forces from entering the city. As a result, he was just 1 step away from failure, which allowed Shun Shangxian to successfully seize the throne, right? Qin Zhao was silent for a moment before replying. Madam remembers it clearly. However, what we know, other transmigrators know as well. Wu Qing must have already persuaded his 9th brother to act sooner and wouldn't waste such a good opportunity. Song Jie listened, thoughtfully stroking her chin. You're right, that's probably how it is. The 9th prince will win this struggle with overwhelming momentum. Once he ascends the throne, the transmigrator's mission will immediately fail. Qin Zhao silently bowed terre. She continued, of course, this doesn't affect us. She rested her chin in her hand and smiled at him. Shun Lu's new city-protecting howling formation is almost complete. Even if all the transmigrators leave, the imperial city won't be conquered. He looked puzzled and frowned, asking Shun Lu. She quickly smiled and explained, I misspoke. It's Shunda. He's my friend in reality. I accidentally. Before she could finish, Qin Zhao interrupted. Why have you never introduced him to me? He thought to himself that he had brought it up many times. Seeing his expression, she could only laugh it off. Suddenly, she said, isn't it strange? And back then, you didn't have your memories of reality. I didn't want you to be shocked. Somewhere, Shunda suddenly sneezed. Song Jie suddenly felt something was amiss. She leaned closer to his face and said, why should I explain all my real-life friends to you, the author? You even wanted me to go back on my own before. He froze, awkwardly turning his head away. Before he could speak, she interrupted again. Husband is being duplicitous again. Do you want Madam to kiss you? Hearing her words, his heart skipped a beat. She reached out and lifted his chin, smiling. Why didn't you say so earlier? With that, she kissed him directly. Qin Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. He tugged on her sleeve and exclaimed, Madam, this husband simply has no attachment to reality. I have no relatives, and my health is poor. Returning would only burden Madam and make Madam angry. Song Jie continued kissing him, only releasing him after a while. Seeing Qin Zhao's innocent yet suspicious expression, she couldn't help but laugh. He blushed crimson, as if a little secret had been caught red-handed. She reached out and pressed a finger to his lips. Husband, let me finish, okay? Even though you now have your modern memories, you are still you. Your thoughts, your actions, they can't fool me. We've tested each other and been wary of each other for so long. I've practically figured out all your little habits, even the ones you haven't noticed yourself, and all the feelings you've been trying to hide. She reached out and gently stroked his cheek. When you first regained your memory, you didn't say anything. You pretended like nothing happened and continued our relationship, right? This means you still wanted to be Qin Zhao. You still wanted to have a good life with me. He had said when he first woke up, I'm fine, my wife. You should go and rest. You haven't slept all night worrying about me. Another time he said, I don't want to involve you. So I asked, then why don't we go back together? Back to reality, she continued. But you resisted reality, saying you didn't want to be a burden to me, that we couldn't have a perfect ending. Did you really think I would consider you a burden? I was thinking at the time, don't you even have the most basic trust in me? Suddenly, he lunged forward and grabbed her hand. It's not that I don't trust you, my wife. It's just that you haven't seen me in reality. You're worried, she finished for him, worried that I wouldn't recognize the healthy and successful Qin Zhao, right? She pressed her forehead against his and whispered, actually, you were a little lost at first, hesitant between reality and the body here. But you quickly gave up the idea of staying here. didn't you? He looked at her with surprise. What? She shrugged. Don't be offended if I'm wrong, but I just think you used staying in the ancient city as an excuse to tell me that Shan Zhao, in reality, isn't doing well, so I shouldn't get my hopes up. She snuggled closer to him. In other words, you were pretending to be depressed and wanted to give up. Maybe you didn't want to disappoint your wife, even if we return to the real world. Otherwise, your contradictory behavior is hard to explain. Listening to her words, feeling her closeness, his face flushed, but he quickly laughed. He held her wrist and asked, "My wife, when did you realize?" She looked surprised, but immediately replied, "I started to suspect when you refused to return to reality, but wouldn't say why." She tried to pull her hand back, but he held on tighter. "You also indulged my nonsense, and even seemed to enjoy it." She brought up the previous day's events and then said, "It seems like you weren't struggling at all." Qin Zhao laughed. "My wife, you're amazing." He lowered his head, and she watched as he kissed the back of her hand. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Thank you for seeing the real me. Thank you for not hating me after discovering your husband would write a world domination ending. That day, he spilled everything like beans tumbling out of a bag. You know Qin Zhao in my novel, right? He's actually a smaller version of me. We were both illegitimate children, raised by amazing mothers, and eventually became officials. Can you believe it? When I was 14, my mother passed away and entrusted me to my father's family before she died. What happened after that is basically the same as Jing Xian's story, so I won't go into too much detail. You must already know. My relatives back then were very cruel. They called me a blind bastard, shameless, disgusting. He told her, the only difference is that Shun Zhao, that pitiful and cowardly guy, lost the ability to walk normally forever. They also talked about his studies and work. Song Jie asked, "When did your leg become injured?" He replied, "It was actually after graduation. I had night blindness as a child, and then my mother got sick and passed away, so I applied to medical school. For 8 whole years, I studied while writing novels to earn a living." Leaning on her shoulder, he continued, "Later, it wasn't an accident. One of my brothers severely injured my knee. I couldn't study medicine anymore, so I had to switch to being a full-time writer. At that time, I originally wanted to write about Jing Xian, but I still wanted to maintain my own style. But no matter how I wrote it, it didn't feel right. I remember sitting in front of the computer, completely broken down. Why did all these bad things have to happen to me? Why? Why does the injured person always have to learn gratitude and forgiveness? Just like my mother said, it doesn't matter, just being alive is good enough. You know what?" Song Jie held his hand. "Husband, were you particularly lost? No wonder you went from a white lotus to a black lotus." He nodded, completely agreeing with her words. "My previous persistence ended up with nothing but despair, so what was the point of persisting? I was too trapped in myself back then, and no one noticed. Looking back now, I must have had some mental health issues, which is why I was so unstable and got sucked into my own fictional world." After saying this, he suddenly smiled. "But thankfully, I have a wonderful wife. You pulled me back bit by bit and made me realize I'm still me." She looked up at him, her cheeks flushed, and whispered, "Husband." He smiled. "Your husband has figured things out recently. This time, I want to live for myself. Win or lose, it doesn't matter." He leaned closer, his face almost touching hers. "Madam, could you do me a favor?" Meanwhile, in a bustling alley on the street corner, a group of people were chattering. "Have you heard? There's a doctor in the East City offering free medical care. He's been seeing patients for days now. They say those he's treated recover remarkably quickly. His medical skills are simply divine." The neighbors were astonished. "Really? Are you sure?" The person who first spread the news earnestly assured them, "Absolutely." The doctor said that healing the sick was a childhood dream. He doesn't charge a penny and only sees patients in the morning. Someone else chimed in, "I have to go see him. What's his name again?" "Forget it." In the distance, he handed medicine to an old woman, instructing, "Go home and decoct this medicine. Drink it 3 times a day, and you'll get better soon." The old woman thanked him repeatedly, then asked, "May I ask for the esteemed doctor's name?" He replied, "Divine Dr. Qin Wang, currently residing in the Qin residence." That evening, Song Jie handed Qin Zhao the persimmon, saying, "Here, have a bite. It's very sweet." He was writing an unfinished prescription, glanced up at the persimmon she offered, and said somewhat bashfully, "Thank you, madam." He bowed slightly and took the persimmon, taking a bite. She immediately retorted, "Thank me for what? You clearly have modern memories. yet you still speak like someone from ancient times." He simply smiled as he ate the persimmon and then said to her, "It's the same in reality. I've grown accustomed to it." Suddenly, he licked her finger. She was startled and quickly withdrew her hand. "What are you doing?" She muttered to herself. Was my dear author this suave before? Hearing this, he suddenly turned his head. "I told you not to get your hopes up. What use could a little-known, sickly online novelist be?" Song Jie took a bite of the persimmon and teased, "The best part is that he's now my husband, Song Jie's." She offered the persimmon to him again and asked, "Speaking of which, what favor did my husband want me to do? Does it have something to do with opening a medical clinic? Is it in preparation for the ending?" He replied, "Precisely." Qin Zhao took a bite of the persimmon. "After all, I am the author of Chronicle of King. Although the plot has long deviated from its original trajectory due to the butterfly effect, I still hope the characters I created can have their own destinies." After speaking, he licked the back of her hand again. "I want little Wong to break free from the original plot, and for myself to gain freedom as well." She gasped, "Liberation. Oh my God, stop licking me." She thought to herself. Qin Zhao looked at her and said, "Now that the ninth prince has successfully ascended the throne, I have already sent someone to meet him." At this moment, a knock came from the door. He asked, "Who is it?" A voice from outside replied, "My lord." "It's me." He paused briefly and replied, "Enter." Song Jie, who had casually propped her feet up on the table, quickly retracted them and sat up straight. The door opened, and a young woman entered, kneeling and saying, "My lord, Zhu Yun is here to report on the new emperor. I request that unrelated personnel withdraw." He casually asked, "Who is present?" Zhu Yun hesitated, glancing at Song Jie. Seeing Song Jie's "Are you kidding me?" expression, Song Jie couldn't help but laugh, and then, without hesitation, kissed Qin Zhao with a crisp sound. He blushed deeply, while she looked triumphant. "Do you still think I'm in the way?" Zhu Yun understood and said understood. Qin Zhao was still processing what had just happened, and after a moment, he stood up and said, "Speak." "My lord, as per your instructions, we used Steward Li's arrangements to disrupt the court. But the ninth prince, the new emperor who has ascended the throne, is not simple. He has secretly rallied many powerful figures in the military, including those from the general's mansion." Everyone listened quietly as Zhu Yun reported. Song Jie thought to herself, just as she had expected. Zhu Yun continued, "Although the first prince has the support of many officials and has formed his own private army, he won't last more than 10 days. Qin Zhao asked, "What were the casualties in the battle for the imperial city?" She replied, "Thanks to my lord's foresight in notifying the citizens to evacuate in advance, most of the imperial city's residents had already left when the army entered the city, so the casualties were not heavy. Now that the situation has stabilized, the new emperor hasn't made a move on Shanjiang City and has even signed a non-interference pact. However, she is currently taking stock of her military strength, seemingly planning a military operation." Ingwei 11's message made him frown. Deploying troops and generals. On the surface, the pact seems normal, but if she really sends out troops, it can only be aimed at this place. After all, a new regime has emerged in this territory. Song Jie also spoke, not necessarily. Although she has ascended the throne, she's surrounded by enemies, and the people's allegiance is still uncertain. Wu Qing may be inexperienced, but if she couldn't distinguish priorities, she wouldn't have made it this far. Unless she's gone mad. The scene changed to inside the imperial palace. Shang Tian pushed the empress onto the bed and roared with laughter. "I've finally waited for this day. From now on, no one in this world can define me, and I no longer have to live by anyone else's rules." The empress painfully tried to push him away. "Shang Tian, don't do this." He didn't care, ripping a piece of her clothing. She said wearily, "I'm really tired lately. Let me rest for a while." She thought to herself, the former crown prince's remnants are still hidden in the court. If this blows up, it will be a disaster. Shang Tian stopped. He looked at her for a moment, then actually turned to leave. "All right then, Empress, rest well." Seeing him really leaving, she asked worriedly, "Shang Tian, where are you going?" He said with a smile, "Just taking a stroll. My Empress is so tired, and my heart aches for you. I think I'll go and see the concubines the ministers have selected for me." He specifically emphasized that it was to share the Empress's burden. She widened her eyes in shock, incredulous. She leaned forward, watching his retreating figure, hesitating. She lowered her head and whispered, "Don't go." He was about to step over the threshold, but stopped. He turned to look at her, his face impatient. She forced a smile and said, "I don't seem to be sleepy anymore." Shang Tian immediately turned around, getting his way, and returned at once. "Good girl." Then the sounds of cough cough echoed in the room. "You know what I mean." The scene cuts back to Qin Zhao. After listening to Zhu Yun's report, he said, "All right, I understand generally. No need to stay in the Imperial City any longer. Tell the scouts to keep an eye on the others. Everyone, withdraw to Shanjiang City." Zhu Yun was shocked. "My lord, are you planning to give up that position? With the troops and resources of Shanjiang City and Shangzhou City, plus the fortress, we could totally take advantage of the new emperor's unstable footing." He suddenly asked Zhu Yun, "How have you been lately?" She replied, "Great, of course. 1,000,000 times better than in Chongshan Palace. And there's so much delicious food." Qin Zhao smiled and nodded. "What if someone offered you your favorite snacks in exchange for that coveted position?" Zhu Yun, "If you traded, you would never taste this flavor again." Hearing this, she hesitated slightly, struggling internally for a moment, then said, "My lord, I understand what you mean." "My lord." After everything was said, only Song Jie and Qin Zhao were left sitting side by the window. She said, "The plot mentioned in the novel doesn't seem to have deviated much. The ninth prince became emperor, and most of the people who were supposed to die in the original book are now gathered in Shanjiang City, which is practically the same as being dead." She smiled. "Husband, did you ever think the characters you wrote would end up like this?" Qin Zhao paused slightly at this question. Then he said, "Regardless of whether they were created by me before, they are now beyond my control and have become real, living people." He finished the wine in his cup. "All I can do is try my best to help them and wish them well. After all, in the end, they're the only ones who can be responsible for their own choices." Shanjiang City is now controlled by northern forces. Think of it as a hub, with dozens of towns and cities of varying sizes relying on it. Although not as powerful as the main dynasty, it's still a considerable force, like a small country. Various towns are scattered across the plains in the west and northwest. Actually, it's not desolate now. As long as you live in any town under Shanjiang City's jurisdiction, having a residence permit grants you various benefits, such as job priority, healthcare, and housing. The atmosphere is very lively, with people taking turns bustling about, promoting, looking for jobs, inviting others to get residence permits here, forming chambers of commerce to sell goods together, signing contracts, and sharing profits after taxes. The uncles and aunties here greet customers with smiles. "You can't go wrong with this one, madam. We wouldn't deceive you." She turns and shouts to a young man, "He Jiazhong." She nags beside him, "Don't be lazy all day long. If it weren't for us saving you back then, the He family wouldn't be forced to fawn over that. Blind I am, my ass. He's the sun in the sky now, about to become emperor. This makes her even angrier. I can't stand this child." Of course, cultural education hasn't been neglected either. Su Baiwan teaches the children. "Come on, read after me." Honk, honk, honk. The goose's curved neck sings to the sky. Even the entertainment industry, which provides emotional value, is booming. "Follow me, 1, 2, 3, turn 1, 2, 3, jump." He shouts, wrong again. They are also continuously strengthening agriculture, industry, especially manufacturing, which is the most important in this phase. The third prince looks at the globe on the table and exclaims, "The glass cup is lit." With a city guard army, no matter how many troops the imperial city sends, exceptionally secure. A soldier saluted the city lord. Looking down at the commander below, she said, "Father, elder brother, withdraw your troops. I don't want to fight my family. Staying here is futile." Hearing this, he shouted, "Little sister, it's not too late to surrender now. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to attack. The imperial court has dispatched troops 3 times already. If we still can't claim victory, they'll suspect the Feng family of rebellion. 5 generations of the Feng family have been military leaders. It can't end with us." She didn't respond, only thinking to herself, "This scene seems familiar. Leader of the Yuan Tong sect, doesn't this seem familiar to you too?" Back then, he would rather die than submit. Hearing her question, he replied, "The ending is always the same. Don't waste time. My wife is pregnant, and I need to persuade you quickly so I can go back to her." The scene changes to the imperial palace. Wu Qing's hand trembles slightly as she holds a list. Frustration filled her. "Tell me, why is my name on the list of new officials? You clearly promised to make me the first female official." He glanced at it and chuckled. "Haven't I already made you empress? The empress's rank is much higher than a female official's." She persisted, "But I don't have a title. It will be inconvenient for me to act in the future." He offered another excuse. Don't worry, Qing'er can still continue to manage internal affairs. Everything will remain the same. She frowned, asking with suspicion, really? He gave an exceptionally sincere smile. A gentleman never deceives. Both the Empress and I want to stand above everyone else. So whatever Qing'er wants, I will give you. I will bestow it upon you. She didn't answer, her heart still filled with worry, but she could only accept. All right, I believe you. She thought to herself, why use the word bestow? I thought that as long as I could leave reality, I could start my life anew. In reality, she had to endure countless vicious insults and pressures. With the golden finger firmly grasping the plot, she reached the peak of her life. She recalled the moment she first transmigrated, a smile blooming on her face. I've transmigrated, entered a novel I once read. Although there were twists and turns, everything went smoothly. In the court, all the officials bowed in unison. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Shang Tian said to her, Qinghe, I truly love you, but for the stability of the court, I must marry the general's daughter as my concubine. His words stunned her. He consoled her further. But rest assured, I only love Qing'er. That's how it is. You and I will always be together. She bit her lip, holding back tears. She shouldn't be like this. Just as she was about to go in and find him, she was stopped by the guards. His Majesty still has political affairs to attend to. Your Majesty, please return. Wu Qing retorted indignantly. No, this empress can also participate in political affairs. I will review the memorials. But the guards only said, these are His Majesty's orders. Your Majesty, please return to the palace. She clenched her fists, trembling with anger. 3 years later, Shanjiang City, a spring melody. Song Jie grumbled. He clearly said he'd become king in a month, but my husband insisted on being a doctor, so I have to stay with him. She playfully twirled Qin Zhao's hair. He tilted his head with a smile and asked, why does my wife find him more interesting than me? She giggled. Interesting, but everyone hopes to leave after the city has stabilized. After experiencing this period, Su Baiwan planned to go back and study preschool education. Liu Debao was doing a booming business as a boss and even wanted to sell the company to Experience Life. But I beat him up. She combed his hair as she placed a crown on his head. He laughed. If he stops being a boss, my wife will be unemployed. Then how will you support us? Song Jie retorted, support us? We could just switch to high-paying jobs and earn double the money. There are so many companies waiting for us to reap the benefits. If it weren't for Liu Da's shareholder status, I could have supported my husband long ago. Qin Zhao responded happily, indeed, my wife. I truly look forward to the days of being a kept man. She said, all right, but only if everything goes smoothly today can we go home. She adjusted his crown. She appraised him silently. Not bad, very handsome. King Zhao jokingly extended his hand to Song Jie, then knelt on one knee and offered his hand. Let us depart at once. My queen. Song Jie was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly, her cheeks flushing as she gently kissed his hand. You really know how to make a girl happy. The emperor stood before the main hall, overlooking hundreds of bowing officials. So, what does it mean to be a king? Is it to stand above everyone else, to be a big boss doing as one pleases? Or is this the burden of being an emperor, shouldering responsibilities beyond the imagination of ordinary people? Is being in this high position truly that desirable? Lin Yang the 11th respectfully presents the imperial seal to your majesty. Meanwhile, the empress sits alone in her chambers, whispering to a flower. Flower system, are you still there? The flower she holds so preciously is like differing tastes in different people. You know, everyone interprets things differently. The empress plucks a petal, whispering, if Qin Zhao dies, the mission can restart. Indeed, we've both made our choices. The once strong girl is now heartbroken, tears streaming down her face, hands trembling as she clutches the flower to her chest, sobbing, I've truly had enough. This bittersweet wine, to family, to friends, to loved ones, and also to my companions on this long journey. She looks at the cane before her. The king's chapter officially concludes. The scene changes to a modern office. Song Jie sits staring intently at her phone. Song Jie, the company CEO, dramatically complains, back so soon. I haven't even properly experienced palace life, haven't fully indulged in being the emperor. What a waste of such a good role-playing opportunity. She sighs again, slumping onto her desk. But I need to report back to the system. I've taken too long. That mirror seems completely useless. And now I'm defenseless. Song Jie glances at the clock, her eyes widening. Whoa, it's already 11. She quickly gets up, stuffing things in her bag, thinking I have lunch with a client at noon. Gotta hurry. Her laptop is new. She smashed her boss's last time, the screen completely shattered. Humming a tune, Song Jie walks with a light step, happily thinking it's actually a little exciting to meet in the real world for the first time. The camera turns to the author. His true face is finally revealed as he meticulously buttons his shirt, ensuring everything is perfect. He then gently picks up a glass of water and drinks it all. The empty glass is placed neatly back in its original position. He walks to the wardrobe, opens the door with a creak, and selects a smart outfit. He puts it on without hesitation and ties his tie. He carefully sprays on a bit of cologne, then reaches for the doorknob, turning it gently. With a click, the door opens into the silence. He doesn't forget his beloved cane, stepping out with a touch of elegance. Click, 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 click. Song Jie arrives at the meeting place, letting out a long breath. Spring mornings are still a bit chilly, she murmurs. Song Jie looks around, seeing no one. Am I early? She wonders. I could have gone straight to his place, but that would be too forward, so I suggested the park pavilion. Suddenly, her eyes light up. Someone is standing behind a pavilion pillar, long hair gently swaying in the spring breeze, creating an inexpressibly romantic image. Hiding behind a bush, Song Jie smiles to herself. Looks like he's eager too, arriving so early. Good, and he hasn't spotted me yet. She tiptoes closer, planning to surprise him from behind. But as Song Jie lightly steps onto the pavilion railing, Qin Zhao seems to sense something. He turns his head slightly, his long hair obligingly lifting in the breeze. Song Jie's heart skips a beat. She hadn't expected him to look so good with long hair in a modern world. Just then, Song Jie accidentally misses a step. Qin Zhao instantly braces his cane behind her, his other hand catching her arm. Song Jie panics. No way, not again. Doing bad things really does come back to bite you. Is that disastrous first meeting in ancient times going to repeat itself? Qin Zhao suddenly releases his cane and catches Song Jie in his arms. She lands safely, though her laptop bag and his cane seem a bit worse for wear. The two take the opportunity to embrace tightly. Qin Zhao stammers, be careful. Song Jie blushes, looking up at him. Sorry, I just wanted to. They think this romantic moment will last, but before Song Jie can finish her sentence, they both lose their balance. They fall to the ground together. Ouch, ouch, ouch. If your leg is bothering you, don't push yourself, Song Jie reminds him. She sits up, using her hands for support. This time, it's both of us who are unlucky. Qin Zhao still has the mood to tease. My hands just wouldn't behave when I saw my wife. Song Jie blushes even deeper, laughing. Haha, what a coincidence. I feel it too, she said, pausing. She lowered her head and kissed Qin Zhao deeply, their tongues tangling passionately. Only then did she finish her sentence. I can't control myself anymore. The sound of their kiss echoed in the air. Song Jie moaned softly. I finally came to you. And this is our first time meeting in reality. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? They both knew it was wrong, but why couldn't they resist kissing? Song Jie gave him a teasing smile and then released me. Qin Zhao immediately changed the subject, not wanting to continue down that line of thought. I finally get to see you in reality. Song Jie had been waiting for him to say that. She grinned. Shall we continue this in the bedroom? Clothes scattered on the floor, the air filled with sweet nothings. How's your leg? Much better. Qin Zhao pressed Song Jie against the headboard, blushing as he whispered, perhaps it was my wife's wish, allowing everyone who existed in the Stargaze world to return safely to their original world. That also helped me recover. After waking up, my knee gradually regained its strength, and my eyes aren't as sensitive to light anymore. Song Jie listened as she unbuttoned his shirt. As she undid his buttons, she said, when I made that wish, it was because everyone had some physical problems in reality. I hoped it would help everyone. Thankfully, it seems to have helped our novelist too. Qin Zhao, his face as red as a tomato, simply hummed in agreement, then added, however, this sudden recovery might not be entirely in line with the rules of the real world, so this old injury will still need some time to fully heal. The bedroom was filled with warmth, the two of them practically glued together. Song Jie whispered, can I see your leg? I really don't want to miss the opportunity to understand author Qin Zhao's past. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, Qin Zhao stiffened, then slowly moved his hands away from her. Don't call me author. Just call me Qin Zhao. Song Jie watched him move away, puzzled. Why did you suddenly get off? She called softly, Qin Zhao, are you still self-conscious about the scar on your leg? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Qin Zhao shyly lowered his head and confessed. Hearing you say that, my wife, I'm a little excited. Song Jie was confused. He wasn't angry, just embarrassed about the unsightly scar. If you still want to see it, then look. Qin Zhao unhesitatingly rolled up his trouser leg, revealing the scar on his left leg. Song Jie's mouth parted slightly in surprise. Then, covering her mouth with her hand, her heart pounding, she exclaimed, wow, it's beautiful. She reached out and gently caressed the scar. It looks like it's almost healed. Qin Zhao clenched his fists, only humming softly in response. After his confession, his mood seemed to have lifted considerably. He smiled at her. Since we're husband and wife, we should share everything. Since we've chosen to return to the real world, we should choose to face these things openly. There's no need to hide anymore. Song Jie smiled back. Yes. I wonder how the other transmigrators are doing now. Do you think we'll have a chance to meet them again? Sunlight streamed down on the skyscrapers. At that moment, 17-year-old high school student Zheng Yuan, formerly Su Baiyuan in the Stargaze world, was discussing plans with her friends. But I can only hang out with you guys for a day. I spent too much time in the hospital before and fell behind in a lot of classes. Her friends laughed. That's why we brought you out to karaoke to celebrate your recovery, Xiao Yuan. So many new places have opened while you were in a coma. Yeah, so many. They were still curious. Xiao Yuan, you used to hate studying the most. How did you become such a good student now? He said proudly. They say miracles happen after people experience accidents. Let me tell you, before she could finish, a girl's voice interrupted them. Excuse me. The three looked up in confusion. The girl standing before them was Wu Cheng, 25 years old, once a wildly popular internet celebrity, now long forgotten. She was also a transmigrator. Saintess Wu Cheng continued. Do you know where the Yaoqiu agency is? There are so many tall buildings here. I can't see it clearly on the map. The three looked at Wu Cheng, their faces flushing. Wow, you're so beautiful. Are you a celebrity? Zheng Yuan quickly pointed to the building next to them. It's right over there. Miss, are you here to film something? There's a film company nearby. Wu Cheng smiled. Thank you, but I don't do that anymore. Wu Cheng's casual remark made Zi a little puzzled. Before she could ask, Wu Cheng waved goodbye to the three of them. I'll be going now. Wu Cheng walked away smiling, thinking to herself, living for myself is my new goal. After saying goodbye to Wu Cheng, the girl in the yellow dress immediately took out her phone to look her up. Then, she whispered to her friends, look, that girl seems to be a famous internet celebrity. She was stabbed by a crazed fan before. Her friends immediately perked up. What? Oh, and a plastic surgeon also used a burner account to attack her, saying her face wasn't natural. I also heard she was dating a rich second generation, but unfortunately, as soon as the plastic surgery scandal came out, he dumped her. Ignoring her friend's gossip, Zheng Yuan coldly interrupted. Enough. What time is our room booked for? Let's go check in and not be late. Her friends froze, then said in unison, wait a minute. The girl in the yellow dress quickly took her arm and asked, since you were discharged, I feel like you've really grown up, Yuan. Are you hiding something from us? The scene changes to Qin Zhao's company. Lu Dai and Qin Zhao shook hands enthusiastically, displaying a friendly cooperative atmosphere. Happy cooperation. The contract has been negotiated and signed. So, shouldn't you be leaving? Qin Zhao's expression suddenly changed as he gripped Lu Dai's hand tightly. Lu Dai was taken aback. He turned his head uncomfortably, glanced at the door, and said, sorry, I'm just a little sad. My best friend used to have dinner with me every night, and now he's having dinner with someone else. I'm having a little trouble accepting it. Qin Zhao laughed. It's okay. Then he asked in a low voice, but I've always had a question. Lu Dai hummed in acknowledgement. Qin Zhao asked seriously, are you and Song Jie really just good friends? Unmarried man and woman, really no romantic feelings at all. Lu Dai was caught off guard by the question and couldn't answer for a moment, stammering, I. Just then, Song Jie pushed the door open, smiling brightly. What's up? It's time to get off work. Aren't you done talking yet? Qin Zhao immediately turned to look at her and replied, we're done. I've already booked a restaurant that Jie likes. Shall we go now? Song Jie replied excitedly, okay, let's go. Of course, she didn't forget her best friend, Lu Dai. Are you coming too? Lu Dai tactfully waved his hand. I'll just disappear. You two go on your date. The two walked out of the company together. As soon as they got outside, Song Jie couldn't help but wonder, that's strange. Usually, when it's dinner time, he'll definitely pester me to come along. Why didn't he ask today? Is it because I have a boyfriend now, and he's afraid of being suspected, so he doesn't dare to follow? But he's clearly gay. Hearing Song Jie's question, Qin Zhao could only pretend to be unaware, and finally confessed guiltily. Sorry, I might have been a little harsh just now, and he misunderstood. I'll definitely explain it to him later. Harsh how? Before Song Jie could ask, a shout and a voice suddenly came. Ah, ball. Their attention was drawn as a soccer ball slowly rolled to Song Jie's feet. Across the street, a woman was holding her child's hand and waving towards them with her other hand. Excuse me, could you please throw the ball back to me? Song Jie readily agreed. Okay. She picked up the ball, looked at it, and said to Qin Zhao with a smile, Haha, I suddenly remembered the reason I transmigrated into the book was to save a boy playing with a ball. At the time, I regretted meddling. But if it weren't for that day, I definitely wouldn't have met you today. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw the ball back to the little boy. The little boy said sweetly, Thank you, sister. Qin Zhao looked at her affectionately and said, Yeah, it's like everything has started anew. The little boy didn't catch the ball, and a car sped by. The sudden event startled his mother, who cried out, Qin Zhao, be careful. Hearing the name Qin Zhao, both of them froze, their eyes widening. The little boy couldn't help but ask, Mom, you said the wrong name again. Who's Qin Zhao? I've been thinking about that name ever since I got better. Song Jie looked anxiously at Qin Zhao and asked, Who is that mother? At this moment, the city was dyed orange-red by the sunset. Qin Zhao and Song Jie hurried over to say goodbye to the mother and son. Goodbye. Come play again next time. While waving, Song Jie blurted out, No way, that girl also died of serious illness back then. Her transmigrated identity must have been the saintess of Kongchong Palace. Qin Zhao's mother. Aren't you going to acknowledge her? I mean, you were her son for a while. Qin Zhao was silent for a moment, then nodded and smiled with a touch of emotion. It's actually quite heartwarming. It turns out she treated me so well back then because she was about to be reunited with her own child. Qin Zhao recalled what she had said to him in the ascension to the throne world. Become the emperor, my son. You can become the emperor. She was like a single mother, Song Jie interjected. Hurt by a man in reality, and hurt again by that scumbag emperor after transmigrating. That's why she wanted me to take everything back from that bastard and save her. She thought to herself, hearing you say that, it really makes my heart ache. Who would have thought that a small wish could actually save so many transmigrators? She plopped down on a park bench. Speaking of which, someone has been homesick lately. As for me, I've been a disobedient child since I was young. I never studied hard when my parents were alive and caused them a lot of trouble. After they passed away, I felt like it was heaven's punishment. Hearing this, Qin Zhao paused slightly. He then sat down beside her and comforted her. I had the same thought when my parents passed away. He reached out and took her hand. But I don't think that way anymore. I just sometimes wish they were still in that novel world, not lost, and living happily ever after. Their hands clasped tightly. Such a beautiful wish. Yes, I understand completely. Song Jie nodded. Beautiful, but impossible. She and Qin Zhao exchanged a smile. Content. Song Jie continued. I feel like I can't delay any longer. She suddenly turned her head, looked directly into his eyes, and said, Recently, I want to start a family with someone. Having said that, she immediately took out a red velvet ring box she had prepared, revealing a delicate ring inside. She solemnly asked, Mr. Qin Zhao, would you be willing to become a new member of the Song family? This sudden proposal made Qin Zhao blush crimson. He turned his head shyly, put his hands in his pockets, and sighed dramatically. Geez, it seems we were both preparing the same thing. Qin Zhao also took out the ring box he had prepared, leaving Song Jie stunned, her cheeks flushed. Me too, he said. I always thought that after we got married, we buy carrots together to take home. Song Jie giggled. I understand the after we get married part, but why carrots? Let's exchange, she suggested. We'll each put one on first, and then swap. Qin Zhao looked at the ring she had prepared for him, surprised. Does this mean the proposal was successful? Song Jie smiled. You can refuse if you don't want to. She winked playfully. He chuckled, but I'm not giving the ring back. Seeing her put the ring on her finger, Qin Zhao immediately put his on as well, firmly stating, I'm not giving it back either. They leaned their heads together, holding each other's hands tightly, smiling contentedly. Whether in this life or the last, I won't give it back. Then the two kissed deeply. 3 months into their vacation, at a high-end resort, heart-quickening moans were already emanating from the room. It turned out that the wound where Qin Zhao had been bitten by a crab was healing, so it was still a bit sensitive when Song Jie touched it. Of course, Song Jie wouldn't miss any opportunity to tease him. Oh dear, hubby's leg is healed, but the scar is still there. It's especially sensitive. As she spoke, she caressed the skin, causing Qin Zhao to moan involuntarily. Qin Zhao blushed and retorted, "Nonsense, newly grown skin is naturally tender." He panted a few times, trying to snatch the sunscreen from her hand. "Let me do it myself." Song Jie grabbed the sunscreen and then pressed her other hand on his newly healed skin, making Qin Zhao shudder. Looking at Qin Zhao, a mischievous idea suddenly popped into Song Jie's head. How dull to do it yourself. A thought struck her. She handed him the sunscreen. "Xiao Zhao, if you're tired, why don't you apply sunscreen for me? We're finally at the beach. We have to have some fun." Blushing, her eyes sparkling with excitement, she prepared to start the game. Qin Zhao was still panting, reminding her, "Don't press randomly." He looked down at his newly healed, now moistened wound and shook his head repeatedly. "The scar is red from you pinching it." Song Jie licked her lips and said playfully, "If it's uncomfortable, we can switch places." Song Jie reached out her damp hand, deliberately drawing out her words, and touched his chest. "Here." Qin Zhao was touched in a sensitive spot. He couldn't help but moan, blushing and turning his head away, stammering, "Why you doing this?" Song Jie asked innocently, "What's wrong?" Hubby not satisfied. She deliberately licked her lips again. Pushing him down, she retorted, "Wrong. You should call me wife now." Song Jie continued to touch him, making Qin Zhao even more aroused. She leaned in close, her face almost touching his. "Isn't it fun for hubby to be played by wifey?" Qin Zhao gasped, "Wife, you really are?" He squeezed all the sunscreen onto his hand. Then he pressed his hand against her chest. "You're bullying me too much. I'm going to retaliate." He immediately picked her up and placed her on his lap. She was lost in pleasure, panting softly. Qin Zhao whispered in her ear, "How does it feel? Are you satisfied with the service?" While caressing her, he didn't forget to ask for customer feedback. Song Jie used the last of her reason to stop his wanton behavior. "Don't mess around. You'll get the swimsuit dirty." "Ah." He grabbed her hand, his true nature fully revealed. "Who started it?" he said, pinning her beneath him. "It's too late for regrets now." The sound of their heartbeats echoed in their ears. Amidst their passionate entanglement and heart-to-heart conversation, Song Jie curiously asked Qin Zhao, Zhao, "Be honest, when did you fall for me?" Qin Zhao looked at her and chuckled. He guess. She blushed, playfully shoving him. "Do I really have to guess? I think you were definitely the first to fall. You always want to bite me, don't you?" Qin Zhao, his secret exposed, also blushed. Indeed. Maybe it was when I realized my wonderful wife didn't care that her husband was crippled. I was a little smitten then. She panted, still pressing him. "That early? You didn't just like me because of that, did you?" Qin Zhao leaned down and kissed her deeply. "Of course not. Who would fall in love with someone just because of one thing?" Happy smiles bloomed on both their faces. Qin Zhao whispered in Song Jie's ear, "My wife is amazing. Every bit of you is irresistible." He gave her another domineering bite, a mixture of pain and pleasure. She arched her back like a shrimp, a moan escaping her lips. A moment later, Song Jie, still panting, giggled contentedly. She praised her man. "As expected of a writer, you really know how to coax someone. We're completely different people, yet we still met. I'm so lucky." Qin Zhao, busy exploring Song Jie's body, suddenly stopped to correct her. "No, even if you hadn't transmigrated, you still would have come to my interview." Song Jie nodded. "That's right, it's all work-related, haha." She closed her eyes, imagining the scene. "Then I would have seen your leg. Ah, you seem to have some difficulty. Should I push you in?" She nodded to herself. Maybe we would have had a nice chat and become friends. Song Jie complimented Qin Zhao's cooking while eating. A writer's culinary skills aren't bad either. Qin Zhao replied modestly, "Just something simple." He kissed her hair, teasing, "How could it be so smooth? My wife must hate me." Song Jie pushed him away uncomfortably, glaring at him. "Husband, do you know how popular you were today? Some girls were checking out My Little Snow Lotus." Qin Zhao brushed it off. "Impossible. Song Jie pinched him angrily. How is it impossible? Suddenly, Song Jie remembered something. All right, while you were in line, I met a businesswoman on the beach, although they don't call it that in modern times. Qin Zhao looked confused. Businesswoman. Song Jie explained that the original owner of the Transmigrator had helped the ninth prince. Is she doing okay? She should be okay. We chatted for a bit. Waves lapped against the beach, lined with rows of vacation villas. Just then, a girl with a camera asked her, could she be that maid? She looked a lot like her, because Song Jie had used the original owner's body for both transmigrations. She said she had always cared about other people's opinions and wanted everyone to like her. As a result, she made mistakes due to her obsession with popularity, creating multiple fake accounts to slander others, which were eventually exposed, leading to cyberbullying and retaliation from fans. So after her injury in transmigration, she wanted to change her life, and everything went smoothly. It's a pity, thinking about it now, I still blame myself for valuing immediate benefits too much. She continued to complain, saying she had been struggling with whether she truly loved Shin Sung-jun or with just the power he could help her obtain. He probably felt the same way about me. So we were never meant to truly love each other. Breaking up was probably fate. Song Jie looked apologetic. To prevent further incidents, she sent all the transmigrators back without explanation. The girl just sneered. Huh, what does it have to do with me? We were enemies anyway. You wouldn't tell me anything. There's a price to pay for playing games. You have to bear the consequences of choosing this path. You won, she said. Song Jie just smiled innocently. Haha, just lucky. Qin Zhao is the protagonist of the book. I'm just on the protagonist's side. The girl was stunned by these words, saying bitterly, right, you guys are the main characters. I'm just a supporting character. Song Jie took a sip of coffee and replied, actually, in Rise of Power, the witch's role isn't that important. But don't forget, in the original story, you were the irreplaceable female lead. No one is born a supporting character. If this book doesn't work, try another one. After all, everyone is the protagonist of their own life, right? Even the girl dubbed the witch was captivated by Song Jie's confidence. Well, my boyfriend's probably waiting for me. I should get going. Before leaving, she raised her phone and smiled. It's the modern age. There's no need to be enemies, right? Let's add each other on WeChat so we can stay in touch. The witch in red blushed and smiled shyly. Hi. Then, she boldly held out her phone and added Song Jie on WeChat. You're right. She then stood up and added, right, I also need to thank you. Hearing this, Song Jie was a little puzzled. The girl explained that, in the end, the witch's story was that she chose to contact the system early because she refused to complete the mission and proactively cut off contact. She decided to return to the modern world by killing her mission target, Shin Sung-jun. But just as she was about to make her move, a miracle happened. The girl smiled sincerely. Thank you, Song Jie. In the end, I didn't kill anyone. Song Jie was stunned for a moment, watching the girl's long hair flutter in the wind. Then, feeling happy for the girl, she smiled brightly. That's good. Qin Zhao handed her a glass of water. Seems like everyone has their own troubles. I just hope she can figure things out. Song Jie put on her jacket and nodded, then took the water from Qin Zhao's hand. But maybe these things have nothing to do with us. Thanks. In the next second, she quickly changed the subject. So, let's think about where we should go today. Ha ha ha. I'm free. I'm really free. Imperial capital, half a month after the coronation. Empress Song Jie thought, while eating fruit, this is much better than supporting some blind or crippled prince. Much faster, just take the throne directly, then hand it over later. Now, they want to send me to the palace to properly cultivate my successor. While Empress Song Jie was lost in thought, the sound of wheels echoed in the hall. At that time, they weren't close. Qin Zhao was just a minister, and according to the rules, he had to salute. Minister Qin Zhao greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live, long live. After the salute, Qin Zhao explained, this minister is disabled and unable to kneel. I implore your majesty for forgiveness. Song Jie was taken aback. She drawled, the corner of her mouth hooking up. Oh, what if I insist that you kneel? Qin Zhao paused for a moment, then replied, this minister, the wheelchair tilted forward, his knees hitting the ground hard. His hands trembled as he supported himself, kneeling before Song Jie. This minister dares not disobey. After only a few seconds, his legs were numb, and his right ankle immediately gave way, causing him to collapse. Qin Zhao instinctively tried to grab something to steady himself, but accidentally tugged on Song Jie's robe. The eunuchs beside them gasped, Your Majesty. Empress Song Jie waved her hand to silence them, saying calmly, It's fine. The trembling Qin Zhao looked up and apologized. Your Majesty, this minister has been disrespectful. Qin Zhao immediately straightened his back and said seriously, this minister deserves 10,000 deaths. Song Jie narrowed her eyes slightly and looked down at Qin Zhao. She said calmly, you did cross the line, my dear minister. You touched our leg. What should we do about this? She also touched her chin, watching him like a fox eyeing its prey. After a moment, she waved her hand and ordered someone. Qin Zhao stammered weakly and fearfully. Your Majesty. Song Jie interrupted him. Take him to my bedchamber. Soon after, blushing moans could be heard from the bedchamber. The guards outside the door all lowered their heads in embarrassment. Number 1 middle school, the bell rang for the end of class. Haha, that's hilarious. How can a blind person go to school? Can a blind person even have a normal puberty? 2 boys looked mockingly at another boy who was quietly eating. He's clearly a boy, but he looks like a girl. The target of their ridicule was Shen Zhuo, 13 years old, a first-year high school student. Shen Zhuo ignored him, so the boy wanted to get physical. Cat out your tongue. Can you only eat? He was about to throw a punch when he accidentally bumped into a girl, knocking her lunch tray to the ground. It was Song Jie, 13 years old, a first-year high school student. Her tray landed heavily on the floor, scattering food everywhere. It was definitely inedible. Song Jie stared blankly at the spilled food, her eyes reddening. The students, who were aggressive just moments ago, all turned pale with fright. They carefully tried to comfort her, but it was too late. Song Jie felt extremely wronged and burst into tears. Wah, teacher, they're bullying me. The scene changed to the rooftop of number 1 middle school. The sun was warm, and a gentle breeze blew. Song Jie held her lunch tray, laughing hysterically. Ha, they're so stupid. Holding a replacement lunchbox, she sat beside Shen Zhuo, who had just been bullied. She said cheerfully, those bullies don't use their brains at all. They deserve to be punished by the teacher. Shen Zhuo murmured, thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what they would have done. Song Jie immediately waved her hand dismissively. Don't thank me. I just couldn't stand the way they were acting, so I deliberately tricked them. Considered a win-win. No one lost anything. Shen Zhuo said sadly, you're always tricking me. Suddenly, he pushed his lunchbox towards Song Jie. Song Jie, you seem to really like the braised radishes in my lunch. You always take some whenever we have them. I haven't touched them yet. You can have them. Song Jie asked in surprise, really? How did you know I like them? I've never said anything, have I? Shen Zhuo replied vaguely. When you can't see, your hearing gets better. You can discover things if you pay attention. He pushed the lunchbox into her hands. Song Jie laughed and said, oh, then immediately asked, you can still hear in such a noisy cafeteria. Your skills as a blind person are truly impressive. She then muttered another question, so he was just paying a little attention. Shen Zhuo felt her breath close to his face and his cheeks flushed red. He quickly turned his head and explained, that's it. The room's windows were tightly shut, the curtains drawn, and only the flowers outside competed in their vibrant display. The atmosphere in the room quieted considerably. Then Song Jie spoke. I dreamt last night that we were going to school together as children. It felt so real. Qin Zhao nodded. We've been together since we were young. Back then, my night blindness hadn't been cured, and I was really ostracized by my classmates. If only my wife were there, maybe I would have fallen for you quickly. As soon as Shen Zhuo finished speaking, he turned and pressed his forehead against hers, gripping her hand tightly. Song Jie couldn't help but caress his cheek. We were only a few years old then. How could you have possibly liked me? Besides, I was so ugly as a child, and I wasn't very likable back then either. Qin Zhao said, oh, and then explained, my wife wonders why I only pretended to be pitiful in my dream when you walked by. At this point, Song Jie seemed to realize something. Qin Zhao flipped over, pinning Song Jie beneath him. He reminded her, don't forget, Shen Zhuo and Qin Zhao in the book are the same. There's nothing wrong with constant training. I deliberately wanted to lure you into helping me. I'm not outstanding in the eyes of ordinary people. I have all sorts of flaws and regrets. But luckily, she's the same, just right for me. I want to dedicate this comic to imperfect people like us.